Hey everybody! Welcome to... Oh, problem with the call. Whatever, I'll start the stream anyways and you guys can catch up. This is a Pocket full of posies. It's a run for r/Shadownet. We've got a couple vet runners in here. We've got Gentle Benny playing as Vex. We've got Captain Cameraman playing as Vulcan. Captain Cameraman, you may notice from the play. And we got Highballs, normally playing a Cully, bringing in Le Jaguar. And we got a new player to my table, but not new at all to the Hub and Shadownet, is Voru SR. They're going to be playing heals. Just checking, I think the only person we lost on the call was Gentle Benny. Everybody else, say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I think Gentle Benny started saying hi, and then we lost him on the call again.
I think we just lost him straight up, but I'm not sure. We should get it back.
His internet is like a seizuring cat, so...
yeah.
The good thing about this is the only poor sobs who have to listen to this part are generally those who are, like, watching the VOD, so...
Those poor fools.
Benny's back.
We're streaming.
Hey.
Okay, everybody say hi.
Hey, people.
Hello. Hi.
Okay, coolio. So, it is, let's see. It is Thursday morning. It's around 8:45, 8:50. And looking outside, it is a pretty windy morning. There's not very much rain. But if you have windows or like glass in your home, excuse me, you can hear like the whooshing of the pane as the pressure changes. It's getting a little noisy outside as the population's moving around, but it's a relatively nice but windy Thursday morning. When we open up to us, you get a ping, ping, ping on your comm link. It's a message from your fixer. Vex, what do you do? Oh,
I'm not sure we actually have Benny.
I said, Vex, what do you do? As Benny's like little picture came back up, but it didn't appear. So, La Jaguar, or however you pronounce that, I'm going to fail horribly on that. I understand that is simply just the Jaguar.
Yes, yes.
I can read it, but pronouncing it's a whole other thing. So at 8:45 in the morning, when your comm link pings off, where are you and what are you doing?
I am at home. I have just finished some granola for breakfast, and I am watching the news. And I answer my comm link, who would be Gordy Holworth.
What? I'm getting a Skype call for this call on my phone.
Yeah, just tell it no. Skype on the phone is fucking...
Hello, phone? Okay, and then that crashed Skype.
Well.
What is going on?
How about we restart the call real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to restart the call. Hello?
Hey. Hi.
Okay, that was weird. I got a call on... Benny, when you were trying to call into the call, it called my phone.
Burr?
Yeah, my phone was like trying to get into the conversation. Okay, so Jaguar is sitting at home eating granola, watching the window pane and the wind going by, a little bit of garbage, but it's a nice looking, looks like it's going to be a nice day. The sun's up, and everyone, including her at this moment, gets a ping. What were you doing when you picked up the ping?
I was going to, I was kind of erstwhile watching the news, and when I see the call, I pick it up.
Cool. It's just a text message. It
Okay.
says it's an address and a time with a message. Got an interview for a job. The address is in Ravenna.
Okay.
And the time is tomorrow at 11:45.
Okay.
Did you do anything? Say anything? Respond with anything?
Yeah, I would just quickly type in, no problem, I'll be there. Thanks for thinking of me, smiley face, and then kind of roll my eyes and go back to eating granola.
Okay.
Was it a sarcastic smiley face?
Yes, well, not really. You can't really. No Simpsons sarcastic smiley face.
Awesome. So when Vulcan gets this ping at 8:45 in the morning, what does Vulcan do?
I would say he's probably finishing up the gym, probably just running on the treadmill. I guess when he gets the call, he does like the step to the side thing while it's still going and answers it.
Awesome. He sees it's just a
I-
ping with an address, location, same thing as Jaguar got.
Okay. Yep. I'll spawn. All right. I'll be there on time.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right, back to running.
Heels? What about you?
Heels would, being a highly professional runner, wake up, read the message, figure out how much longer she can sleep in and still have time to prep, and then go back to sleep for that amount of time.
She realizes she can sleep till tomorrow.
Okay, then she'd probably sleep about another 4 hours.
Awesome. How about you, Vex? 8:45 in the morning?
8:45 in the morning. Absolutely. Vex being a very professional, very astute sort of runner, he's going to get that message. It's going to come into his comlink at 8:45. Promptly when he wakes up, sometime around 12:30, 1 o'clock, he will look and see that message is there. He will make himself some eggs, and while he's doing that, he will think up a nice little reply. And before he forgets, he will sit down with those imitation eggs and have himself a nice meal while he types out a very eloquent message, which is simply just a happy face emoticon. And that's it.
After you think heavily and longly about how to use that emoticon, do you want to use the parentheses, the wiggly parentheses, the box parentheses, maybe the capital D? And eventually you might use the capital D. When that gets through to your fixer, the only message you get back is, "You never respond to my stuff on time, do you? I gotta get you an alarm clock."
Vex will just say, "I respond on time. It's my time that I respond on."
You don't get a response, but like 4 or 5 hours later, you get straight line. Awesome. So, Jaguar, between your morning and the next afternoon, what do you do, and how do you plan on getting to the meet in Ravenna, and where are you coming from? Ravenna is the university district of downtown. Jaguar?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's spaced out. I will, I'll take a ride, or I will drive there, even though I don't live very far. I live in Greenwood, but it's still a short ride.
Oh yeah, you're just across the number 5.
Yep.
Just for those you guys to know, Ravenna is a sea-level district. It's undergoing heavy gentrification. It's just outside the university complex. So it's like a C and A area. It's a C area trapped between a AA and an A. So it's the kind of place where lots of like trendy youths, and there's lots of stores and lots of like, compressed living style and lots of young people. Vulcan, what are you doing between that morning and the next afternoon, and how are you getting to the meet?
I was muted because I'm a dumbass. Nothing. This is pretty much his career now. So
Okay.
He's probably just at his house, and I'm just going to drive there in my car.
So you're just going to like spend the rest of the day punching things, kicking things, exercising, eating, sleeping. Cool. Regular Street Sam stuff.
Yeah.
Live to punch.
Maybe go to the park and play some chess.
Awesome. So slightly irregular Street Sam things. Awesome. Heels, what are you doing, and how are you getting to the meet?
Heels would be mostly business as normal until the next day, then would probably, with like an hour to spare before she needs to leave, start actually cleaning and making sure she has all her gear, and then she would drive there, and by drive I mean let Grid Guide drive her there, in her Jackrabbit.
Awesome. Cool. And wait, Vex, yeah, what are you doing in the day and a half between, and how are you getting there?
Well, given the situations that have arisen in his recent runs, he will text his fixer back to make sure that there really is a vehicle coming this time.
Your fixer responds with, "How often do I have to tell you? I'm not your freaking dispatcher. There's only a vehicle when the Johnson sends one."
And he's not?
No, the
Like
the Johnson is. You're meeting at a damn coffee shop.
Yeah. And
And he just hangs up on you.
this is, he's being really weird recently. I've gotten into him.
Like these last 2 or 3 runs, just so flaky.
Yeah, I mean, I could usually depend on him to do everything that other people just do themselves for me. But all of a sudden, he's all like, "Be an independent person. You're your own goddamn Shadowrunner. I'm not running. You are." Gosh.
The nerve, man.
Right. Like, there's one time I got really bored during a mission, and I asked, like, "Hey, can you just finish this up for me?" And he was like, "No, I'm paying you to do that." Gosh.
Awesome.
But yeah, so Vex will do his normal, just kind of hobby sort of things. Like he'll go over to his neighbor and take care of, help them take care of some taxes, because that's just one of his favorite little things to do on the side. Accounting's his shtick. And
Like the weirdest character that ever did weird.
I can't help but be whimsical.
Don't forget card tricks.
Yeah. And I guess hire himself another cab, just like last night.
Okay, so you call up another one. This is actually a little bit farther of a trip this time. It's not just down the street for you, so it's going to be like 110 Nuyen because you got to go all the way through downtown and up through the core and up to the far side.
Okay, we'll round it up.
I'm assuming you want like another like fancy town car, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you get a ballin' town car. The same orc shows up, and you get in. So.
Oh man, damn it, tipping. Should not have tipped so heavy last time.
Awesome. So yeah, fast forward the next day. So we're talking, Friday afternoon. Everyone leaves sometime between 10:30 and 11:30 to get there. With the exception of Jaga, who's, you could basically jog there, but you're just going to pop on over. When you guys are getting close, you realize that this is just on the very, very south side of Ravina. It's a coffee shop across from a large palisade in front of a large library. It's the very edge of the university campus. And the address is pushing you to a coffee shop. Everybody roll edge just so I get an order for who's showing up. Everyone is driving and or paying for transport, so it's not like you guys can screw up getting there.
Vex shows up first.
Awesome.
Of course he does. I mean, this orc knows how well the Vex tips, so...
So yes, this guy takes you through all the the best places, and a couple different times he's like, "Sir, I found a way to cut 5 minutes off our transit," and he pulls up just when he's about a block away from the location you're getting to. He's like, "Sir, do you wish me to drop the little screen requests for communication, what he can see you? Do you open up the privacy screen?"
Yeah, sure. I'll open it up.
Sure. So it goes opaque, and you can goes see through, so you can see him. And he's like, "Sir, do you wish me to drop you off immediately in front of the entrance, or do you wish me to drop you off here? You're like a block away."
Yeah, might as well go up to the entrance.
All right.
You don't mind, do you?
Absolutely not, sir. So he pulls up. He has to use his front bumper to push a little rabbit slightly out of the way, so he has the space to fit. But he pulls the heavy town car up right in front of this coffee shop. It's a glass on two sides with a raised floor on the inside. There's a couple pretty attractive women walking by out the front. 18, 19-year-old hard bodies. Inside the cafe, there's 3 baristas working heavily. There's a lineup that goes out the side entrance, not the side you're coming from. There's lots of tables around the front on the lower level, and there's a stairwell that goes up and over the bar, and there's a whole bunch of booths up there. The doors are open, as it's a little drizzly, but we're getting kind of that early spring, heavily sunlit rain. So what do you do as the car goes and the door opens up and goes to let you out? As you're getting out to the little latch in the back panel of the partition between the driver and the passengers opens up.
Okay. I'm sorry, I cut out there for a second.
No
I
worries.
apologize. Just the last little bit there.
Yeah, he lets you up in front of the nice coffee shop. There's 3 layers to the place. Barista's in the middle, and the little tip thing that you put a tip in before opens up, waiting for a cred stick.
Oh, right. So it was, what did you say it was 110?
It was 100.
Is that right?
The 110 is a payment, but the VI of the dispatch service takes that from you automatically at your location.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure I was tipping the right amount.
Yeah.
So last time I did 25. This is about double. So we'll go ahead and make it an even 175 total. So 65 to him.
Awesome. The passenger window rolls down. You can't like see him from this angle, but he's like, "Thank you, sir," and the door closes and he drives off.
Okay.
What do you do? You're standing in front of the coffee shop.
And there's a line. I hate lines.
There's 2 entrances. The side entrance has a big line going out. The front entrance goes in, but the front entrance doesn't go directly to the bar. It goes into the seating area that's on the lower level.
I see. But you can still get to the bar from that area, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically the place is like a horseshoe. The bottom section is It's like a horseshoe that's cut in half. Like a letter J. I'm an idiot. J. The bottom half is like ground level, and there's like tables and chairs, and there's lots of kids and a few adults, just all kinds of stuff. Mainly humans. There's a few elves. There's 1 orc. And everyone's sitting at all these tables having drinks, and there's a lineup coming in from the side. So if you walk in through the front door, there's a bunch of tables to sit at, or you can go join the line. There's also lounges. There's a staircase that goes up to a 2nd story that has lounges.
Okay. He's going to do both and neither.
Okay.
He's going to walk through the front door because why go to the side? And he will make his way to the barista about, we'll say, 3 to 4 people back.
Yep.
From the so that way he still has to wait a little bit, but not too much, and he's going to chat up whoever it is that's at that point.
Okay, cool. Just roll me an edge check.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't know why we have to do this silly edge stuff. It's not the right character.
I just want to make sure you don't crit.
Oh, well, I did kind of.
God damn it, Benny.
I did a form of critting.
Awesome. So like when you're walking up and you're about to like start this conversation, and like a voice comes over from like behind the lineup, and you just hear a voice being like, Sarah, and she turns around. She's like, yeah. She's like, 1 second back here. She's like, oh, okay, and she like turns and walks out of the way, but she like drops her book bag, and like splashes on the books, and the guy behind her like leans over. He's this like really mousy looking guy, like really kind of like stringy hair. The kind of guy that looks like he's got like a charisma of like 1 or 2. He's wearing like long blue robes, and he's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," even though he had nothing to do with it. And he starts like busily helping her pick up the stuff. And there's kind of a commotion, so you can just step into line.
All right, yeah, I will do that exactly. And poor kid. Well, at least he's alive.
Yeah. So
you have that going for him.
Yeah. So the girl Sarah, the girl that was called for by Sarah stands up. She's like, "I'll be right there, Ashley," and she like runs off with her bag back to the back of the line to stand with her friend. And then this kid just kind of sheepishly stands behind you. He gives you kind of like a look, like he's like, I think that guy just cut in front of me, but he's like clearly not going to say anything about it.
And did he also give the look of, that guy looks familiar, but I'm not sure why?
No, he didn't. Bad metagaming, bad Benny.
Okay. Vex will just step in, and he'll actually turn back to the kid, smile and nod, and start up another bullshit conversation with the kid.
Can you guys hear the music coming through my mic?
I cannot.
Okay.
But I also have terrible.
Okay, good, because my mom just started cranking Bryan Adams. Just, like, insanely cranking it, but I think I'm far enough away that my mic isn't picking it up.
I'm sorry.
It's like 10 o'clock at night, and, like, she's, like, on the other side of the house in their living room, and she's just cranking Bryan Adams. Interesting.
I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. So,
Just crayon things.
yeah, Jaguar, you show up next. Do you want to like park and walk in, or do you want to like park in front? There's only like really one space in front if you're driving up to it.
What I would probably do is, get as close as I can, and then just grid guide the car to drive around the block a few times while I head in.
All right, so your car pulls up. You kind of like double park for like half a second. You just climb out of the car and walk up. You see the same thing as Vex did. Um, you look in and you see like a whole bunch of people, lots of lots of young college kids, lots of people with the kind of people that have money, but they want to look like they don't have that much money because 2075 hipsters.
Yeah.
What do you do? You're right in front.
I, check myself out real quick, make sure I'm all put together, and then head on in. Probably get in line behind the really smooth-looking dude in line and the kind of goofy-looking guy he's talking to, and wait my turn to get some soy calf.
Okay, so you're gonna try to cut in line too?
No. I would go back to the back of the line.
Okay, because there's like actually quite a lot of line behind them, and actually by the time you get there, they're probably actually at the till. So yeah,
Okay.
you have like 10 minutes to get a drink. What were you saying, Benny?
Let me ask. Sorry, let me just ask this question. So everyone here looks very much not like Le Jaguar, correct?
I don't know, Jaguar. How much? When you walk in, what do you look like?
Okay, first off, she is probably the hottest orc you've ever seen in your life. She's super, super cute. She has a dark pair of jeans on and a, very flattering, form-fitting kind of tank top on with a zip-up hoodie over top of it, just because, a little bit of rain, she doesn't want to get wet. She has a pair of, slightly oversized, because that's fashionable, mirror shades on. Very well put together, but definitely looks kind of casual for, to fit in with the university crowd. Everything's very clearly, if you, study her, it is clear that she spent a lot of time thinking about what she was going to wear now.
She probably fits in pretty heavily here. How old is she?
Absolutely. She is 24, I think, or 22, I can't remember.
Okay, so she looks probably a little bit old for the crowd because she's an orc, but she definitely looks like she's hip and with it and like fits in. Jaguar, you probably do notice everyone here really fits in aside from the two people who are getting coffees at coffee. They're getting their drinks served to them. They've already ordered. There is like a really sheepish looking guy in like a long blue like cloak. And like really like stringy hair and like really like he's almost sickly looking, but like he's kind of excitable. And then and then another person, Vex. How odd do you look here?
Well, that depends. How odd does a, I think late 20s, maybe early 30s elf in a Argentum, in a freshly pressed Argentum suit, look?
You could look pretty much like somebody. You could look like somebody's older sibling, somebody like visiting kind of thing. You probably don't look like a student, but you don't scream runner.
Okay.
So really, the only weird person you see, Jaguar, is the guy in the blue cloak.
Okay. I would, first of all, give him a kind of weird look because he definitely stands out.
He doesn't
and
notice.
Think to myself, dude should probably wash his hair or something like that. But I figure he's probably in on the job in some way. But, just try and keep my eyes open, keep aware, but also try not to draw too much attention.
Awesome.
She can't help but do it, but she would try not to.
The attention you're drawing is mainly like lewd looks.
Yes.
And the line's a lot shorter now than what I described to Vex. You can basically get in like 7 or 8 people behind. It's just near the door.
Okay.
Vulcan and Heels. The two of you show up at the exact same time. What are you both driving?
Jackrabbit.
Also a jackrabbit.
Awesome. There's like one spot in front that's just like big enough for a town car. There's a jackrabbit on both sides. It's like a spot big enough you could kind of park 2 jackrabbits in there. You guys both pull up from opposite directions, and you're like, the intersection, like this is on the corner. So like Vulcan, you've just come through the intersection, and you could like do a UE into the spot. And Heels, you could do a right into the spot, and it might be big enough to fit 2 jackrabbits.
Honestly, I'm on Grid Guide, so I'm gonna end up doing whatever Grid Guide thinks is best.
All right. Grid guide
I'm legitimately
heals.
grabbing it.
Heals. Grid guide just pulls you into that spot and starts pulling forward. Vulcan, you're pulling in. You see another little jackrabbit pull into the spot, and it takes up like most of the first half of it. And do you want to take the spot behind it, or do you want to do something else?
No, I'll take the spot behind it.
Okay, cool. Roll me a driving test, just because you're gonna kind of like do a Yui and like grab into that spot.
Yeah. Let me
Here
look
we
at it.
go.
I really regret I didn't actually get the rank in driving.
It's okay. It's not the hardest test in the world. Okay. So you needed one success. So like you turn around and you like drive into the spot, and right as like heals, right as your grid guy disengages and says thank you for the spot, there's just like a bump as the jackrabbit pulls in behind you and like bumps your car slightly harshly.
I sigh and get out and look at the idiot who just hit me.
What do you look like when you get out? And the bang, by the way, for those inside, it's just loud enough that like most of the people in there don't take notice. But you know, runners, you know, a little more on edge, you would probably take notice and like be able to look over and see that a slight bump has happened outside. You know, it's like jackrabbit plastic going plunk.
I have a mid-length skirt, blouse, and a armored jacket on. I have cyber legs, and I am not wearing shoes, and instead just have the cyber feet hanging, and my namesake heels of spurs out. I told you she is very pink mohawk. And she is 2 wearing
How
mirrored...
short is that skirt, and how far up do the cyber legs go?
The cyber legs are both full cyber legs.
Okay, so they're like hip joints and everything.
All the way
They
up.
go up to the hip joint, where there is a weird mix of flesh, but that's all hidden.
Yeah.
It's
But-
mid-thigh for the skirt.
Okay, so all people can see from the skirt down is cyber leg.
Is cyber leg. And her hair would currently be pretty... It's short hair, and it's not cropped. It's made into a bunch of different spikes and whatever is a reasonably fashionable set for the time. And then she has obvious floral tattoos across her torso and neck.
And Vulcan, so there is a cyber-legged, very, very odd person for this area. You know, doesn't look like she fits in with an armor jacket in Ravina. Staring at you. You are in your car, so she can't see you. What do?
I just roll down the window, poke my head out, and go, "Sorry about that."
What does she see when you stick your head out?
You see a long-haired elf, long silver-haired elf. I got aviators on. You can probably see like my armor jacket. It's kind of the fashion of a biking jacket. Not a biking jacket, but like lacrosse, not a lacrosse jacket either. My God, motorbike jacket. It's like the very form-fitting one. I can't think of words at 1 in the morning. And that's about it. Nothing too obvious in terms of cyber. You do see a little like burn scar on his neck, but that's about it.
Okay, I smell him.
Why do you smell me?
Because I want to get a feel for you since you just hit my car, and...
Well,
Okay,
I just
with 7
had a
successes,
shower.
she smells you perfectly. What emotions does she smell? Oh, by the way, you also smell before that. You also smell like the distinct whiff of like real coffee coming out of this coffee house, and like 50 or 60 different perfumes, and like 30 or 40 different colognes. So you can only smell Vulcan a little bit, but you are much closer to him than everyone inside.
Yeah.
I guess you would smell whatever emotion is of I don't really care.
You smell indifference,
The sweet smell of indifference.
which basically means you smell like almost nothing that has anything to do with emotion, and you're like, and so you either don't know if you smelled him or if he just smells like I don't give a fuck.
Do I smell either tailored pheromones from him? I imagine there would be at least some inside the shop, and also propellants or anything like that that would indicate firearms use.
The big thing is your dice loaded into a lot of those successes on the rear, and there are a lot of negatives for that kind of thing. I'm not sure if you know it on Vulcan, primarily because there is a lot of tailored pheromones in the air. Like, you can pick up within like 10 meters of you. No, you can pick up within like 2 meters of you. There's 4 different people. There's a woman walking past, like right next to you. There's like a guy sitting at a table outside, and there's some smell of it coming in coming from inside. What was the thing you asked about? Oh, propellant, like guns.
Yes. Also, I'd start filtering out the tailored pheromones.
Yeah, you can pick up like a lot of like small caliber, but nothing like exactly nearby. But like clearly, like there's a lot of small caliber stuff coming in and through here, kind of thing. You know, regular kind of arms, that kind of stuff. A bit of like taser propellant, but other than that, probably nothing at the moment.
All right.
Vulcan, did you get out of the car?
Yeah, I got out of the car.
What does everyone see after, the shaggy-haired elf?
I guess how everyone's, like, into fashion. You see Vulcan, who just does not care for fashion. So he's in, like, jeans and, like, probably boots.
Awesome.
I put my hands in my jacket pockets and move to the front, look at the damage.
Awesome. Did you back up, or are they still, like, touching?
Yeah, I backed up before I got out.
Okay, cool. So you just did the whole, like, push that car forward so I can fit here thing.
Yep.
Awesome. By the way, in my world of 2075, South American, European, and Asian driving has come to North America, where bumpers are for pushing cars around. So, cool. So yeah, you climb out, walk in. Both of the two of you get some looks. One of the guys that had the Taylor pheromones sitting in the table right by the front, he is staring very lewdly at Heels' legs. And you hear like the woman that walks by you. Mutter. You both hear her mutter something about like, that is so retro chic, while she's looking at like Vulcan. And she's like muttering into a comm link, obviously, and you guys can walk inside. Vex, what did you do when you finished your coffee? There's about 2 or 3 minutes before these guys show up.
Vex would probably actually have gotten a couple of coffees, one for him and one for whoever else would show up at his table that he had made. Because there wasn't a specific table that we were given, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. So he'll just kind of rest his feet up. If there's someone nearby to chat to, he'll start talking with them. Otherwise, he'll just pull out his deck of cards and start trying to figure out how he did that damn trick.
Awesome. There are lots and lots of people to talk to. Like, you can talk to, a couple of young, attractive women, a few jocks, a few nerds. Really, it's just where you want to sit. Do you want to sit, like, up top in the lounge or down at the tables, or...?
The lounge seems nice.
Okay, so you can go up the stairs. There's, like, a few... The railing is actually, like, a bar top that you can sit at stools and look down over the place.
Okay.
Okay, so you can sit there. After, like, you start playing with the cards, a young lady looks over at you and is like, "Huh, what? You know any card tricks?" And she comes over and starts chatting you up.
Vex excited at the opportunity to not only woo a lady, but also show off how fantastic he is at card tricks. Disguises his excitement in the form of a wonderful little monologue to her. It's like, okay, it's fine. It's very simple. All I need you to do is think of your favorite card. Do you have that card in mind?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now I want you to search through this deck, and I'll hand over the deck to her. Search through the deck. Find that card.
She, like, doesn't really pay much attention, but, like, grabs the card, and she's just, like, staring, like, very, very intensely into your eyes. She's, like, 18, 19.
Oh, perfect. All right. So she's not even really paying attention to what Vex is doing?
No, you're Charisma 9,
Okay.
and she looks like she's a human, and she looks like she's a stunner for a human, but she's just, like, gotten up the excitement to be like, I'm gonna go talk to that guy.
Does she seem very bright?
Roll a judge intentions.
Okay. Alrighty, judge intentions.
After all, you've only been talking to her for like 20 seconds.
Oh, this is perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, you really have no idea. Like, she seems like she's, like, well-dressed and, like, she carries herself well, so she could be anything from, like, you know, a really brilliant, like, statistician to the dumbest girl who is here on an aesthetics scholarship.
Alrighty, in that case, Vex is going to do one of his ways of filtering out who is smart and who is not. He's just going to start talking with, albeit a poor accent, an accent nonetheless. And he'll just say, all right, so just put it back on top, Got it on top?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right. Now think of a number you like.
Yeah.
And it's at this point that he remembers that he's supposed to be doing a trick. And let's see how well it goes for him. Not well at all. This is perfect.
Awesome.
Right,
so she's thinking of the number and, like, blinking her eyelids, like, in an absolute cliche.
Okay. And he's like, okay, but that number doesn't matter. Just keep that number in mind. And he'll take the deck back from her with the card still on top.
Yep.
And he will pretend to shuffle, but not really shuffle it at all, because he's just going to move his hands up and down. Because it seems like she's not actually even looking at the cards at this point.
Yep.
And
she's really not.
Yeah, and then he's just going to place the card back down in front of her, and then shuffle the rest of the deck. And he's going to do this wonderfully charming thing of going through the rest of the 51 cards that are not right in front of her, and holding it up in front of her and saying, "Oh, is this it? This is it?" And to the point where the entire deck is gone. And at which point he's just going to go, "I don't know what happened to that card," and then wait till she looks down to see that card in front of her.
She doesn't look down, and she just, like, gets into the stool next to you and, like, shimmies the stool closer to you, and starts and says, "In Spirithial, I was thinking of the number 2." And at this point, we'll cut to Jag.
Okay.
Jag, basically, you see the you are now at around the time that's happening, and when the car goes, like, thump. You are sitting there. Sorry, not before the car goes thump. Right when that guy in the cloak walks away and, like, takes a seat at the table, you're getting your drink, whatever it is you ordered.
Okay, I actually ordered some real coffee because middle lifestyle, and when I hear the car go thump, I'm gonna turn, kind of start a little bit and turn and look, see a woman, not only a woman, a sibling, a fellow orc woman, a powerful, strong, modern orc woman, much like myself, and just kind of nod my head, and then I see the obvious cyber legs, and I'm like, okay, this is it. And as she and the elf gentleman walk their way in, at this point, I will be cradling the coffee in my one hand, and I will, with my other hand, very, very slyly, come up and pull down my shades. Make eye contact with Heels, wink, and then step out of line. Head on over to him.
Heels, what do you see when you turn around to, like, get a bearing on where all those scents were after you glared at Vulcan? You see this, powerful sibling give you this heavy glance. Although, the mirror shades might give away a hint or two, she also could just look like, another yuppie. I don't know. It's up to you. And she, like, gives you the look. What do you do? As Vulcan walks up behind you and, like, stands beside you. I'm assuming that's what you're doing, Vulcan, unless you're doing something else.
Yeah, I assume she's a runner with those legs, so.
Okay, cool. That's what I got from what you said earlier. So, Heels, what do you do?
I will pull off my own mirror shades, close them, stick them on my blouse, and head over to her.
All right. So, as you guys cross the threshold, Vulcan, what do you do?
I wait. I think that they know each other, so I just like, all right, I'm not gonna be rude.
Okay, as you guys walk in, from up on top of the like lounge area, you hear like a whoop whoop whoop, yeah, woo woo, and like 5 or 6 different people start hooting and hollering. Vex, this woman has tried to like reach across into your lap and start making out with you. What is your reaction?
I mean, again, gosh. All right. I swear if I had a nickel. All right. So,
She's like, do you have, do you have want to like do anything else to like understand anything more about her? She's 5 charisma plus some other things that are affecting it, so she's pretty hot.
okay. All right. I just realized I have a thing. Let me just roll 14 dice.
Oh, this guy. Benny, don't ever change, buddy. Excuse me while I roll these 14 dice, guys.
No, it's a thing.
13 hits. 13 hits.
No, this is
not
like,
a big
you see
deal.
the way Vex has
It's not
been
a big
rolling,
deal,
guys.
guys.
He's probably not going to do. Okay, never mind. He's fine. All right.
Oh, that's seducer spirit, isn't it?
Yeah. I thought you were doing this on purpose.
I forgot about that. I was just bugging you for. I was just going after you because you have exceptional attribute charisma.
Yeah, no, like I figured, like, oh,
Okay,
we're at
yeah,
a,
so
we're
that-
at a co-ed bar.
So
and-
that too, she is a very hot woman who's basically she's basically climbing into your lap. She's like in a short skirt. She's got like one leg up on your hip and like one arm around your shoulder. If you didn't like forcefully shove her away, and she's trying to put her mouth on yours.
I mean, it'd be rude to just deny her outright. So I'll let it happen initially, and then after a little bit, I'll be like, I'll have to kind of like cut her off.
Okay,
and,
so you guys snog for like 10 seconds, and like on like the 3rd or 4th second is when the hooting and hollering is going on. We'll cut back to you in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
When you may or may not want to quit it. So what are you guys down at the bottom? Vulcan and Heels can see this obviously. Jag, you have to like turn around and be like, what the hell's going on? But you can look up and see. Although Jag, you can just barely see them because you're closer to like the angle. So you're just seeing up and you're just seeing like 2 hands like clutching over top and like a little bit of like arm movement. But the other guys you can see clearly.
I was like looking over my sunglasses. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
God damn it,
I'm
Vex.
in a college barista. That explains it.
My last run was with Vex, so I recognize him.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I think he's very good at card tricks, actually. But
oh, this is gonna be great because I'm sorry. I really hope you show up for this one for the next part.
so I'm kind of like, oh hey, another person who I know is a runner, but I'm not going to pay too much attention.
Around when you guys look up, and this is about the 10-second mark, there's 3 baristas, 2 like really attractive, but we're talking like 4 charisma, like like 4 charisma, but like well put together, normal attractive, not this person's gonna make it in their life being attractive. And then there's like one guy, he's a little burlier, looks like kind of like a jock, but he's older, he's like in his like early 40s, late 30s. He leans over the bar and he's like, "You fucking kids! Don't make me come back up there! You know we put cameras up there!" And at that sound, Vex, the girl like tries to like turn around and put her hips like over top of you, and she's trying to like straddle on top of you. What do you do?
This point, well, I don't have to roll another one, I hope. So Vex is just going to very politely kind of guide her back down to her side of the booth.
Roll con seduction to
Okay. All right.
to get the upper hand in this, because at the moment you don't have the upper hand.
All right. I don't have the specialization in seduction, but
That's okay.
There's
Tie goes to the defender.
ah.
So like you put your hands on her and like you're like trying to be like, oh man, I gotta work. And at that point she like puts both her hands on the back of your hair and like pulls your hair back and like kind of like bites your lip. You have to roll seducer again.
I'm being defeated by a non-optimized NPC, guys. Help! I'm being
After he
hacked.
rolls seducer, I'd like to interject.
Yeah, no, basically this thing going on up there is happening for like 2 seconds, and then everyone else is gonna go back in. So Vex, what is your
Stranger Days.
what is your response? You're gonna have to be more forceful if you want to push her off.
He's just gonna like start like reaching across the table, like just spastically slapping at the different cards at the deck, and he's gonna pick up the card that was her card.
Yeah.
And he's gonna like very like awkwardly around her start to like pull out a pen and start to write a com code on that card.
That's awesome.
And then-
Okay. So it's gonna
and then-
take you. It's gonna take you. Roll an agility. I'm just
Oh,
gonna see how
God.
long it takes you to do this.
Do we have to? Oh God!
If,
All right.
if you don't want to be rough to her and you want to get her off,
Oop.
the proper way, the appropriate for a public room way, roll agility to see how long time it takes you to write this.
If he's having trouble with it, he's just gonna physical mask this fucking card.
Okay, no problem. Roll it.
Oh God. Hey.
Yeah,
All right. 2
no-
out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, no problem. You're able to like get the card over, and you're able to like kind of like use your elbows to keep her like in place and like write your com code on it. It's gonna take you like 10 seconds.
Of
Down
course.
down at the bottom. This is back when like this is after the second hooting and after the yelling. Who is it that had an idea that they wanted to say something immediately?
Heels was going to try using the com code she previously had for Vex and just send him a quick, hey, you want some help with that, or are you just having fun?
Oh, this is awkward. Uh-oh. This is something that Vex was hoping people wouldn't find out till a little bit later.
Awesome.
So that com code you have, this number is no longer in service. Sorry about that.
Is that a genuine response? Like it actually isn't in service, or is that like Vex telling me it isn't in service?
When was that run?
It was the 4th?
Okay. All right. So here's a little bit
No,
of
the
out of game
second.
thing. Okay. And today is the 5th.
It's a sixth.
Okay.
Where I am.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be at
4 days.
for simplicity's sake, we'll say that yes, is out of service because he has a little system that he does, and either way, that com code is no longer valid.
Okay.
So you get back a message. It's just from the automated system. It says that com code is an invalid contact number.
Okay. Then I would leave it be, since Vex is a big boy and he can use a card trick to get her off of his lap if he needs it.
Awesome. So around Vulcan or Jag, do you do anything in the next like 2 or 3 seconds?
Yeah, I was gonna make my way over there.
Okay, so you start walking to the stairwell. And the guy in like the blue robe steps up from a table that was right next to you guys. The kind of like he was like 3 feet away from you, and he's like, and he like leans in close as you walk by. I don't know. He's like really sheepish and impish, so he may have like startled you or not startled you depending on how badass you are.
No, he hasn't startled me.
Regardless, he's like, you're the runners I'm meeting.
Give us a second. We'll be back. And I'm following Jaguara.
Jag, what do you do? Vulcan's walking up the stairs.
Oh, Vulcan then. Since I've pretty much figured out at this point that he's probably a runner.
Yeah.
I would turn around, take in what's happening, or at least as much as I can from upstairs.
Yep.
Notice that the 2 obvious runners are going up the stairs. And I would probably turn to follow. I would take a second to turn to the sheepishly spoken guy in blue.
Yep.
And be like, yeah, we'll be with you in a second, honey. Just give us a minute, please. And then
He
put
looks
my
at you
shade.
kind of like a little like taken aback, like shocked. He's like, oh, okay, and like goes to sit at his chair. Vulcan, when you get close to the staircase, that barista, the larger guy, kind of like storms out from behind the bar and starts like jogging up the stairs. Around the time the barista is jogging up the stairs, like you guys make your way across the room. Vex, you are now able to remove this girl from your lap, and she sees the number and she's like, ooh, and like takes it and like starts fanning herself with it, and she's like very flushed.
Okay.
Can I approach at this point?
Yeah, the barista makes it to the top of the staircase. He's a big guy, unless you want to shove past him, but you can be right behind him when they get to the top of the stairs.
Yeah, I'll be right behind him then. I
Okay.
want to cut the team.
So at the very top of the stairs, the barista kind of like he's getting a little like exacerbated. Like he realizes like you're like a step behind him, and like he doesn't notice till you get to the top of the stairs. He turns around, he's like, and he looks over at Vex, and the girl is like just like rubbing his chest as Vex is like assuming trying to remove himself from the stool.
Yeah, he's like trying to pry himself away as carefully as he can.
You are now successful at prying yourself out of the stool, and the barista kind of like takes a look at you and takes a look at Vulcan standing on the stairs. Heels or Jag, did you go up the stairs as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so right behind Vulcan is standing Heels, and right behind that is Jag, and the barista just like turns and just looks and turns around, and there's some people at a booth behind him, and he's like, yeah, was that your order? I'll get it for you in a second, and like tries to like push his way past you guys, but like obviously can't fit, and very like awkwardly is like doing that like sideways wiggle while trying to not look at you guys in the face.
I just give him a gentle smile.
Yeah, so
I would kind of press up against him a little bit as he goes by and just kind of smile and be like, "Oh, excuse me."
He's actually he's moderately attractive for like an early 40s guy. He looks like he's well fit. He's the kind of guy that fits in a college town, but clearly isn't the regular. He's clearly maybe the owner or manager or something. He's like he doesn't look up at you, but he's like hi, and then he keeps going down the stairs. His voice cracks horribly when he's trying to be manly. Vex, the girl who you have extracted from your lap leans over and she's like, "I'll be calling you tonight," and then like jogs over gigglingly to another stool at the far side of the lounge that's looking over the other side of the barista to where three other girls like high five her, and one of them looks really mad and like hands her like a cred stick.
I approach. I go, you just got played, son.
I swear, these magic tricks are getting better and better. I need to work on them.
Have Vulcan met Vex too?
No, I haven't, but I...
Okay, you're just taking the mental leap that...
Yeah, Vex, at this point, actually looks like very confused. He looks very confused because his magic tricks have just been working much better than he ever expected them to.
The leap is within reason, so I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
Was that with the card trick? You dog.
Kinda. I think.
Right. Are you here for a job?
Oh, yes, I was. Almost forgot.
Follow us. And I would turn around and start heading back towards the guy who was obviously the Johnson, since he asked about runners.
Awesome. He's sitting in a table for 4 people just by the door. Like everyone that wasn't there before at the time before, those who walked in earlier actually like walked past him kind of thing as he was walking to the table. He's sitting there and he's kind of he's turned around in his chair and he's kind of like staring at you guys, and like the last minute when you guys are just about to step up, he's like, and he gets up from his chair and like knocks it over. He's like, I'll get another chair, and like he goes and like grabs the 5th chair.
I stop him and go, no, it's fine, you sit.
Okay.
I don't mind standing.
And he sits. So what do you guys do? There's 3 chairs.
Vex will...
I let the others sit. Yeah.
Vex will assume that the center chair is for him.
There's 4 chairs, so the guy is in one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vex will sit in and seat.
Do you sit next to him or across from the Johnson?
I'll sit across.
Okay.
Is there a wall I can lean against nearby? I can still listen in.
You could lean against the chair that he half brought over. That's like has its back turned to you in the middle of the hall, in the middle of the like walkway.
Actually, Vex, seeing that there's not enough chairs, will go ahead and lean over to the table next to him, and he'll just kind of smile and go say, "I'm sorry to bother you, but by chance, could we take one of those chairs?"
The guy looks up from his tablet that he's like working on. You actually notice it's like a low-grade cyber deck, and he's like, "Yeah, sure," and he just like kicks a chair towards you.
Yeah, I put the other chair back then, if he's getting me one.
Cool. So everyone does anyone not sit down?
Of course,
if I have a chair, I sit down.
Okay, so you're all sitting at the chair. It's a square table, like one like you'd see in a restaurant with like 4 seats kind of thing. He's in the seat farthest from the window. The short side of the table is up against the window, and the other short side of the table has Vex sitting at it. So you guys are all like surrounding this Johnson. He looks like he's like, late teens, early 20s, maybe pushing mid 20s. He's got like scraggly hair, long blue cloak on. He looks like a freaking cliche. And he's got like a heavy book bag, and he's like, yes, so I've been sent here to give you the information on a job that you'll be doing.
Yes.
I sniff him subtly, but I would nod as I'm doing this.
Okay, so that's your
Yeah,
sniff.
I would.
Yep.
You're now inside this coffee shop, so there's like a -4 to that check from like all of the odors in here.
Okay.
So you get 4 successes then.
Yep.
Just remembering off of 3 successes on sniffing. Do you have a cyber nose?
I totally do. And basically, I just want to know if he has tailored pheromones and if there's anything off about him. And I'm aggressively filtering out anything else, though I'll also see if any of the other runners have tailored pheromones.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll go like you can filter out after the negative just because there's so much.
Yeah,
like,
no,
it
that's
overloads. Yeah, there's he looks like somewhat nervous. He feels slightly distracted. Like you feel like he's like a little anxious. He doesn't have tailored pheromones.
Okay.
He does have hair that isn't as well washed as it should be. He's got like a heavy odor of like Axamillion's Evo body spray. And his cloak smells very musty and dusty, like damp and mildew. And then any other runners, is there anything else that Heals picks up on you?
I have tailored pheromones.
Okay.
Otherwise, I just smell super clean.
I probably smell a little bit like whoever it was just a few minutes ago.
Actually, you might think Vex has tailored pheromones.
Okay.
I want to roll a
so
perception
good.
check to see if I can catch her sniffing at this guy.
Yeah, sure.
Ah,
You can roll stealth check, Heals. Just a straight up.
Oh, God.
Just a straight up counter check. Whoever has the most.
Yeah, no. No.
No.
While
No.
Okay, cool. So like, you're used to like, a regular person isn't gonna notice this because she like hides it with a nod. But a runner looks like, hey, Cyber Sam. Maybe they have, scent. Oh, hey, look, that looks like she smelled him.
I just turn around and go, dude, what's it even smelling?
The Johnson kind of like just he looks up from his books and he's like, okay, so, and like he's like completely just oblivious to what you guys have just said. He puts a set of arrows on, like he pulls out of his pocket, like he pantomimes putting out an arrow and putting a set of 4 arrows on the table.
I take one.
I'll take one.
Yep, I'll take one. Leaning on the table while I do it, kind of seem
Awesome.
very interested.
Cool. Vex, I'm assuming you take the arrow too.
Yes, but I'm going to be a little bit late in that because while everyone is like motioning and worried about that, I will be getting 0 hits on the sensing test.
Okay.
Ouch.
So,
can 0 hits actually like?
it does
Nothing.
nothing. Basically, what
You don't
happens
even
is,
like because you can still do astral perception separately from a sensing.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, do
So,
you want to do
what,
an astral? Because you failed your sensing, do you want to do an astral perception? Because like not seeing auras at all is weird.
Basically, what that would be was just like I open up my third eye and I see the world around me, and I notice that there are auras and signatures around me, but I can't. It's so muddled. It's kind of like, have you ever?
You didn't focus properly.
Basically,
Your mind is too busied with the thoughts of her heavy lips and soft bosom.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm assuming Vex is straight, but even if he's not, she's pretty damn hot. The hot transcends.
Vex doesn't like to tie himself down to sexes and genders. It just gets in the way of
Or
it.
species,
2076,
or
man.
metavariants, or
Like it limits so many
Life
options.
forms.
you're a Keeb.
Oh,
Keeb don't care. Keeb just breed.
hey,
Awesome.
how have you know?
Awesome.
Don't worry, I'm giving a bad name for us.
So everyone looks at everyone opens up the arrow. It is the address. It's an address for a club. It's a club in central downtown. It's pretty close to like First Hill, but not quite. It's like a B/AA area. You know, like out of character, what the equivalent is in character. So yeah, looking at that, it's like a time. And there's a calendar, and the calendar has a whole bunch of different days that are like blocked in with like timestamps, and the calendar has like 6 months of pages going back, and a week and a half of pages going forward. And there's a name, Antonio Valenzis. Or
Antonio
I can't even
Valenzi.
pronounce my own name I made up. Antonio Valenzi. And that there's a picture of this guy, and he's a pretty moderately attractive, well-built, a little bit on the scrawny side. Italian-looking, like he looks like he's like half Italian, half African-American. He's got like he's got a like pretty heavily built like musculature, but he looks a little bit on the more frail side. And it's just a picture of him in like a nice two-piece suit, like a Berwick. And the J just waits for you guys to look that over. Oh, and your smell test earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You had distinctly note the odor that is irremarkably noticeable as a Quantami bar. It's a pungent odor. It
Okay.
comes out over the coffee. It had to show up.
SC, you're being a real son of a bitch right now.
I have no idea what a Quantami bar is.
It's an Awaken granola bar. They sell like there's an Evil Corp subsidiary that sells them. If you've been in a stuffer shack in the last 6 months, you've seen them all over the place. They have these big AR displays, and they're like in heavily like blocked off cages, and they're like 100 nuyen a bar. Yeah, they're this
They're all
big fucking
terrible.
thing that they're pushing, and yeah, it's up to you whether it tastes like shit or not. But yeah, there's the distinct aroma of an opened Quantami bar coming from his musty jacket. Musty.
Yeah,
Got
if you're
it.
a hipster, it's like the mecca for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Jag would lean in and be like, "He's cute. Who is he?"
He looks up. He's like, he's a gentleman that we need to something. And he looks around. He's like, is this the time where we like start talking in like D&I or like non-verbally? And he's looking around, like he says that out loud while like just his index fingers are in pointing gestures, and they're just like wildly swinging around, pointing at the room.
Well,
Vex will-
if you go ahead.
I
Well,
insist.
if you aren't drawing attention to us by pointing around wildly, it's normally not too much of a risk to be eavesdropped on. However,
His fingers
you'd
like
like to
snap
shift
back
to
into his
D&I?
hands. Yeah, his fingers snap back into his hands, and he looks. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I don't do this kind of thing normally." There are some people looking at you, but they're mainly looking at Heels' legs.
If
Yeah?
you'd like to swap to D&I, that would work for me, and I'd look at the other runners
Up to you,
for
sir.
confirmation.
Jag would pat the Johnson on the leg and be like, "Don't worry, honey. Everybody's got a first time."
Hey-o.
Oh God, one
Hey-o.
second. I need to remember. I need to remember this guy's composure because it's on a different document. Oh God, what was it again? I think it was 7.
Whatever her check is, can I assist it?
He glitched. He glitched.
Yeah, he glitches.
This poor kid. You guys don't even know. This poor kid.
You're on a scholarship, man.
Yeah, so
He's seen some shit. Let me tell you.
So like he looks at you and like his face like kind of like transforms into like this like stone cold like badass look. Like he's just trying to give like the most. It's like he's trying to imagine the most I'm in charge look he's ever seen, and he's trying to give that look. And then his face just basically like it just explodes in like blushing. And he's like, and he quickly goes to, like, cover his groin, and he punches himself in the nuts, and falls over, like, chest on the table, and starts going, oh, that hurts! And he's just groaning for, like, 30 seconds.
Can I make an agility test to make sure I don't spill my coffee while I'm laughing?
Yes, you can. So yeah, he tried to cover his erection that he got so hard so fast that he nutted himself.
I would just go ahead.
Yeah, you can go. I'll say it after.
I would just give Jaguara a look, like a combination of being impressed with her and amused at the Johnson.
I see what you did there.
Awesome. So, Jag, like...
I usually don't find puns funny, but that one was pretty good.
That's great.
Thank you.
Jag, you, like, your coffee, like, almost spills, like, it sloshes, but it like, falls back in, and you're not sure if you, like, badassed up or if you got a little bit lucky, but I'm assuming anybody that wants to be chuckling is chuckling. And a guy walks by, like he's in like a U of S like shirt, and he just like walks up and he slaps the guy in the back and he's like, "Jonathan, you goddamn fucking nerd, one attractive girl," and he like, but like the last half of that sentence is he's walking away.
Well, me being a ex-bodyguard is going to say something.
Awesome. Do you want to interrupt the slap on the back?
Yep.
Okay.
I grab him by the wrist, like lightning quick. If you want me to roll.
Yeah, you probably should. This guy's pretty much a jock, but I'm gonna give him a -4 -4 dice against you.
Okay. What do you want me to roll?
Like unarmed.
Okay. So I'm just touching him. So, can I get +2 for unarmed touch? If I'm just grabbing him arm, not like punching him.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Okay, and I gave him a -4 because he's like not the kind of guy who's used to that kind of thing.
He got close.
So like he really quickly like he sees it coming and like moves away, but like you just managed to like wrap your hand on his wrist and like as he puts his hand out and like it like his hand like grazes the jacket, but like the J doesn't actually feel anything, and the last of his sentence kind of just stammers out as he looks you in the face.
You know, it's very impolite to make fun of people. I stand up and I pull my shades off.
This guy's like a big like broed up like jock kind of thing, but he like looks you guys up and down and like stops and he takes like half a step back, but he realizes his arm is in your hand, and like looks at the group and he's like, I didn't mean anything. He's like, Jonathan, I'm cool. Like I'm cool. You know, we get along. You know, chemistry last year.
Leave him alone, dear.
And Jonathan.
And I lean over. Sorry.
Jonathan kind of like the J like puts his hand up and looks up and he's like, "Yeah, man, like yeah, we're cool, and he's like trying to rearrange himself in his chair.
Yeah, I do like the arm throw, like I throw his arm to the side and go, really should be nice, more kind to people.
He looks and he's like, yeah, sure thing, and like very quickly gets out of the place. But like as soon as he gets outside, he very like strongly punches a parking terminal, and then like he just like stands there for a second, and then like he yells out over the palisade, being like, "Hey guys, football!" and like runs over like runs across the street as cars like honk.
This really is turning into weird science.
Yep,
We just had the Chet moment.
Yeah, I kind of wish that I had turned a goose bell.
What is weird science?
You've never seen the movie Weird Science?
No.
That will be an after-run explanation of how glorious it is. I will be pulling up videos.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, awesome. I will have to check it out. Cool. So, yeah, the Johnson like rearranges himself, and he really doesn't want to look at Jag. He's clearly eliminated his erection in the most violent manner possible.
God.
And he's just waiting for you guys to continue the conversation where he left off, and he's like just doesn't know what to do.
You're explaining about the man in the picture? I get back on track.
He's like, yeah, is that something we talk about publicly in a pace like this? I was just sent here. And he, like, bites his lip.
I think that at this point it would be best to move our conversation to D&I or otherwise another location.
Yeah,
And I've
probably
looked at the
better
other
to get
owners.
out of here. We've attracted a lot of attention. Probably be better to get out of here.
He kind of, like brushes his jacket, and he's like, we should probably stay here. I was told to meet you guys here, but, and, like, he puts out an arrow to, like, you guys can engage him in like, D&I. It's a Trans-Avalon.
Okay.
Yep. I'll take it. Connect.
Yeah, I'll take it. Connect.
Okay.
And, like, do you guys want to roll a perception and, like, a matrix perception?
Oh.
Computer
Yeah.
plus intuition.
Ooh.
Oh, God. All right.
I do not have computers.
I totally frickin' will.
And I forgot to get goggles again. Damn it. Damn my eyes. Almost literally.
My weak eyes. 7 deck. Oh god. Oh god, I glitched.
Okay, so,
God, it was only a metal link, right?
Back on.
okay, Heals and Vulcan. I'll deal with Vulcan's glitch afterwards. Actually, you know what? No, I'll deal with Vulcan's glitch afterwards. Heals and Vulcan. You notice that when you first opened up the D&I call, when you first opened it, his name, like his caller ID, wasn't obscured. But you only noticed the caller ID going no ID available, like during the actual while you were noticing. You didn't have a chance to read it. Jaguar and Vex, you see his name. It's Jonathan Franks.
Good old Johnny Franks.
Yeah.
I will take mental note of that.
Cool. Yeah, it's Jonathan Franks. Vulcan, you, actually, we'll leave that for later. Your glitch doesn't do anything that you know about.
Damn it. Damn it all. Your muscle tone just stops working. Fuck.
Awesome. Cool. So the DNI opens up, and the first thing you guys get is just the DNI is being like, we need his head from the collarbone up. You need to cut out the collarbone because otherwise his data lock is going to have an extra layer of encryption.
I'm sorry, what?
Am I even connected to this?
Yeah, everyone's connected.
God.
You ain't getting out that lucky, buddy.
You want his head without the collarbone?
Well, no, and he sends you like a picture, and it's like a surgical. It's like 3 or 4 stills from a surgical instruction video, and it shows that you need it shows like a bisection of the neck, but instead of just going through the neck, it's down into the collarbone, and it's taking out it's cutting all the way down into C7. So they need the head and the vertebrae C1 through C7. So you have to cut down through the collarbone, and it's like the 3 pictures, and then he says, "Yeah, we need the head plus most of the upper spine."
Okay.
And nothing else?
He says, "No, nothing else."
Oh, honey.
Would it be a problem if we brought more?
In the meat, because you can see him, he kind of looks up and he's clearly thinking, and he's like, and then DNI, he goes, he forgot to that he was in the middle of opening a DNI, and he let his mind go freely, and so after a few paragraphs of he responds with, "No, I think they want just the head because the body has." And he goes, "Oh yes, no, the body has to be left there."
There
Okay.
specifically?
Oh yeah, at the club, the document we gave you. He goes to this club very often. We've deemed it's the best place to remove him, kill him, whatever the hell you do. I don't know if people can live without heads. I haven't worked on that. And then he disconnects from the DNI call for a moment, and like in the meet, he pulls out like a notepad and starts like frantically writing, and he'll like ignore you guys for like 30 seconds while he's ranting, and then he connects back to the DNI call. And he's like, yeah, did you guys do anything during those 30 seconds?
I would try to get the other runners information for... Actually, no, I wouldn't, because I'm not a decker on this character. Carry on.
You're all in a DNI call, so you could just open up a separate network, just somebody has to, like, initiate.
Yeah,
I just would.
Jag would do it. But she would also just kind of give the other runners a weird look. It was very, very strange request made very nonchalantly over DNI.
Yeah, I would DNI Jaguar and Heels and go, so, pretty ladies, can I get your information for work?
Yeah, let me start an extra network.
And then I say Vex, because Vex just give me your information.
So, who'd you send that to? Was that to Vex, you said?
I send that to Vex, and then I just send a nicer message to the girls.
Vex will just send a message back. That's pretty forward of you, winky face.
Don't be a stereotype to our people, please.
I can't really hear you very well. I'm sorry.
How old is Vex?
Can you speak? I think something's going on with my headphones. I can't hear you very well.
No, he's quiet.
Okay.
Am I quiet again?
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but
That's better.
that is a little better.
I got to replace this mic. I asked, how old is Vex?
Vex is 28.
Okay, I'm a lot older than you.
That means nothing. I don't understand.
I know, but I mean different times, man. You know, almost 10.
Yeah.
We're almost 10 years apart.
Yeah, no, out of character. Sorry, that was a bit too in character there. Sorry.
Okay, so is anybody going over anything particular while this Johnson is writing down notes furiously? Did anybody want to try to visually eavesdrop on the notes?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying next to him because I did grab that guy's hand, so I'll peek over and be like, oh, what's this?
It's some sort of shorthand. Everyone can see it. Vex, do you want to roll some sort of knowledge to try to make sense of the shorthand?
Yes, as long as I can pop back.
Vulcan, you do notice one of the words that isn't in shorthand is necromancy with 3 underlines on it and a question mark, and then there's some lines to some other stuff he's working on.
I really wish I would play Mr. Solomon now because Mr. Solomon's actually interested in necromancy. I won't explain.
Vex, was there any sort of check you could roll, knowledge-wise?
Yes. Before I go, I just want to remind you of the 4 hits on the astral perception when everyone else was talking through DNI. He decided to just kind of not pay attention to that part.
Okay, look around. Okay, yeah, astral perception. There are 2 people not located around here that have some sort of astral auras. What?
Oh, I was just cutting you off. That was for the Johnson specifically. That was a...
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. That was me reading his aura.
And I was getting to that. It was astral perception, so you're checking whether he has one, right? Not getting information like a sensing?
No, that was a sensing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, you're sensing the Johnson specifically. Earlier, you were just a sensing in general?
Yeah. Well, this is with the -1 and then adding in the benefit for studying in detail.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So you're spending 20 seconds looking at him. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't explain it very well. I was sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Where did the sensing thing table? There it is. Just double checking. Yeah, so this guy, what's your magic?
Magic is
it doesn't
6.
matter. Your hit's so high I can tell you exactly. This guy's magic is 7. He's initiated twice. He's got a couple alchemical regions on him. And his aura is heavily in divination magic.
I see. All right.
Pretty cool.
Now I know some things that I already know.
Yeah, now you know something. Now you know something that isn't metagaming anymore.
All right, thank you, GM. Okay, so I
I'm
will
glad you
file
rolled that because it was actually I'm kind of sad because it would have been funny to watch you flounder.
I would have been. I was a little upset that he rolled that well. I was not expecting him to do that. So back on the track though, I do have magical lore with a specialization in modern mythology.
You don't get the modern mythology, but you can roll magical lore.
Okay, all right. So that's 6 whole dice, guys. You ready for the fate of this mission to be held on 6 dice?
Oh yeah.
Bring it
That's
on.
what Edge is for.
I don't see why I would do that.
Benny historically never spends edge on anything, so
Okay, you basically you come out of the ascensing and you don't have very long to like look at it. And the only thing you catch is along the top. It in shorthand it says research later second lunar cycle. And then that's all you see because it was out in the open. You just sucked to see the whole thing in time.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool. So after that, he comes back into the DNI call, and he says, so we need the head. This is gonna be the location. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to leave the body. It doesn't have to be in the open or public, or they just want to find it there. Like we need the head. He's not supposed to have it.
Like he
Sweetheart,
doesn't
you
own
are a
it.
freak.
No, he doesn't own. He's not supposed to own the information that's in the thing that's in his head. And like in real life, he kind of like puts his hands up defensively.
All right. So why don't you tell us what's going on about this guy?
He looks. He's like, well, I'm not really sure. They just sent me over here to talk to you guys. It's just kind of what I do now.
Who's this they?
And like, you see like you see the little like is typing message for like a split second, and then he stops and he's like, I'm pretty sure that's not the thing you're supposed to ask, or I should be telling, right? And he gets like a little like flustered in the meat.
Well, you're also not supposed to give away the they.
Well, and like he grabs like his cloak and rearrange it, and he's like, I just like, you guys can get ahead, right? That's not hard.
I was
Well,
born with one.
information on his head.
I like to think that I know how to get ahead in life.
Hey,
Did you chuckle like in the meat after typing that?
LeJag rolls her
yes,
eyes
of course he does.
very visibly.
Awesome. Jag, as you're rolling your eyes, you notice that one of the people that's been like staring at the legs of Heels is now more focused on staring at you, and very quickly looks away. Like, oh shit.
I would smile back and kind of give the finger waggle, hello, wave, and then go back to the conversation.
Okay.
awesome.
Awesome. Cool. So the Johnson's just like, so like we need you to we've got your location, we've got where you need to take it. Like what else do you need? Like you know.
Protection? Does this man have any bodyguards?
Oh, well, that's why we want this from the club. When he goes into the club, his guards are less close to him. Everywhere else you'd meet him, his guards would be right on top of him. When he's in the club, his guards are free to like fraternize, and they rely more on the security of the club in general. But they rely more on the the outer security. I think we've determined that this is the weakest, easiest place to get him as he lowers his guard here.
Fuck. I hope I can sneak a gun in.
Do you ask that?
Yeah, I think I say, how good's security?
He goes, I don't have like specific security details, but like their matrix page and like their matrix page is pretty clear about that. They have mad scanners, but they have they allow small arms and everything like that. It's a grunge club.
Oh, okay. I probably.
And like when he says like grunge club, he's basically like referring to like slang. That it's like a club where nice rich people go and want to like feel like they're more in the thick of things.
Like
It's a hipster club. It's not actually a dive bar, but it makes its living being like a dive bar. So like you're allowed to bring in like small arms and like that kind of stuff.
I have a small arm gun. One quick question at a game. I have legendary or solid reputation for bodyguard or protection. I think I can roll that there to maybe get a gun in a higher caliber, because I am known as a.
Like out of game, like you could roll that, but you'd have to be knowing who you are. So if things went bad, then like there's benefits and negatives to it. Like yes, you could bring a better gun in, but if that's because they know who you are and they trust you to some degree. So if you use that gun on them, they also know who you are.
I'll just have them cut the head off.
Awesome. Yes, that's some good legendary rep there. Okay, cool. So he says like so like this will be $16,000 for each of you.
Nguyen, you mean?
Yeah, that's what he types.
Okay. I didn't know if this was some weird cult thing that it actually refers to dollars.
That'd be hilarious.
Jag would
Quantami bucks.
Yeah, Quantami bucks. And all the Quantami vouchers you can hold. No, Jag would type back to him, what's the upfront?
He goes, let me check. And he disconnects from the DNI for a little bit. And he's like tapping away at something. He's clearly like writing somebody in AR. And he gets back and he's like, upfront is 4,000. 25%.
Money. Quick, 3 faces, get us more money.
Don't worry, buddy.
I will assist whoever is best to assist.
Well, what do you say to assist?
4,000 to upfront for getting a fragging head off of a guy.
And he looks at you and he's like, but, you know, like, heads are normal. That's runner stuff, right?
Huh?
I have never once in my life had to bring back any part of a guy's body, much less a specific part of a guy's body, including the exact vertebra count. How do I even count vertebra?
And he's like, and then he's like, and like he like kind of and he sends you like a wiki page on a medical procedure for like vertebra.
I just visibly sigh and rest my face in my hand.
Okay, yeah, at this point, Vex would chime in. And, oh, wow, okay. For some reason, I thought you had more than that. Okay, so...
Because he carries himself differently.
Vex would say, yes, very distinctly.
Yeah.
Listen, it's the nature of the job. You know, you want this guy's head, you want some fucking vertebra or whatever the hell they are. I don't know what they are, but you want this stuff, and you want it done in a public place. This is some rough work. You're going to have to come through a little bit more on that.
He looks at you, he's like, yeah, that makes sense. Give me a second. And, like, he types and types and types. You guys can roll.
Okay.
I actually have some dice in negotiation. I thought I dropped it. But,
Is the girl who has a number still around?
If you look around, you can see that her and her friends have moved like slightly around the top of the lounge, so they can just kind of see you, but they're clearly trying to not look at you.
I see. Now, if I'm looking in a general direction, can I open my third eye in a way that I'm not looking directly at them, but essentially my astral self is?
Yep.
All right, cool. I'm gonna be creepy.
So you're basically looking behind you with your third eye, yeah.
Yeah. Study in detail auras of the ladies. 7 dice, go.
Okay. The girl who you know made nice with your face, is not awakened, but she has a fair amount of cyberware in her head and neck.
Okay.
One of the girls has a magical rating that's much below yours, and the other is mundane with no cyber.
Okay.
Okay,
Mundane,
so
no
what was your guys' total negotiation rolls? There's a couple of rolls going on there.
They gave me 5 dice for the assistance.
Yep.
And I rolled... I actually should roll 1 more dice, I'm sorry. Should have rolled 21, but I rolled 20 because I'm an idiot. So...
You're not an idiot.
Yeah, okay, so...
Strong, independent, or woman.
That's right.
6 successes.
Yes,
Strong,
6
orc, and proud.
Okay. So
Strongest, the orcest, and the proudest.
he is going to do. He's going to work his. He's going to work his very, 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 very hardest, and he is going to get a teamwork check from the guy on the phone. So here's the guy on the phone giving a teamwork check.
Oh, that guy on the phone. Say real quick.
Oh my god.
That's the teamwork check of the guy on the phone, and with all the dice that he can hold from
I was
that
gonna say, he
teamwork
can't
test,
hold that many. He can't hold that many.
This is great, guys. You're gonna love this. Oh, I love this.
Glitches.
he
Oh.
glitches. All
He
right.
loses and glitches.
Yeah, so you guys have 5 more dice. 1 second. So I'm going to do a little bit of quick little math here. Let's-
Wiping them out. Project's bankrupt, boys.
If
Okay.
you guys only knew. If you guys only knew.
Okay, he's like, well, I can get you guys like, I can get you guys like, and he comes back and he's like, I've been authorized to pay you each like 21,000, and like I will. I can pitch a little bit in myself. Like I need you guys to do this job. Like if I fail, if I screw that up, you know, I can't get you. I can't. Like I can tell you 21,000, and I'll get you a voucher card. And he's like, and I'll get it like to like a fake sin.
Oh,
Like,
Tell me
don't
it's
even worry
not
about it.
Quantami bucks, my friend, because they've been pushing them at the Stuffy Shack for like 3 weeks now.
yeah,
calm down.
I can only get you guys 21,000 from the boss. I can only get you that. Like I need you guys to do
That's
this,
fine.
but I can get you guys. I can get you guys. You know.
Hey! Shh! It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And he's actually gonna like start handling him a little bit like an animal when he does this. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like, stroking his arm. He's like, "Shh,
You're not
it's
some
fine, it's
person."
fine." He's like, okay, all right. Here's the deal. Just the 21,000. That's perfectly fine. And then you'll just owe each one of us a little favor. We call it in. No big deal. It's not going to be anything like this. And he pulls up the guy's like like horribly photoshopped head. It's not going to be anything like this. It's just we're going to call you up. We might ask you a question. You need to answer it. Everything will be fine. Sound good?
1 second. I actually have to do some math because the glitch
Okay.
responds, but I don't want to blow.
Yeah, I understand. Like he can get super. Like yeah, there's a few different ways to get him out of this, but
Yeah, he looks to you guys and he's like and he's like Dina, he's like, yeah, like tell you what, like I got an idea. Like I got an idea. And let me just finish that math. He says, tell you what, if you guys can take 20,000, you're gonna make me look good, and then you guys, if you need anything, like, you know, I got stuff I know. I got like I'm good in research. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy to know. You can call me if you need something.
Shh. Like he kind of like strokes the Johnny's face, just like lightly with his fingertips. Shh. It's okay. It's
I
okay.
heal. Please don't make him nut himself again. Love all that is holy.
Just
I
D
can
and I
handle
back.
one shot.
No promises.
I can handle one job, but they
So-
tend to roll in packs.
Basically, what he's offering, he's offering you like that he'll work as a connection. He's willing to like work with you guys going forward, like as a connection. He's trying to sell himself for $1,000.
Sounds good.
That's a pretty.
That's what he's
that's a
value.
dec-
That's what he's valuing himself is, but he's trying to value himself as higher.
That's
I would deny to the team that I'm inclined to accept just to spare this guy a tiny bit of his dignity. Not that he probably has any.
I'll D and I back. I don't think his dignity is that tiny.
Heyo.
Hey,
I would DNI.
He just
I
nutted
don't know.
himself.
You didn't feel it in your hand.
I'll D and I back. Sounds like you didn't either.
Okay, roll.
Okay, I have one question. Are you guys DNIing this in the group DNI or in the private DNI?
I mean, show dominance.
Benny, if you game, I'm game, buddy.
Let's.
Yeah, let's do it.
So this whole conversation, his jaw is like dropping farther and farther and farther, and he's actually looking so far to the left that he can only see Vulcan because he's trying to look away from Jaguar. So it looks like he's like staring at Vulcan, but Vulcan, if you look at him, you realize he's like staring out the glass past you with a vacant stare, as like his face blushes like tomato red, and like his jaws drop, and like a tiny bit of drool is forming on his lip.
Okay, at this point, I would DNI to the team only. I wonder what'll happen if, and then at the same time in the meat space, I will blatantly feel him up.
Oh dear
Oh God! Oh God!
And
This is
Oh,
gonna be
God,
the rut,
why?
guys. This is gonna be the rut, guys.
I'm just gonna turn. I'm just gonna
Guys, do you
clone my
remember the
knuckles
time that we
now.
spent 90 minutes at the meet?
That's my run. Yeah, those are my runs.
This is my gun.
Awesome. So you can feel him up. Do you want to like roll something to how violently you feel him up or how nicely you feel him up?
I mean, I'm not gonna be.
Okay, the moment you touch him, he turns into basically a Mexican jumping bean of awkward. And roll agility.
Oh God. Okay.
You can use unarmed if you wish.
I'm going to use unarmed, but I'm going to try to do it in a non-violent fashion.
Okay, and +2 because all you're trying to do is touch it.
Is touch.
I think we have a close to the run.
Yeah. Glad you caught on to that too, Akuli.
Oh my God.
I'm just playing my knucks down.
So like he starts to like he starts like thrashing around in his chair, being like, "Oh God, oh God, oh God!" And he's still trying to stare past Vulcan, and he just DNIs, and it's full of like he's basically like his mind is kind of exploding, so it's full of gibberish. But you can kind of, if you stare at it, being like, "Do you accept the deal? Do you accept the deal?" And like he's just like, "Ah!"
I'm gonna stand up. Keel, where are you sitting in response to me?
Heel is across the table from him, so she's reaching under the table.
So I'm gonna come around the table. I'm gonna pick up.
I mean, I would let go of him after
a moment.
Just a moment.
It was like a brief touch.
Yeah.
So like basically his reaction is like he's freaking out, and like you guys can see what happened, but he's trying to make it like he didn't. He's badly trying to pretend that he is not giving away what happened, but it's clear what happened, and he's clearly awkward. Those 2 successes on his composure basically prevented him from freaking out openly.
Yeah, that's why I'm picking up Heel, and I'm just like walking out with her. I'm like, okay, accept the deal, let's go. You want me to roll something?
Heels, do you go with, or?
I mean, I'm 440 pounds, but I think I would, if he was gentle, I wouldn't like resist. I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'll get up and walk out.
I don't like an asshole. I don't like grab you and throw you. Like I gently pull you away from him.
Like lay a hand on my shoulder and pull.
Yeah, then I throw you over my shoulder. I'm like, all right, let's go. Leave it alone.
You basically go over and put your hand on her shoulder, and you're like, it's probably a good time to walk away.
I'd nod, I'd stand up. I was already keeping a decent amount of weight on my feet because I'm 440 pounds. I don't want to break the chair. Yeah. So I just stand up fluidly and walk out.
Awesome. So the kid is you've let go for like a while now, like 3 or 4 seconds, and he looks back and he's like, "So that's the deal? You guys will do this?"
Yeah. Jag would say, "Yeah, honey," and then she would lean in and kiss him on the cheek and said, "We'll be in touch."
He gets up and runs away, and he just runs away, crashing into chairs and stools. He runs out the side door and runs across the street as cars honk at him. And you guys can see him. He runs into a bookstore He runs into a bookstore across the street.
I would say in Orzet,
and he's shrieking the whole way.
I'd say in Orzet to Jaguara, I like your style.
And I would respond in Orzet and say, "I do too, baby."
Did we really need to do that to that poor kid? Like, really? Was that? This accomplishes nothing.
It was just
It
too
was
fun.
entertaining, and we got 6K out of the deal.
Listen, buddy.
I don't
It
mind
was
a
too
negotiation. Making a kid nut himself for fun doesn't.
Okay, the nutting himself. He didn't. You didn't actually do that to him. He just failed horribly when she smiled at him, and he.
But that was the attempt. That
Yeah.
was the attempt.
Oh God. Okay, so you guys are all standing there. At that, like him running out, all the eyes follow him out, and then all the eyes in the entire place are back on you guys.
Yeah, I would just kind of.
Wait.
The whole place is
wait.
silent. The whole place is silent, and like the music playing does the whole like and like screeches to a halt.
This is my moment, guys.
Yeah, hold on. I take my glasses out like off my shirt, put them on, and go, Vex, play us out.
Vex will very gladly and very proudly stand up, and he will just turn to the nearest person, pull out from his breast pocket a deck of cards.
I put on my glasses at this point, my mirror shades, and observe.
He will fan them out in front of whosoever it is that's in front of him and say, "Please, if you would kindly pick a card, any card."
It's the guy that was looking at Jaguar earlier, and you hear a woman's voice yelling from up top saying, "Two of hearts!"
God, that's just so that's just so cheesily so angry. And like he's just like Vex has to do a small composure to just not eye roll in the middle of his own thing. And Jesus, he is cool as a cucumber, guys. I don't even want to do this trick anymore. Like the real trick is just how cool he is.
So
Jesus.
Everyone's staring at you. Do you look up at where the girl yelled at you?
Yeah, and he'll just like do a quick wink and then go back down to the tricks.
The moment you look up, she whips up her shirt and flashes you. Roll your seducer.
Oh, you're just a dick.
You're just a dick. Oh God.
What? What do I have to fear from Rome? I am Olgar, destroyer of men.
Awesome. Okay, cool.
Benny, what the fuck was that?
That was epic. Okay, so what do you do?
Apparently whatever the fuck I want.
Yes, you do. And nobody actually noticed that because everyone's staring at you guys.
That's fair. Yeah, so Vex
If you
will continue.
look at her again, she is giving you the worst fuck me eyes you've gotten this week.
Ugh. Alright. He will keep the eye rolling to a minimum and finish up this eloquent and elegant card trick as he very awkwardly shuffles.
Does everybody else stay there while he's doing this?
I'm just standing there basically flanking him. I looked up at the girl when she yelled and DNI'd Vex, but I'm basically watching the card trick enraptured.
Awesome. So the guy in front of you picks a card.
Okay. And Vex will do a little bit of just card manipulation here as he just warms up his hands and he kind of just lets the entire audience know, and he goes into this very long speech. And if I have the entire group there with me, like the entire crowd...
The entire crowd of like 40 people is looking at you from the entire store.
Okay.
And the only person who's not looking at you in like interest, because it's gone from like shock and awe to interest, is the guy that the older barista is like standing behind like a rack of like mugs, and he's like glaring at you guys through the rack of mugs. Like the mugs you can sell.
That's fantastic. That's exactly what I want. So here's what I would like. If I have the entire coffee house just enraptured, I would like to take this moment to roll a leadership test and describing the card trick as really a metaphor for meta humanity and our need for cohesion, and how while each one of us is unique and picked by a single entity unknown to ourselves, we still are a unit, a deck of 52, and missing one is missing the entirety of it all. And this whole long spiel.
Okay.
And basically, like, really kind of motivating everyone to
Yep.
not only be the best individual, but be the best member of a group.
Yep.
And of course, my internet is out, so now I have to rely on the luck of someone else with 16 dice.
I
got you, baby.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cully?
Okay.
So three successes.
Oh, man.
You have
Isn't
like
that-
13 dice you could re-roll.
I mean, this seems like the perfect use of a reroll. Oh, I'm back in.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, welcome back.
Okay. And... Oops, that is 16, not 13. Sorry.
We can... Okay, yeah, it doesn't truncate, so you have to re-roll.
Okay, shit. All right. This is me wasting my edge. Oh, even better. Okay.
Awesome. So you get 8 successes, and you launch into like a short soliloquy about meta-humanity and what it means to be togetherness and what it means for the world and what this card trick symbolizes. Roll whatever it is you roll when you roll card tricks.
It's 4 whole dice, and this is adorable.
Okay, and Jaguar, roll con seduction.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys caught the emote, but she fixes her hair and winks at the card trick guy in the middle of the card trick. Okay, and you got 3 successes.
On 4 dice.
And so the guy, when you finish the card trick, the guy goes, "Oh my God, that's my card!" And he turns around with his hands up, and he's like, "This guy's amazing!" And the whole place launches into applause, and just everyone's like, "Yeah, woohoo!" And
So,
like
like,
everyone's like cheering and cheering.
So like from my card, if you're like cheering from the cafe.
Yeah, that barista guy kind of makes his way through the racket and goes to the door, and he kind of like opens the door for you guys, and he is trying to look like he's honoring you, but he's clearly trying to ask you to leave, and he is going to roll his whether or not he pulls that off. So yeah, most of you could probably determine that he's. Most of you could probably buy hits to determine that he's, asking you to leave. But he's scared of you.
All right.
I will strut the hell out.
Right? Like, we're going to take our time. Every last one of us. Vex is going to make sure of it. And
awesome.
Vex using a 5th different accent when he approaches the gentleman.
The Canadian one. That's what I was like. What is going on here, Betty?
Yeah, that's part of Vex is that he lives up to his name.
Awesome.
But he'll just kind of lean into the man and I'll just say, "I hope this is enough for you." And he will put
offensive.
Right? Like, Vex doesn't know. That's the best part. Like, Vex has no concept that what he's doing is terrible, but he just knows that it's not an accent that he used before. And he will put in his pocket, like very slyly, a cred stick with 100 nuyen on it.
Okay, awesome. The Jaguar's car pulls up, like, perfect timing. You guys all get in the cars. The only person who doesn't have a car here is Vex.
Yeah.
I'd offer a ride to Vex if I noticed he doesn't have a car.
Well, after doing my best runway walk out, and then turning and blowing a kiss to the clearly enraptured coffee shop, because I see 2 people in Jackrabbits, I actually drive a pretty nice car. I would also offer my ride to Vex if he doesn't have one. I have an Artemis, so like a full-size sedan.
Yeah. I know what car is Vex taking, right, Vex?
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
I mean, yeah.
The other car pulls up behind the Jackrabbits, like double parked, and you guys can step between the Jackrabbits. You guys can peel off in an entourage.
Perfect. That's
all
exactly
right.
how we will do it.
Everyone
should
peels
motorcade
off.
it with 1 Jackrabbit in the front and 1 Jackrabbit in the back, pulling security.
Yes.
Awesome.
I like it.
So the jackrabbits pull off like badass security. Awesome.
Do we have a location that we're heading to?
Yeah, you have a location. You guys have a calendar on when he's there, what timestamp he's there. You guys have a mark. You have instructions. You even have a surgical guide on how to cut out his head. And with the first 7 vertebrae, you've been explained. The dossier says that there is data in a data lock in his head that they need. And this is the exact way they want to do it. They want you to leave the body there. It absolutely doesn't need to be loud or public in any way, shape, or form. And they'd probably prefer it's not, with the exception of they want the body found there.
With a head and a good chunk of the spine missing.
Yes, exactly.
Is this the sort of surgery one could perform with their feet?
I don't know if there's a precedent for that.
If you wanted to like basically treat it like wine in a barrel and mash his chest cavity into pieces.
No, I have spurs on my feet.
If he's possibly.
Think of his rib cage as tiny grapes.
I also.
No, I'm
have
thinking.
a knife and a katana.
It's the kind of surgery you could do with like a knife and a mallet really easily. Or like kitchen shears, like big ones. Really, the only thing you're gonna have trouble cutting through, is if you skill wise you don't actually have to sever anything bone structure aside from one vertebrae, because you're gonna cut down through. But you could just cut him clear through at the nipples through that section of his body and take that and then cut his arms off. That technically does it too.
I mean. So basically, just aim below the mid-torso when I'm killing him, and if I do really well, I won't even have to do anything else.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Okay.
Heels is not a surgeon, but Heels has a concept of hurting people.
Just this link here that I'm sending you guys. This link is the diagram that comes with you, and so he wants up to C7.
Okay. That's like the entire neck, right?
It's the entire neck and like 2 or 3 inches down inside the chest cavity. Not much.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I can do.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's all the information you guys have. With that, we're gonna take our first 5-minute break.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna bio up. It's actually gonna be like a 7-minute break. So we'll be back then.
That's like 2 Taylor Swift songs.
It's also just enough Baker Cat.
Gives him enough time to shake it out.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Already creepy Link. Let me look at you. That's not bad.
Oh wow, Jagora just got the brute now, basically.
What just got approved?
La Jagora.
Ah. What?
Did you hear about Harrison Ford?
Nope.
What happened?
He apparently got into a small crash with his plane.
Oh shit. Is he okay?
That's what I'm trying to figure
He's
out now.
hospitalized. He is in stable condition.
Oh my god. They're very terrified here.
He may go under some surgery, but he is not life-threatening. Firefighters described his injuries as moderate.
Ooh. Alright.
Harrison Ford, he was injured in a plane crash, but not seriously.
That's still no good.
Yeah, no, but he's He's not dead, and he's not likely to die.
So I'd
Actually,
like some input.
he's almost certainly going to die, just not of this.
I don't know. He could be the Highlander amongst us.
That's Keanu Reeves.
How dare you? Sean Connery his corpse isn't even warm and cold. His corpse is still warm. There's a joke in there involving Sean Connery. And I messed it up.
Ramirez.
Someone was asking for input on something?
Oh, yes. Alright, so 2 different ways I could play Vex as far as the way that he talks. One is he continually changes his accents, and the other is that he just sticks with that very strange, very obviously put on
Southern
gentleman.
I think you should swap back and forth. Like, occasionally you'll stick with a Southern one for a while, but otherwise you'll be changing them.
Okay, so like make that his...
Yeah, make that his thing. That's awesome.
Yeah.
The Asian one was so terrible.
Oh yeah, it's, like the moment that it went into my brain, I was like, this is a horrible idea. Well, it's happening.
It's like, oh wow, I really should do something to not say this. Oh wow.
That's kind of like Vex's MO is to continually confuse people so they're not 100% as to what's going on. Like he spent all of
Are
the
you sure
run
that's
last...
not just your MO?
I mean, it's mostly my MO, but this is like that, like me honing in on specifically that thing.
You play an Amish Decker.
Yeah, that's okay. That is kind of the same. I swear it's usually different. It's like I just got caught in a mood and I made both of them at approximately the same time. I was kind of proud of him last night. He spent the entire evening successfully pretending that he wasn't a mage.
Okay.
It was just like, it was this whole, basically because he did another pretty damn good card trick and he wanted it to stand on its own merit. So when people started asking him if he was awakened, he just totally pretended he wasn't. And then when he summoned a spirit, he just pretended it was a buddy that owed him a favor.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm friends with tons of free spirits, aren't you?
Yeah. So doesn't everyone have like a couple of spirit friends?
I'll be right back.
So I'm digging La Jaguar so far.
You like her?
Yeah.
She's
It's,
interesting. Very much
yeah.
nautically. Very much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, other than being orc,
I gotta keep the
that is,
population up somehow, man.
I always give mad respect for the orcs and trolls of Renaissance because there's just so many goddamn elves and humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't help. I really don't help in that regard.
This edition is just so punching for those two meta types.
For what?
Somebody else-
Trolls?
For orcs and trolls. Somebody else can carry the troll torch. I'm sticking with the orcs.
I like heals. Speaking of which, this is my second run with heals. The first one was so absurdly pink mohawk that while it was really enjoyable, it doesn't necessarily stand on its own merit as me getting to feel the character completely. So if any of you all have any advice at this point or going forward, including regarding the Johnson meet that took an hour and a half, feel free to let me know.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I had a good time.
Yeah, and that's kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
There you go.
Okay, that's kind of the core of the SC runs. Is that it's a lot of, it's very RP intensive, and yep.
I'm back.
Okay, well, I was just about to start talking shit about you.
Oh.
I was just saying how your runs are are kind of the very far end of the RP intensive stuff.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, this is not abnormal for your run to start with a 100-minute meet with the Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I also typically, if my Johnson meet isn't long because of the runners, then the legwork takes up that time. My J's typically give you lots of information.
Yeah.
But
Sometimes a
so
little too much information.
so how'd you guys like the hour-and-a-half Long Johnson meet?
I loved it.
Funny.
I loved it.
If my
Since you
Johnson
weren't-
meet isn't long. Oh god, that's a great pun.
Sorry, I just my brain can't not hear them, and so
Awesome.
You weren't actually here for this question, Crayon, but
Nope.
This is my second run with heels, and the first one was so absurdly pink mohawk, and Benny can attest to this.
nope,
that
not at
it-
all. Perfectly fine. He's blowing it up.
Um, blowing it up like the train we blew up.
It's okay.
I don't remember blowing up a train. I remember flying out of the train completely stark naked, but I don't remember blowing up a train.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I listed this run as pink trench coat.
Did you? I saw pink mohawk.
No,
Oh, well.
it's pink trench coat.
Anyway,
Awesome.
If-
So, what were you
I was
asking?
leading into a question. If you have any advice or comments regarding my playing of heels, feel free to let me know. I gotta admit, I have a tiny twinge of disappointment that La Jaguara is kind of stealing my shtick of the
Sexy.
yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. You're better at it.
There's room enough for both of us, man.
Yes.
It's okay. Later, you can crush people with your heels.
Now, take it as a compliment.
Yeah, like my form of advice is just keep going with it. It doesn't. You're not gonna instantly know how to play the character. It took me like 4 or 5 runs to play Mr. Solomon. That's the
Took
weird.
me a while for
fact.
Sork. Paladin clicked immediately.
All right. So, Johnson meets over. I ran over with you before the break. The information you guys have. Where are you guys going from here? I'm assuming you're going somewhere to plan things.
Yeah.
Anyone know a good place to get lunch?
Yes, I do.
And Benny, are you in Roll20 or is it just missing your picture?
Oh goodness, that is a good question that I do not know the answer to until I refresh.
Okay, you can try to get back in.
There
you are.
Quick question, because we are so close to gangers, to the Halloweeners territory. Should I roll some kind of edge, see if I don't see any?
You're not going to run into you're not going to run into Halloweeners in Ravina.
Okay.
If you start driving like further or something like that, if you guys are going to go like north, maybe after a bit, but because Ravina is right between Inverness and the university, which means it's jammed in between a double A and an A. It's not exactly shitty area.
Okay. Yeah, just so you guys know, my character is radical against the Halloweeners.
Yeah.
So if I see any, I'm going to murder them pretty hard.
Awesome. So where are you guys going? The club you know of is down in Central. It's to the south of here. You've got a really detailed calendar of every time this guy goes for the last like 5 months, and when he's estimated to go again based on that.
I'm going to roll Seattle knowledge, see if I know a good diner or something to go get something to eat while we hash out a plan. Not bad. 4 hits.
Area knowledge. What were you trying to figure out?
That I know of a good diner or something. We can go get a bite to eat and hash out a plan.
This close into downtown, there's Hole in the Wall over in Capitol Hill, the single best runner meat place ever. It's a bar, it's a pub, but all the tables are private with rent by the hour. And Old Man Blind is, I don't remember his actual name, but there's a guy there who's blind and deaf and partially mute, and he just sets you up to a private table.
He's literally perfect.
Yeah, it's actually Hole in the Walls. It's canon. It's actually a place called Hole in the Wall, and 4 is enough to know about it. Is that your chair? I'm sorry, I was using it as an armrest. Awesome. So yeah, you guys can go there.
Yep. So I sent it over to the rest of the team and go, bite to eat?
It's really close, so.
Sure, sounds
I'll
good.
DNI back to sounds good and head over there.
You guys roll into Hole in the Wall. and you get a table, you get a little 4-person table. They open up the little booth thing. They put you in. They close it. The standard white noise generators kick up. Cool. What's the? You guys can talk amongst yourself and ask me any questions about the information you have that you need clarification on.
Honestly, Heels is really not good at this whole planning thing. She's logic 2 and has no experience. She's shadow running for kicks. So she's going to leave the planning to the rest of the team unless they have something they would like to ask of her explicitly.
Okay.
I think I don't have any. I think we got enough information.
So we have a time and a place where they want us to basically take him down. Is that right?
You have many times, but always the same place. The information basically determines that the safest place to kill him is in this club, because when he's in the club, his security guards mingle and they don't stay right on him. But everywhere else he goes, they're on his ass all the time.
Okay.
But you don't have any information about the security guard, and you don't have any information about this guy other than his name and picture, and that you need his vertebrae.
Okay.
Yeah, if we get the name of security company or something, I can probably figure it out.
Oh man, wouldn't it be great if we had like a relatively attractive female that we could use to distract one of the guards while the group of us did our job?
Do you know what would be even better if we had that? What if we had 2 relatively attractive females?
I'm just imagining that like Jaguar like is like a little bit offended at this guy's insinuation that you weren't attractive enough, even though that wasn't his intention.
I'll roll judge intentions for that. I'll roll it.
And Vex.
I'll roll it 2.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to try to figure out, whether or not, because I'm assuming, Vex, that wasn't your intention to insult them. You were more thinking with your seducer spirit, right?
Here's the best part. Vex was not thinking about either one of them.
Yeah.
And each of them thinks that he was talking about the other one. This is,
with 4 or 5 successes, you guys would know that he's thinking about the girl back from the place, and he basically just shat on what you guys do for a living, which is be hot and kill things.
He's gonna be like, let me clarify what I'm saying here.
Let me stop you right there, sweetheart. You're cute and all, but you're a real asshole.
Thank you.
You know that?
Well, no, I was just simply saying that since we have work to do, why would we busy ourselves with that when we could all work on one Johnson rather than spreading ourselves out amongst many?
Drag in another person who isn't a Shadowrunner, who isn't a professional, and who definitely is not paid to do this, and give them some of the fun.
And not half the woman either one of us are. But you got a problem because we got tusks or something?
Probably not a 4th.
Whoa, no, trust me. That's not a problem at all. That's really a feature.
So I'm like trapped between these 2 angry women and this weird guy. So I'm like, okay.
The best part is that Heels can have her hands completely relaxed and just casually raise her foot and shoot him if it really comes to it.
He's just gonna lead into both of them and just say, listen, I have all of the faith that both of you could take down both of these men with one hot stare. That's not my insinuation at all. In fact, I'm quite flabbergasted that this gentleman over here hasn't melted like butter.
I'm rolling judge intentions on this.
This is him, this is. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is him.
He's being genuine?
Yeah, he's being genuine to the point where he's now having to start to wonder oh, maybe I should start to put on some mental fortitude here before my friend comes along and tries to push things.
Yeah, no, I
just failed to compose you.
So Heels would know that that he's being genuine. You're probably a little bit taken aback about how composed he is. Jaguar, you should roll a judge intentions as well to determine. What was your composure for?
just because he is very because he has 9 charisma, right?
Yes.
He's super gorgeous.
Yeah, he is
Oh,
super gorgeous.
son of a bitch.
Also a valid point.
Elves look
damn it.
elves look at him and go, "Damn, he's gorgeous."
Okay, alright, I'm safe.
I'm
one.
safe too.
Yeah, I'm in the camp that charisma just makes it's your force of will, not your how handsome you are.
Oh yes,
It's some of both.
Put it this way: high charisma can be like I'm totally fine with high charisma not necessarily being attractive, but in the case of Vex, we know it is attractiveness as well because he has seducer and like yeah. No, I completely agree. It doesn't have to be sex appeal, but in the case of Vex, yeah.
Yeah. Like Paladin is 7 Cha, 7 will, but that's more force of will, confidence, and all of that. Whereas Heals 5 charisma is more attractive than Paladin.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole thing. But cool. So, what, like, to clarify what happened there? So, Vex and
Wait,
Vex and
are we 3 for 3 on that? I'm sorry. I apologize. But 3 of us tried to do the same thing.
God, this run.
I'm so sorry, SC. I did not mean to do that.
No worries. Okay, so
Oh.
just to confirm, Vex insulted the girls were upset, Vex backpedaled, and he backpedaled hard enough that they are not upset anymore.
Oh god damn it!
I'm
I just-
assuaged.
Okay,
I just facepalm myself.
you're appropriately assuaged. And Vulcan, that whole time, I'm guessing you're being like, fucking talkers. Something like that.
So like I noticed that these women go from like almost hitting 10 to like la la la. I'm like, God, you really are a stereotype.
I got 6 on my composure roll, so I'm still regarding him professionally.
Yes.
Not me.
You just...
Not me, buddy.
You went from pretty angry to not angry, and Jaguar went from pretty angry to forgetting that anger existed as an emotion for a moment. Awesome.
She's
Okay.
kind of leaning on her hand, just like batting her eyes.
Awesome. So you guys fall back into planning at some point.
I'm sure.
And,
I'm sure we'll get there.
and the out of character planning. What is the planning?
All right.
Anyone want to pull Fujin?
Want to pull a Fujin? We can
Yeah.
face this if you guys want to.
Oh no! I mean, pull a lady Fujin.
Oh.
You already
Wait,
have enough
they're-
ladies. Fujin's
Wait, I'm confused. Does that mean the ladies will...
No.
Fucking women?
I'm talking about using 3 women. If you catch my drift.
Oh. God. All right, please say that in character. Please, just for a moment.
I will just let you know that Heels will be so completely on board with that idea.
But the thing being is, I haven't been in the shadows long enough to know who Fujin is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just meant like you don't have to use that terminology, but just like, what if we had 3 women?
Yeah, like I look over to Vex. He's what you said you were like flamboyant, right?
I wouldn't use that term, but I'm sure others might.
Yes, I do bring up like I don't know. Why don't we? If this guy, if he's maybe he's part of the
But
mafia.
no,
maybe
no. You don't understand. We only have 2 women here. You want me to call the girl that I knew, or like, where's the 3rd woman coming from?
How do I put this? I use the Shadowrun 70-75 version of RuPaul's Drag You.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Of course, and like Vex will just start.
I like where this is going.
Bag.
Trick him in.
Guys,
You guys get him
does this
into
mean
a
we're gonna
weird
have to
place.
Does this mean we're gonna have to add pull a Fujin to the Cards Against Humanity deck?
Yep.
I'm surprised that it hasn't been put in there yet.
Yeah, I'm seriously surprised it has one there either.
Awesome.
In Orzet, I would ask Jaguara, so you any good with a makeup kit? Cause I'm okay, but I think we could actually make a pretty good woman out of him.
Oh, sweetheart, I'm pretty sure you could make a pretty good woman out of anybody, but,
Hey,
yeah, we could. I'm okay. I'm okay at it. I keep saying he, she did not mean that as an insult, just more so as a, you have cyber spurs coming out of your feet.
And you don't even know about the shotgun.
Oh God, what? No.
God.
Yes, I have a shotgun in my right leg.
Oh my God.
you just need
It
some
was an
really
SMG,
So,
but then I went, wait, an SMG is professional. You know what's pink mohawk? A shotgun. And changed it to a shotgun.
awesome.
That was my rebuild.
So you guys are going to be going with cross-dressing Fujin escapade, go in with 3 women? Is that the plan?
Yeah,
Well,
and Vulcan can be
there
our
you are,
bodyguard.
let's say, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. That's the plan of it.
Okay.
And it works perfectly. Like, they just schmooze him into a side room, geek him, cut his head off. I'll get some kind of, like, container or something. I could pull off being a bodyguard.
Yeah, that's not the hardest.
I can pull off hitting on someone, and Jaguara can definitely pull off hitting on someone. I think if we both work together, he doesn't really stand much of a chance.
Okay. Sounds
And
good.
Vex is there because it's really the best way to get him in, and honestly, I think he'd be pretty good at it.
Awesome.
Like in characterly, even.
Cool.
Aw,
So when
thank
do you
you.
guys want to? When do you guys want to go to the?
How much time do we have before he next shows up at the club?
According to the calendar, he's currently at the club right now. Based because the future stuff is estimation. He's currently at the club right now for another like 45 minutes. He's going to be at the club Saturday night from around 10 p.m. till around 1 a.m. and he's going to be at the club Sunday night from around 11. And then it says at like the end, like 11 p.m. It says closing time plus.
Okay,
Closing.
so he does encores and stuff?
Well, like you wouldn't know anything about like what he's doing at the club aside from that like he definitely like enjoys his time there and his people mingle, like his guards mingle. But you would know that like the closing that he's there till closing time. And looking at the other calendars in the club, it looks like closing time is 4 a.m.
Okay.
And then he's there past there on Sundays nights.
Okay. Yeah, I say we wait till, like, maybe Saturday, Sunday night.
Yeah.
Get some stuff together, figure out.
Sunday night he's there for 6 hours minimum based on his calendar.
Okay.
Did we get an estimation of how long the Johnson wants us to... how
Not
long we have
before
to
he
give
ran shrieking from the place. Although you do have
Whoops.
his Trans-Avalon number.
Yeah, I'll message him. Do we have a time limit, by the way?
Wait. Sorry, I had to mix. I'm thinking of voices. Vulcan messages him, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I make sure.
So, yeah, you message him and say reasonable amount of time. He just gets back reasonable amount of time with a question mark. Sim sent shoulder shrug.
So if we do this tomorrow, that'll give us time to A, be there at the club slightly before he gets there, so that we can already be there to nab him on his way in, pull him off to a side room, and that'll give us enough time to get Vex, and I'd throw him a sideways glance, into the appropriate outfit.
I think I have
like,
just the one.
My one problem is how we get the head out.
Oh, sweetheart, we can do that. There's got to be a back way out or something. If you want, we can go club in the night and check it out.
Not to
much
be blunt,
clubbing. Well, not that kind
But-
of clubbing.
I was already planning on getting a smuggling compartment for my leg, and I would tap my left thigh. I'm betting Actually, no, I'm only an orc. Never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're not
His head would not fit.
it wouldn't fit the entirety of his head without crushing it, which you could you could do, but you're not sure. Like,
That would be okay by the Johnson.
yeah.
Can I ask him? Do we
I
have to
wouldn't-
bring the head back to you, not caved in, or like
He
completely
responds,
intact?
the head must be pristine.
Nope, we can't do
Damn.
that. Sorry.
The data cannot be risked, and the higher level encryptions cannot be set off.
Nope, we gotta
Damn.
get him out of the way. I have.
Well, I happen, back at my house, I have an absolutely cavernous purse. I swear, this
That's what I was
thing
about to say.
is huge, and I'm pretty sure I could get a head in it. I never
Yeah,
used
that's
the
what-
thing anyway.
Yeah, I ask. I look to you two girls. You guys, women tend to have huge purses. Do any of you have one? And I kind of like flinch, like I'm about to be hit.
I need an
That's not
edge
really
from
things
who.
we
I need
have.
an edge from whoever has the highest edge for that idea, just to give me a piece of information.
I have 5.
You can't really fail it, so
That's
just roll
much higher
that.
than I do.
I would just like to point out at this moment.
Yeah. It's a. Sorry, what?
I was gonna say, SC, I see what you're doing here, and it's pretty sly. The real common denominator in these cross-dressing runs is striking Cran.
Yeah, I
And it's not,
I
and not
literally,
Fujin.
I literally left this chat and went to Fujin and started screaming at him for what he's done to my runs. Because-
Oh please, like you didn't secretly plan this all along. I
This-
see what's going on here.
This is why I started listing my runs as pink tentacle mohawk. Sorry,
God.
pink
Oh.
tentacle toque. Because it's
See-
just a weird hat that I put on a normal run.
The thing is, you picked 2 orc razor murder faces, and then Vex. What did you expect to happen?
I was trying to make a run in 30 minutes that is way more complex than a 30-minute run should be. Okay, so your edge check. So you have that purse. It's like one of those like big pouch purses. It's got like a metal hoop for a hand, like a 2 metal hoop that click together, like 70s style R world, with like a big like pouch pocket, and like it's the kind of thing you throw over your shoulder and the hoop, and like it hangs down past your waist. Those are somewhat in style now. It looks like they're coming into style. It looks like it's going to be like the next big thing in purse accessories. So yeah, it would be possible to pass that off as, you know, like something that would go with like a skimpy club dress, because that's like the next best thing.
And I happen to have a high lifestyle and knowledge, skill, fashion, and an extensive wardrobe, so I probably have a skimpy club dress.
Yep,
I have a bodyguard uniform.
that's fine. Jaguar, do you have stuff to get into a club? And you guys have you done any? Are you going to do any research on this club?
Yeah, I definitely asked.
That's a good
Oh,
idea.
you guys were
Yeah.
going clubbing there tonight, right?
Well,
Sure.
the Jaguar was going to do it whether people go with her or not, because she just
I'll go.
feels like she has to do her due diligence, and yeah, she for sure has like Friday night gear.
Okay.
Yep, I'll go. I'll go.
Is everybody going tonight?
Yeah. Is anyone else able to look into the astral? Like this is an out of character thing, but
No.
I'm alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vex will be going with his mighty 4 dice.
Okay, cool. And so, are you guys going to go like deck to the nines, like clubbing, or like are you going to go with, like, are you going to bring weapons, armor, any of that kind of stuff? Like, are you just going for? Are you going to do like legwork as patrons, or are you going to do legwork as Shadowrunners pretending to be patrons?
I'm gonna be doing the patron trying Shadowrun pretending to be patron.
Okay. What about you other guys?
Patron.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say
I'm
the-
always
the
armed,
Jaguar
so-
is going to go because first of all, she just wants to have fun because it is Friday night and she is an attractive young woman, and also because that what better way to she'll probably put like a holdout in her cleavage or something like that, but other than that, she will be pretty much unarmored.
Okay. Cool. You guys do know from the dossier and the conversation, like when they said like it was like a grunge club. This is the kind of place that you can bring small arms, tasers. Bodyguards are allowed to carry small arms because it's supposed to make people feel like they're getting down and dirty. So that is possible. Yeah.
Could I get in with a what's it called, Cavalier Avatar? I believe it's pronounced. It's a machine pistol.
A machine
It's
pistol?
It's from Gun Navy.
A machine pistol is like sized and sensor wise going to like get in, but if they were like to check your license or any of that kind of stuff and saw that it was a machine pistol, they'd be like, no, that can't be in here. Maybe if you were like clearly a bodyguard and you had like some sort of like, you know, something or other, but
Yeah,
any more information past that, I'm going to need knowledge rolls or some sort of legwork.
Yeah, I have knowledge protection. I have a bodyguard license. I have a solid reputation as a bodyguard.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can do that tonight.
Yep. Yeah. Also, I'll pack my pistol. I guess I'll try my knife. I'll slip that into like my,
What about Vex?
leg.
Yeah, Vex will be kind of dressed to the nines. He's not going to bring any weapons in at all. Doesn't see the need for that. Wearing his nice club and gear. Other than that, yeah, he's good to go. Although he will start to kind of try a few different personalities on, and this is effectively, I guess, the in-game version of him trying to pick up impersonation.
Yeah. Okay.
One whole rank in it. Yep. So yeah, he'll be going up to different people, introducing himself as different names, and seeing how well he can kind of blend himself in.
Okay, that makes sense. So, you guys, how you guys getting there? You just driving, dropping yourself off kind of thing?
Yeah, driving.
Yeah, I'd go home first, get changed, all that stuff, and then
I'd ask Jaguara if she wants to turn up at the same time as Heels.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Although it would probably be better, by and large, if we showed up. If we did not show up as a group of 4 at the same time, so maybe we stagger it. Vex and Vulcan show up together. That way, it's not like a bodyguard showing up by himself. That seems weird.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was about to say. Anyone want me to act as their bodyguard for this?
I mean, I wouldn't
think
mind.
Vex.
The VIP.
Oh. Yeah. So I'm Vex's bodyguard. Oh god.
What?
Oh, for sure.
Unless, if your character's reacting that way, Vex will just say, "Unless you want it to be something else."
No. It's just the whole like he believes you're a stereotype kind of thing.
That's awesome. Okay, cool. So, you guys, the guys are going together, the girls are going together.
Girls' night out.
Yep.
Awesome. What time are you guys going to the club? The guy's supposed to be leaving in about 45 minutes, and he won't be back tonight normally.
I would actually probably wait until he's gone then, so that he and none of his entourage would see us there, so that the only people that could really place us were the people that work at the club.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I have no idea. Well, I guess I would because I'm a bodyguard, so I would know roughly a time that's good to show up at a nightclub.
Yeah, that you can just buy hits on, I guess. This club, this part of town, this place normally gets hopping around 11 o'clock. The cool people are going to show up between 11 and midnight.
And he rolls out at what time?
He leaves in about 45 minutes, and it's noon.
Okay, so...
Well, no, it's more... you guys have been talking for a while. It's 2 p.m., but yeah, he's going to be gone at 3.
Okay, well... Then
they wanted to go home and change into clubbing up. It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could totally show up at 11:30, 11:15, something like that.
Yep.
Good.
Good for me.
Vex is up for that. Actually, Vex figures that if this is when it's hopping right now, he's already in his suit. He's ready to go. So unless someone else explains to him that no, we shouldn't go now, he's gonna try and get up and take off for now.
Yeah. Right now it's the lunch crowd.
Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, because it's 3 p.m.
That's tacky.
Don't be such a square showing up too early.
Are you guys all on the right map now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, there we are.
And do you find your tokens?
Yep.
Yep.
Because I forced you guys to look over there. Did that work? That send you to the right spot?
Yes.
Yep.
I was a little freaked out as to what was happening.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, as the GM, I can force you guys to look at a certain spot. Cool. So you guys show up to the club about 11 o'clock. Do the girls show up first or the boys show up first?
I don't know. Bex, what time was?
Vex will just kind of look at his watch and he'll just say, whatever's clever. I'll go whatever you go. Tell you what, let's go. We'll say 15 minutes before the ladies. Give them that. Give them a nice win.
Okay, that's fine.
So the girls show up. There's like a long lineup. To give you an idea, it's like from inside, it's like 30, 40 meters up the street. There's two big guards at the door. One's a big human. One's a really small troll. Really nice suits. Everyone here looks pretty much very similar to what you experienced back at Ravina. It seems like very much the same kind of style, the same kind of jive everyone has. So you guys walk up, but first thing you notice is there's this long lineup of people. You guys walk up. What do? Do you go to the back of the line or?
Oh no, we are going to the front of the line.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Bex would want to go to the front line. So I just follow him.
Well, the girls are here first.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So the girls walk up, and you guys walk up to the front.
Yep.
Do you guys have any sort of knowledge about clubs or parties, that kind of stuff?
I believe so, unless I horrifically messed up. I horrifically messed up. Can I roll area knowledge Seattle?
That is about as best I can do. Area knowledge Seattle.
Yeah, sure. If you think you want it, I can let you buy the knowledge skill 1 rank for if you have the karma. But
I will totally do that, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense for you girls to have it. So
I will be buying it after this run.
Yeah.
And then.
Cool. So roll that for me, and then you can roll area knowledge Seattle at a -2 dice.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Heels got it. 7 dice is pretty decent. So, yeah, Heels is walking up, and you guys get about halfway up the line, and you see a really buxom older lady. She looks like she's in her late 50s, early 60s, but she's in a really tight shirt. It's almost unclassy for her age, but it's just barely inside being classy. And she's got a skirt that is past unclassy. And she's got she's got one synthetic cyber leg, and it's got all kinds of beautiful artwork on it and everything. You recognize her the way she's acting, walking down the line. She's a matron. Her job is to basically walk up and down the line and fast track people that should be getting in.
Okay.
So Heels, you see her. She's on the other side of the line. She's next to the building. She's in there's a long lineup with ropes on either side. She's between the ropes and the wall. You guys are on the other side.
Then, unless I have would it be a grievous breach of etiquette for me to head over, compliment her on her cyber leg, and ask her if she can get us in, if she doesn't volunteer to?
How many? You only got one. Roll etiquette. Roll etiquette as a knowledge check.
As a knowledge check.
It's just roll it. You're just. You're not sure. Asking might not be the right thing, but it's not something you really know.
I'd ask Logiquara if she knows.
Yeah, Jag, you can ask. You can point out to Jag the matron, and Jag's like, "Oh, hey, yeah, matron. You can roll etiquette as well."
Okay.
You're better at these facey things.
I don't know about etiquette though.
Ooh.
Yeah, Jag, you've met matrons before. They're basically they're promotional artists. They basically make sure that all the attractive women are in. So they're the kind of thing where attractive women know to just walk up to them and just be sold on coming in.
Okay.
So you know that the kind of you've seen girls do it before, and you've accidentally done it before, where you're just standing in line and people and the matron just approaches you. So you just have to be seen.
Okay. Well, then
There's
we would
one
go
thing
up
I'm
to,
good at.
Yeah. I would link arms with heels and start walking very forcefully over to the line, and just be somewhere like almost right in front of her across the rope, and just push my way through the people because fuck those people.
Yeah, you just like lift the rope and like go under a little bit, or like
Yep.
high step over it, something like that. Yeah,
Yes.
she sees you and she's like, "Darlings, come with me." And she basically there's like a little bit of a portly girl between you guys, and she like shoves her and then unclicks the rope to get you guys into that separate lineup that she's walking in. She's like,
Yeah.
darlings, come with me, come with me." And as she's walking with you guys, she puts up 2 arrows for you guys to grab.
Yep, I'll take it.
Do so.
Yeah, it's drink chips.
Cool.
It's free drinks till 1 a.m.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sister.
And it's logged to whatever sin you put it on, if you
Okay.
want
Okay,
if you want to use a
I'm
sin, and they're like
not
you
gonna
can buy
fake
them
one.
for yourself.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So yeah, they go up to the guard. There's the 2 guards at the door, and inside there's one other guard. This guy is like a massive troll, and his horns have been like brightly polished, and it looks like maybe he's had like work done because they're like super symmetrical. And then there is like a younger guy, like he looks like he's maybe like 17, 18, human guy, pretty good looking. In like a small vest and like shirtless underneath, and like he goes to like take your jackets or anything you have at all.
Okay, I would give him my jacket.
Cool.
Same.
And then you guys are in the club. There is like a sitting table next to you. There's a long bar running down the side. You guys can see all this, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So where do you guys go? There's about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Everything that is open, with the exception of this room. Can you see that?
Yep.
That is the only room that it has guards in front of. There's 1 guard in front of it, but the only reason you see what's in there is this whole thing is glass, so you can see what's in there. This is a staircase going down to a dance floor, and there is like a DJ pit up here.
Okay.
To Jaguara, I would say drinks and then the dance floor, and then DNI and figure out where the VIP room is.
Absolutely.
Cool. So
Sounds like a plan.
the girls are having drinks, and the boys show up.
All right. So Vex, his night gear, when he's trying to be inconspicuous, looks something like this.
Oh God.
I don't even know what this is.
Oh my
Please
God.
tell me you actually have the cash with you. Like
I would
all
imagine
the paper
so.
money.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
you
like-
just have like a few. You have like a handful of cred sticks.
It's actually an arrow system. So
Awesome.
where that is, yeah.
So you have a cred stick in your palm. Do you have like a fancy cred stick? Do you have like an ebony cred stick or something?
I'm sure he does. Let me just double
Conjure
check.
vest.
Yeah, if not, I'll get one for him. Do I really only have? Wow. Apparently I only
Should
have
have some
standard
golds.
cred sticks.
You can go pick up a fancy cred stick, and then you can, if you want to go pick up like an ebony cred stick, and you have like arrows, so it has like a big like bouquet of money sticking out of it in AR.
Yeah, I will do exactly that. Let me just get that cred stick. But yeah, so that is what he shows up as.
Okay, so
As this is time for Vex to show up.
you go by like that. Okay, how do you guys show up?
I guess I would have picked him up.
What is your vehicle?
Jackrabbit.
Vex is so glad that he called his buddy at that used the town car.
Awesome.
Got a problem? Got a problem, my rabbit?
I have no problem with your rabbit. However, I do have a problem with a lack of style.
That guy pulls up. he like the back door opens for you, but like which of you gets in first?
Vex would wait for his bodyguard. Go ahead.
I open the door.
When
Sure,
when the bodyguard starts getting in, the
no, I open the door and let him go in first.
okay, so like the door's open, you hold it. As soon as he gets in, the door closes and the passenger door of the car clicks open, like the driver, like the front passenger door.
Yep.
So you go up and you get into the passenger seat.
Yep.
Okay. There's a well-dressed orc driving, and like he nods over to you and he's like, "Another night working, bud." And he starts driving away, and he the privacy screen request comes up to have one-way transmission, and Vex, he tells you like where to, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Vex will accept, and he'll direct him to the proper location.
Awesome. So
quick thing: should I have worn a suit, or can I go in my regular clothes? Do you guys think? I asked the people who actually know fashion.
A suit. Do you have an armored suit? An armored suit would work.
Of course.
Yeah, this is like the premier place to wear an actioneer business suit.
I don't have that.
Okay, well, what?
I'll get that after.
What do you have?
Unfortunately only have a sleeping tiger at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Sleeping tiger would totally work.
That works too. It's a little bit more ostentatious, especially on an elf. But yeah, no, that both of those two things would scream bodyguard. Only sleeping tiger screams bodyguard of like an eccentric crazy person. Cool.
How fitting.
Yeah, which is actually really fitting. So the security guard rolls on up, and the guy driving rolls on up, and as he's walking up, like he tries to make small talk with Vulcan. Do you engage him in small talk?
Of course.
Okay, so like he's basically talking about like how like, oh, you've been working for this guy a lot lately too, kind of thing.
Yeah, I just go like, new client.
It's like, yeah, this guy's called me 3 times in 2 days. Like, man, he's good shit. I'm gonna have to like, I'm gonna have to get on this guy's payroll. Maybe they can get me out of these Drek and start working for this guy full time. How'd you get hired? Like, does he have like a calling service or someplace?
I work for a service. They call me. Well, the clients call them. They give them a bodyguard. They call me, and then I check the guy.
Cool.
Simple as that.
Awesome. So yeah, he has small talk with you basically, and he basically spends the whole time talking about this guy tips pretty good for really small drives. Where do you guys get picked up from?
I guess Vex place.
Vex.
Vex will actually then just pick some trendy coffee shop and just say meet me there, and we'll get picked up from the coffee spot. So basically, we're going from one trendy spot to the next.
Awesome. Sounds good. And where is this coffee spot? Like downtown or something like that?
Yeah, it would probably be downtown.
Okay, cool. Roll me a d6.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So, like, you are, like, partway across town, like, down in, like, Wastewood or, like, White Center or something like that. So it's not the longest drive you had this guy take you on, but it's not the shortest. It's going to be 80 Nuyen for the drive.
Okay, so by 80 Nuyen, you mean 120 Nuyen?
Yeah, exactly, like with tip and stuff like that. Yeah,
okay.
It's like the first time, it's a pretty short drive, but it's not, down the street. The first time you paid him, you're paying like the minimum Nuyen.
I got lucky.
Cool, and yeah, he's gonna rush off and do other fairs and stuff. So yeah, he rolls on up. He pulls into like the what do you call it? Where all the people taking little like tags are and like driving parking cars. And he pops the passenger side door, and lets Vulcan out, and doesn't pop the back door.
Yep, I walk to the back. Go to stand to the whole bodyguard thing. I go to open the door. Does he pop it then?
Yeah. Like when you go near the door, he pops the door open. Like when you position yourself. The guy buys some hits on his security tactics knowledge. Yes, thank you, Samius. That would be valet. Awesome. I couldn't remember the word. Yeah. So you guys like walk on up. The the Vex, what are you wearing? Your same ball and setup you had before, right?
Yeah, he's changed a few of the accents and highlights to better fit his more recent persona. But yes, other than that, it's basically the same.
Vulcan, do you want to be recognized by the guards, or do you not want to be recognized by the guards using your good rep? Are you legendary or strong?
I think I'm legendary.
And where do you live normally?
I don't know. I don't really by the map. I don't know what numbers mean, but I have a medium lifestyle.
You have a
Or middle
medium.
lifestyle.
That means you can live anywhere that's a B area on the entire map.
Okay. So I guess
do you have like a modifier for crime or extra secure?
No, I have straight.
Okay.
I have straight.
You can live anywhere that's a B. Which
Okay,
means you probably want to live in like Renton, Bellevue, or downtown
Yeah,
or
I guess I live.
Snohomish.
Yeah, I guess I live in like Eastgate or Newport, somewhere in Bellevue.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you think with your legendary rep that it's likely these people might know you? It's not
Okay,
like it's not guaranteed. It's not like you're walking into a Bellevue club.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, you're fine with that?
Yep.
Cool. So you walk on up. The madame like quickly like hustles over when the car pulls over, and she like pushes everybody aside and lets like Vex towards the front door.
I follow behind
As
him.
is natural.
Roll security tactics, Vulcan. Or some sort of security check. I just presumed. I didn't actually look. Security design.
Yeah, for some reason I should security design on my. I have security design on my sheet. It should be security tactics, but for some reason
Yeah, that's what I just thought. Roll that.
I need to get that higher. That needs to be way higher.
There's a side door, right next to the main doors, and that's normally going to be where the MAD scanner, where they have a MAD scanner that's not going to make an auditory alert for freaking security guards. So they're like the guards like you're supposed to walk up with him, let him in, and then walk through the other door.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do that.
Help.
What'd you say?
I said with the help.
Yeah, exactly. But the door is also right there, so you're not going away from your mark. And the when you walk away, the other three guards, like the two guards at the door, kind of crowd Vex. And then when you come back in, the guard on the inside, the big troll, walks over to you, and like puts up an arrow for you to sign in.
I guess I sign. Yeah, I sign underneath my fake sin.
Okay.
My only sin.
Okay, so you sign under your fake sin.
Yep.
Cool. He looks. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna roll a memory check for him. He looks up, and what name do people know you by on your legendary sin? On your
Vulcan.
legendary.
Yeah, he goes by Vulcan.
He looks up and he's like, "Mr. Vulcan, good to meet you. I've heard."
Good night, sir.
Then you can go over to Vex and go into the club.
Yep. I go the Vex. I do like the whole arm thing, and I point it into the side of the club.
Awesome. So the girls are at this time probably just leaving the bar. Where do you guys go? What do you do? You can move your tokens around and use that to tell me stuff. What are you doing?
I'm following Vex though. I can't move the token.
Okay. Alrighty, and so this.
Oh, that's I can fix your. Now you can move your token.
Okay.
There we go.
Alright.
Right. So I just fall back.
So Vex is gonna look for where the action is.
It's around it's around 11. Oh wait, this is Vex. Sorry, you had an accent that I thought was a Cully.
My apologies.
It doesn't sound like him, but I just kind of assumed.
There's someone with an accent. It can't be Vex.
Okay, so this whole area in the front here is like a sitting area. There's like lounges and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. This is a huge bar. Then this is like obviously some sort of VIP room. There's no one in there, but there's like a huge glass enclosure.
Can you shift ping that again? Sorry.
No worries. You guys probably want to zoom out really far while I tell you this.
Yep.
So this here
Okay.
is like a VIP room, but it's like a big like dining table, all kinds of stuff like that. The glass, the whole outside of this thing is all like huge, heavy, thick glass that's like 15 to 16 feet tall, and it looks out over the bar and the stairwell. This whole wall here is open to the park that this is next to. So the view, it's all glass going out to the park this way.
Okay.
Cool. If we go
So
And then-
bodyguard's fucking nightmare, Christ.
It
Yeah.
also the you can see from the distortion, the glass is like 2 to 3 feet thick.
Okay. And this blackened off area, is that just like a part of the design where it's just an in-shaped
No,
area in the
what's
blank?
black there, right here, right next to where your guys' tokens are,
Mm-hmm.
right there, is like there's a guard and like a steward, and there's a like big sign saying VIP room.
Okay.
And over here, when you guys go over there, that is the entrance to the kitchen.
Okay.
And then
Alrighty.
over here is like sitting areas and like booths and stuff, and people are drinking and eating. And down here is it's like a reserve section. There's like a rope in front of it. And then there's just more sitting. And there's even a patio here, but this is what's on next to the patio is the road, the street.
Okay. Alrighty. In that case, Vex will knowingly stride right over to the VIP only area.
Yep.
And at first, he won't even look at the man who is blocking the way. He's just going to continue to walk through the man, basically.
The man like basically leans over, and basically puts out an arrow for you to sign in with the authentication chip that the Madame gave you. However, in order to activate that chip, you need to put it onto a sin.
Vex will just wave the man off, and he's like, "No need, sir, no need. I just rather not trifle you with any of that."
Okay, roll con.
Okay. Alrighty, so that is 14 or 12, I forget. 14, yeah. Okay, so that's going to re-roll on principle. Jesus. Alright. Well.
The man leans forward. He's like, "I'm sorry, sir, but that is protocol." And he looks at you and he's like, I'm sure you'll like to partake of our bottle service and our cigar girls, but I do need you to sign in, of course. I'm sorry, sir." And the guard kind of like takes like an extra step closer to you guys, and he looks Vulcan up and down. And
Yeah, I put myself between.
he looks Vulcan up and down, and he kind of gives you like a knowing nod that like he knows who you are. Do you want to do anything about that?
I don't have con. I do have con. It's only 4 dice. Did you tell me your fake name?
I can DNI it.
We're
right quickly.
competent.
Yeah, competence. You would have like dealt with
Yeah.
that. So
At the very least, I'd hope that you're competent enough to ask.
yeah,
You're the actual pro.
assumed competence. You know that.
Yeah. So, what fake name would you give Vulcan as your?
He'll just say, Raymond Charles III, son of Baron Worcester. Baron's the first name, not an actual title. He gets that quite a bit.
So what does Vulcan heard that before you guys got in the car? So what does Vulcan say to this guy now?
Sir Charles does not need to sign in. He has been granted a little bit of what's the word I'm thinking for? Immunity from what's going on tonight.
Okay, you're gonna roll. You have a +2 from your legendary rep.
Cool.
And you have a plausible seeming evidence of +1.
Okay, so 7 dice. I'm re-rolling.
Oh wow. Oh god.
Dice gods, have mercy on me.
Oh my god. Son of a
Ah,
bitch.
Aww.
The man stands forward and he's like, apologies, Vulcan, but although I trust you sincerely, the information still needs to be registered for our security procedures. You understand how important that is. I know a man of your reputation could understand.
Vulcan.
I understand your
Vulcan,
concern.
whatever is going on here?
I
Why
turn
are
my
we
head
not
around.
inside?
I'm sorry, sir. I turn around and I go, I'm sorry, sir, but you need to sign in. And I DNI him. Let's not push this now.
Need to sign in. I need to see this man's manager. Does he not know who I am and what my recommendations of protocols are? I do not sign things. Signing is how we lost the lower half of Mississippi.
Dear God. You get the sixth sense of face palm.
Oh god. Is this in any way being broadcast for us two on the dance floor to hear this?
You guys have the Open DNI channel, but I need
Oh, God.
okay. I need to roll a memory check because does he think you are referencing the Civil War of America, or does he think you're referencing one of the other many conflicts in Mississippi in the last 50 years?
And while he's confused, I would like to take this moment to basically just
This fucker instantly he looks. He's like the guy who's next to you, like the not the guard, the security guard goes, oh, a Civil War buff. He goes, we and he goes and he stops and he's like, my apologies, Vulcan. Apologies, and like he apologizes to Vulcan for addressing Vulcan's person directly.
No need. He's a little...
Vex will just stare daggers at the man who addressed him directly rather than addressed Vulcan.
He like looks directly at the ground and he's like, and you see him like sub-vocalize something. The matron rushes over to you guys very very quickly.
All right. Vex will just turn around and just say, I suppose your gentlemen want me to leave, and I'd rather do that and take my money elsewhere than have to deal with this nonsensory, this chicanery from these gentlemen, these buffoons.
Okay, you can roll your con again.
Okay. Come on. All right, that's okay.
6 on 14 is okay, I guess.
It's
Okay. Whew.
I just meant like in comparison to how SC had been rolling there.
And man, that was seriously pushing your luck, and you basically lost all your modifiers. But the matron, who does this for a living, believes it, and she's like, "Oh, no problem." And she's like, "Let him in." And she modifies your chip. I don't know if you'd even notice it without rolling a matrix perception. So you can ignore I said that unless you want to roll it. And the steward opens the door. The girls, there was like 2 minutes there. Maybe not even. There was like maybe 30 seconds while the matron was coming over. Did you guys do anything important during that time?
Nope.
No, we're dancing.
Okay, cool. So, the VIP lounge is opened up for you guys.
Okay.
Yep, I step forward when the guy opens the door, and I usher Vex's whatever the name you said inside.
Cool.
Raymond Charles III, why of course.
There is 2 kitchen staff standing here. And there is 2 men sitting in these chairs. There is 3 attractive girls sitting in these 2 chairs. And there is 1 girl on this guy's lap, and another girl lighting this guy's cigar. And there is another girl standing by the door looking at you. So there's 6 cigar girls in here.
Okay.
Yep,
The girls, what are the girls on the dance floor doing?
DNIing and dancing.
Okay.
And
Slot
at
that.
this point, possibly getting a drink refill.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So, in the bar pit, there are some servo drones that can do refills.
Okay.
And in order to get the drinks from the servo drones, you have to use a drink chip. They are basically just there to give drinks to girls. And men have to go to the bar and either use their drink chip there or pay, which men with drink chips here are rare because you notice Vex didn't even get one.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there's servo drones that will, dispense liquor for women. Boys, what do you do?
I don't know if
Go
I should
ahead.
stay by the door on the inside as a bodyguard or like be closer to him, like as a character.
You would probably stay pretty close to the door, but if you went like back to a private room, you'd be by the door of that
So,
place.
Yeah. So yeah,
There is a guard at the door, so you'd probably want to post up near the door.
that's what I was gonna say.
Something like
I was
this.
gonna, I was gonna.
Yeah.
I guess I was gonna post up there. Or
Yeah.
that.
Oh, and this here looks like a kitchen entrance.
Okay. I got outside of that. Oh yeah. When Vex goes in, I tap the guy on the shoulder and don't worry, he's just a pussycat. And I will keep walking in.
Oh my god. How much time do you have to wait to not have failures affect you?
For what?
To not have failures affect you.
Failures affect what?
He's
Rerolls.
trying to ascend, and then he's re-rolling at one less dice, and he's waiting for his failures to clear out.
Oh,
before he can
okay.
Because
reroll.
I
Vex
see what
is
you mean.
failing hard.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
If you wanna check again in here, I'll let you check in a minute.
Okay, yeah, sorry. That was just Vex being really shitty.
So where do
I
you want?
apologize.
Do you want to go like sit somewhere?
Yeah, he's just gonna like try and relax himself and
Just pick a place
kind
that
of-
you're gonna go sit.
yeah, and then nod at some of the women wherever they were.
Okay. Girls that are down on the dance floor, roll visual perception. I'm assuming you guys are like posting up and trying to look around. You get your study in detail, but you actually lose it from the dance floor being rowdy.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay. You guys notice in about 2 minutes, this up here, this wall is slightly drawn wrong. It's like railing. Two very attractive, very tall, naked women walk out of the kitchen in high heels, and they walk down and enter this room. You lose track of them for a moment until they climb onto the table, and then you can't see them anymore because they're up too high. So they stand on the table, and then they like kneel or lie down on it.
Oh, okay, I know what this is. That's that weird sushi thing.
Cool. So you can re-roll your thing, Vex.
Okay, sorry. Just
Yeah, this is the kind of place where they're trying to give everyone the creature comforts of their normal clubs, while also trying to give them that like feeling of danger. Cool. And the girls, you can roll some sort of knowledge if you want, but it's probably gonna have to be clubs. Vex, you're rolling your sensing. Nobody in here is any magical. The two of the girls have some cyberware in their neck.
okay.
Yeah.
And then shit, I just realized the entire time I was
Sorry, bioware in their neck.
Yep. Gotcha.
Oh.
And now I feel like a jackass because I wanted to do perception rather than a sensing. Fuck me. This is gonna hurt again.
Both you and both of you guys can do perceptions in there if you want.
Yep.
Yep,
Sorry.
I will proceed.
Cool. So what are you girl? What's everyone doing for the next like half an hour? Vex, with 3. Oh wait, that's perceives Ashley.
Yeah, that's just to, like check the wards and if there's any sort of person looking out security-wise for things.
Yeah, no, there's no magical wards in here or anything like that.
Okay, cool. That makes things easier. I love it. And he is cute with his 2. Oh, hey, look at that.
Heels on the dance floor nothing is out of the ordinary.
Okay.
There's a few women that you smell taser propellant
Yep.
in their purses. A lot of women with clutches. Both the girls notice that a couple girls have taken notice of the big giant bag that that
Heels.
that Heels has with her, and like one group of women has been like whispering about it.
Can I hear what they're saying?
Did you give me a perception that I missed?
I gave you a visual earlier. I can
Okay.
throw a hearing.
Yeah, throw a
Hearing
hearing.
6 successes.
Okay, yeah, they are talking about like, oh my god, that is so cash. Like, I can't believe she got a hold of that. Like, that looks. I think that's next year's. Like, holy crap! Like, they're muttering. And you probably just picked this up. Like, it's like vintage. Like, it's probably like 10
Narrowly,
or 20
yeah.
years older, and you just managed to like nail what looks like is coming out fashion next year.
Yes. I'd be really happy about that.
Awesome. So, what do you guys do for the next like half an hour?
Well, after we dance a little bit more, Jag would once again lock arms with Heels and probably try to just get a better look at the rest of the club that they haven't been through, like the private booth area, the back room, the entrance to the kitchen.
Yep. Cool. So just like motion the token around where you want to put it, kind of thing. One thing that I'll point out for you guys at the moment right now, this door back here, that I just put a blue box around.
Yep.
I forgot to put a bathroom on this map when I edited it. Those are the entrances to the bathroom. I was sitting here looking. I'm like, wait, this club is missing something. It used to be 2 stories before I edited it. So yeah, there's a bathroom through there. Okay. Cool. So you were trying to get a better look at the kitchen and everything?
Well, just like the entrance to the kitchen, are there any obvious fire exits?
Obvious fire exits? The patio can basically go onto the street.
Okay.
That's all you can see of the kitchen from there. And if you're from that side, that's all you can see of the kitchen.
Okay.
Without, like going up to the doorway.
Gotcha.
Time to
All right.
tokens.
You know what? Time to be bold. I'm going to take a peek.
Yeah, Kwaku. So, is either that or have my bodyguard, like insist on my bodyguard checking out the kitchen to make sure everything was okay?
Okay, 1 second. I'm just drawing this open.
No
Oh,
sweat.
I just went through an entire reveal polygon, and I was on the wrong tool.
Reveal Porygon.
Sure. Almost as offensive as your last accent.
Oh, I was talking about. I was doing Porygon. Isn't it Porygon?
So that's
Yes.
that's the kitchen. There's a couple chefs. There was one chef. There's a sous chef running around yelling. There's like 5 or 6 different people working in the kitchen over here, and there's 4 different maitre d's going through here, and a bunch of cigar girls over here refilling.
Okay. That is...
Roll stealth for me if you want to like just go unnoticed when you peek in.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you can roll perception and negative. Actually, it doesn't matter. Just roll the stealth. Da, 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 da. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, you just like peek on in. On your way out, like some people at this table kind of look at you funny. But other than that, nobody inside even notices you go in. No one like looks at you. They're all busy.
Okay.
If I see that they notice...
About 60 to 70% of these tables are filled.
If I see that they notice, I walk up to them and basically I'm pretending to be drunk and a little bit stupid, and confused, and say, "Where's the bathroom?"
One of the guys like points right next to you, and he's like,
Oh my god, I'm sorry. And I would head over to the bathroom.
awesome.
And I would come up afterwards and be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about my friend. You know, wow, that accent got real weird real quick. Let me try that again.
Vex
Hey,
is
I'm
rubbing
sorry.
off on you.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sorry.
Hey, I'm sorry about my friend. She's, a little in, 3 sheets to the wind, but we're having a good time tonight. Sorry about that. And then I'd go into the bathroom with her.
Awesome. You guys go to the bathroom. It's just there's like an opening and there's 2 doors. Actually, there's 3 doors. There's one section of door on the left for the women's side, section on the right for the men's side, and then there is the multi-sex section in the middle. Cool. So, the boys, what do you do in the next half an hour? When you go in there, Vex, did you mean to go to where the other people were?
What do you mean where the other people were? You mean like where the 3 ladies?
Currently you're sitting in a chair that has like a 35-year-old Asian guy with a very buxom woman sitting on his lap.
Oh. I didn't.
He's just gonna slide on in there.
Just joining the party.
This seating. This is the only seating area that's filled.
Oh, okay. So had I sat there, it would have been
Yeah.
fine. Okay.
And this area by the fireplace is completely empty too.
Oh, it's by the fireplace.
I continue to be a bodyguard.
He's
Yeah.
enticed by the fireplace. Oh, this is quite inviting.
So
Alright.
you sit on down. Did someone
Okay.
just pin inside the dark box?
Yes, I'm DNI and find out what's in there.
Oh, from the outside here.
Yeah.
It's an elevator.
Okay.
No.
Cool. You sit on
Later.
down. One of the girls comes over to you. She was one of the ones that had some BioWare in her neck, and she bends over the cigar box and asks if you want one.
Bioware.
I see no reason why I would not. So he will.
What's your lifestyle again?
Middle?
Middle. Okay, so you didn't have to drop any coin to get in here. But the cigars are there's like an arrow there, and there's 2 types of cigars. There is a 70 Nuyen cigar, and there is a 150 Nuyen cigar. Well, there's not 2 cigars. There's 2 types.
I see. And I have no knowledge of cigars, so clearly the more expensive one is the good one. So I will grab the more expensive one, and I will spend a total of, I hate you, Vex, 225 Nuyen.
The one thing too that comes up is one of the other runners could like in character explain what they just out of character explained. In that, like food and the tab, if you rack it up on tab, she'll cover it when they're going out.
I am only covering it for Jaguar because I don't want us to be linked to Vex and Vulcan at the moment.
Ah, okay, cool. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. I was wondering if you wanted to incur that link. Okay, cool. No, that's fine. So yeah, you can take that money off Vex. That does, from a tactical standpoint, that is the smarter decision.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I realize that that's a bit of money, but sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. It's my bribes and lies expense account is currently at 620 for the evening.
Okay, so the girl gives you a cigar, and she sits down. She kind of like kneels in the chair next to you, and like pulls out like a heavy duty matchstick and lights it, and like burns it and like lights the cigar for you after she chips it. And she kind of like stands there, a little bit like expectantly of you to say or do something. You don't have any sort of clubs knowledge or any of that kind of stuff. So what do you do?
Well, I've already given her the when she bent down. What is she wearing exactly again?
She's wearing she's wearing a skirt that is like maybe 4 or 5 inches long. Like it's there's no like thong hanging up over top of it or anything like that, but it's well below the hip bone, and it's just far enough down that it's like covering. She's much more scantily clad than the cigar girls where they're outside. She's got like a sheer like silver top that is almost entirely see-through. Aside from the fabric gets a little bit less see-through around the chest. And then she's got the cigar tray clipped on.
Okay.
The other cigar girls in the room, you see that like the other cigar girls, with the exception of the two that are sitting on the laps, those have put their cigar tables on the little table in front.
Okay. All right. Well, Vex is actually just gonna, when she bends down, he will kind of whisper in her ear, I seem to have left my lighter elsewhere. Would you be able to help me?
I DNI Vex. You do not light cigars with the lighter.
No, it's don't they have like I thought nowadays they actually had the butane-less
butane ones, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is true. They are using matchsticks here, but like you could use a lighter if it was a fancy enough lighter.
Okay. All right, but they're using. I look around. I see matchsticks around.
Yeah, and that's actually really weird. Like that's probably trendier than most things in this club. That's probably that's actually probably the highest class thing you've seen here.
Okay.
Especially considering they're using real wood to create fire.
Yeah, that is probably just regular sprawl life. That's like holy fuck. This VIP is way higher class than what was outside.
Okay. Yeah. Does she have like an arrow, like a personal arrow display of any sort for me to give her a monetary description of my satisfaction?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
She's got like a little tip box thing.
Yeah. I will. Yeah. So
it's shaped like a pair of female legs bent at like a 45-degree angle, like they're like curtsying.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will, as I slide 75 Nuyen her way, I will ask her if she could help light my fire.
She certainly, and she like unclips her cigar box and puts it down on the table and sits down in the chair next to you, and she will engage you in conversation, and you will find that she is quite adept at most topics. Anything particular you wish to talk to her about? I'm assuming it's trains.
There.
No, his character sheet has knowledge trains.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It was either that or I would show her a card trick and have it go horribly.
No, I made sure I confiscate all your decks.
Awesome.
And
he probably still has one stowed somewhere, but
please, his breast pocket. He always keeps one, at least one always there.
So that goes on for a while. What do the girls do when you come out of the bathroom? I assumed you guys spent like 20 minutes like slowly mingling around, like going different places. Like you didn't just walk around in a straight line.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I'm intrigued by the elevator. I try to be like
I'm intrigued by the elevator. I like that phrase.
What is this technology?
Ooh, elevators. Elevators really get my skirt arising.
I am log 2, but I'm not that log 2. I think we should head over to the bar and see who comes and goes through the elevator.
Okay.
Casually, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you guys are chilling at the bar. When you guys pass by here, the doors are open, and there's three like not servitors. This isn't 40K. There's three like concierges. They're going in and they're arraigning all matter of food on those naked women.
Okay.
And you can only see that because the doors are open. But when you're over when you're over here, you can actually just see straight in.
For the record, I'm having issues with Firefox at the moment, so I'm not getting any of your pings, but...
Okay, from where you are in the bar, you can see the big oval table.
Okay.
Awesome. You guys are at the bar for about 10 minutes. Anything important happen with Vex and guys over there in the next 15 minutes? You've been at
the...
at the end of that, you guys will have been here for about 45 minutes.
Okay. This is just Vex slowly kind of attracting the attention of random people in there and kind of acclimating himself to the VIP lounge and all of its amenities.
Okay, cool. So that girl is basically going to talk your ear off.
Okay.
She's very adept at switching from topic to topic. If you want to disarm the conversation, I'll need you to roll against her. But if you just go along with it, she's gonna very naturally go from one topic to another. She seems very comfortable keeping you talking, and
Gotcha.
she's gonna keep like touching your arm and all that kind of stuff. But you probably don't have any relevant check. She seems like disinterested at the same time overtly interested.
Yep. Actually, Vex is used to the different ways that people treat him, and this is rather artificial. So he's actually going to start to pull away from the woman a little bit.
Yep.
And kind of show his general disinterest in her falseness, I suppose.
Feigned interest.
To borrow from Shakespeare, that she is false as hell.
Okay. She rolls 7 successes on her professional skill of con seduction.
Son of a bitch.
You probably need to make and she can actually wait 1 second. Can she keep all that?
Of course she can. Like social, you can just get social at the wants to do.
She can keep that. Well, she can keep that because of her. She can keep that barely. So yeah, you can roll your seduction thing because even though she seems false, she is playing it up pretty damn obviously.
Yep.
And because of your seducer spirit.
Whoa.
Cool.
That's enough.
Yeah, so you can basically disarm her. So she keeps up the conversation, she keeps going with you kind of thing. She is like, fine as hell. If anything, like she's got a mind to go with it. But she eventually like settles down into her chair and stops touching you as much and just talks to you. So, we're 45 minutes in. Can the girls roll perception?
Sure.
Yep. What type?
Visual.
For once people say visual, and I do worse because reduced sense sight. But I still throw 12 dice, so I'm happy.
Awesome.
Damn.
So, LeJag, you notice through like the kind of crowd when you're looking down the bar, in strides 2 very large human men, in like big, heavy, like auctioneer business suits with like, they've clearly been padded out, like they're big ones. Maybe like gel packs built inside.
Okay.
Heels, you notice slipping in behind them is a very sleek elf. Very tall, sleek elf. He makes his way in, and you lose sight of him when he passes by the big room with the oval table.
Okay.
And then you guys both see coming in behind them the Mark that you guys are supposed to see on Saturday or Sunday, and who wasn't supposed to be here tonight, comes in with his arms open and just says, "My people!" and he hugs the big troll.
Okay. I will keep a very intent eye on him. I will also see if I can hear anything else he says. So
Cool. It's that you only heard that because he yelled, but
yeah,
like, he's across like a clouded club. And that you heard like a guy came in and screamed, "My people," and you just heard it like barely drift through the crowd. Let's see. We have Jaguar sees him kind of like wave dismissively at his human guards, and they get like kind of excited and kind of like walk on off. One of them comes to the bar and takes a seat right here, and like kicks back and like kicks his shoes up on the chair across from him, and like very openly like opens up a set of AR screens, Like he like swings his hands up in the air like a conductor and starts doing stuff in AR, but you can't see what's going on
Yeah.
because they're not public. The other guy disappears this way, and then Jaguar, you lose track of where the mark goes, but Heels sees the mark walk in this way, and then you disappear sight of him until he walks in here, until he walks in to this room, and he takes a seat at the at this table, and he spins the chair around so he can look out over the area, and that's when you see him again, Jag.
Okay.
Well,
So the mark is sitting in there. He takes like one bite of food and he just like leans back and like just kicks back and relaxes. Puts his feet on the glass.
Which way is he facing?
He is facing mostly towards the dance floor. He's looking out towards the dance floor and also out these windows.
Okay.
I will DNI the team and let them know that the mark is here, and that if they want, we can try doing this tonight. I'm ready.
Okay. All right. I
Yeah,
will.
fuck it. Do
I
it
will
live.
DNI. Yeah, I will I'll DNI you guys. I won't be much help if these guards know my reputation. If you guys get into a fight, make sure it looks like they're the offenders, and I can protect you with no worry. And even if it does go south, I still got your back.
Okay. So, a couple questions. One, can I DNI the Johnny boy and ask him, or did we already find out if this guy is awakened?
You don't know anything about that.
Okay. All right. I'll send a quick DNI to Johnny Boy to see if Johnny Boy knows if this guy is awakened.
Johnny Boy does not respond to you.
Okay, that's fine. All
I
right.
will ask him.
Hey.
Vulcan, roll edge.
Uh,
And don't get too excited at the result until I respond.
Uh-oh.
I thought you had 5, not 3. Yeah, no, he doesn't respond to you either. I actually made you roll that when you couldn't break the threshold because I thought you had
I'll
5.
try. I will try calling him.
Okay,
because the boys don't have any luck. Maybe I will.
Okay, cool.
Give it that magic touch.
Because the threshold is different for you, but you can try. You do have enough.
Roll edge then.
Yeah, roll your edge.
Roy.
Nope.
No.
All right, well, we gave it the old college try.
well,
So-
it turns out he's a Force 9 conjurer.
Awesome.
All right, so Vex is going to pretend to be distracted from the conversation the woman's having. Says, "Excuse me, ma'am. I've got some business to attend to. I'll be back in just a little while."
She says, "Certainly, sir." And she packs up her stuff and, goes back into the kitchen for a bit.
Okay. And still smoking his cigar, he will walk out here, back out into the main audience here.
I follow after him.
And he will turn on his third eye.
The guard nods at Vulcan as you pass by.
And
Okay.
nod back.
And
These guys
when
are
I
just
get
killing their memory checks to. By the way.
Yeah, I don't mind. That's kind of why I made Vulcan, because I wanted to be that
Yeah.
kind of badass.
all right, and I will open up my third eye and sense the entire group in this oval lounge.
This here is a wall.
Fuck your wall.
This whole thing here is a wall.
Fireball. Now I'll look at it. All right, so I go over here.
Those doors are closed.
Just
Fuck
do
your
like
doors.
just
All
do
right,
like
in that
Vex
case-
does and just walk
Yeah.
in like you own the place.
Yeah, I was
You're
gonna do
done.
another thing that was gonna involve a physical mask, but fuck that.
Okay, cool.
So he's gonna do that wonderful thing of busting both doors open with the the wide hand swath. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Like fucking Aragorn.
1 second. I need to roll something.
I love
I
this.
didn't.
I'm really loving this.
Okay. As you're about to push on the door, you guys both notice leaning against here is a very tall elf, like 6'7", 6'8", really agile looking, giving you guys the dirtiest glare the moment you stand next to the door. And like he's like let's 1 second. I mixed up whose dice was it is. Actually, yeah. You can roll judge intentions, both of you actually,
Okay.
because you notice some good. I GR rolled your perceptions, by the way.
Fine. That's totally fine.
And I don't even know if I got your dice pools right. I went off guess, but it doesn't matter. It was successful.
Oh my god, I can't use my. I have one card ready left. So I'm not going to. Okay. You think the bodyguard would have a high one?
Yeah. I actually have to go check to see how badly I got. Holy crap! Did I get him right? I think I got him right off memory.
Visual is telling mine.
Yeah, I got them right with modifiers. I got them right. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Vex got 3, and okay. So Vulcan, you notice that like he kind of like stands up, like he stands up from his leaning. Vex, he looks like he's become very aggressive very quickly.
Vex will dismissively toss his arrow information that the woman modified.
Yep.
At the guy, and continue the fuck forward.
Okay, you like look forward and shove the doors open. As you shove the doors open, Vulcan, you notice that this guy closes this distance to standing right next to the door and putting his hand on the door very quickly. And that is, I was gonna say, you can step between if you want.
I do.
He reaches like past you uncomfortably and puts his hand on the door and says, "Sir, no."
I start looking over my aviators.
The door is open now. You can make your sensing. Because the doors are open, but he's like put his hand on the door and like he was going to step between you, and then your guard stepped in between.
Yep. Does he recognize who I am?
This guy. I should roll it. 1 second. I need to figure out his memory check. What's the combo for memory again?
Memory is logic plus willpower.
Yep.
Logic plus willpower.
Or wop 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 wop, if my tongue is not to be trusted.
Yep, it's logic willpower. You got it.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yep. I just have the mnemonic that boosts it to 6.
Cool.
Which says...
He doesn't remember you.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't know who you are, is a more accurate way of saying it. So yeah, you can swing the doors. Actually, that's actually what you guys probably wanted. I made it a threshold. They have to break too. So yeah, look on in through, and you got your sensing of 2.
Yeah, so I can know if they're awakened or not. That's good.
Yeah, you can also know the presence of cyborg implants that are standard or lower, and you can recognize if there's any physical disguises or alterations. So yeah, he is he's unhealthy. He's ill. You're not exactly sure with what. He's very content. He's like borderline euphoric happy, but not quite there. He is awakened. You know that his magical power is... 1 second, I need to find yours. You are 6?
Yep.
His magical power is the same as yours. You don't know what type of awakened he is. And... Oh, wait, 1 second. No, his magic isn't the same as yours, because the answer to the next question will make that impossible. His answer is below yours, and he has some essence holes in his like neck and chest area.
Okay. All right. Good to know. And I only get him for the moment because we have just such a passing glance before.
Yeah, you basically just open the door. You're barely able to do that in time.
Yep.
What do you guys do? This guy just opened the door and says no, and you have Vex. You have to ignore him for about 2 seconds.
Okay.
I just stare. Well, I'm waiting for my client to answer. I'm just
This elf look. How tall are you?
I am 6'4". I'm average elf.
Okay, so he looks down at you, but not as much as he's normally used to looking down at people, and says, "Let me pass now."
No.
Yep. And
No, expect me.
oh, sorry.
Nope. Yep. That's all I said. You shouldn't expect me to move.
Okay.
Yep.
What he's going to do is he's going to do an intimidate check on you. You can't lose the intimidate check, but your counter check is going to matter for you're going to be able to judge how much he expects his intimidate to work.
Yep.
Yeah, because you're a PC, but you need to figure that out. So yeah, he's going to try to intimidate you by he's glaring at you, and then
I don't know why.
What?
Do I get any modifiers? I don't know why intimidate's based solely off of charisma.
It's charisma and willpower to save against intimidate.
Okay, so so 3, it's a 6.
Oh, sorry. I think it's that or imposure. Okay, so he's pretty intimidating. Not terrifyingly intimidating, but you do get that sneaking suspicion at the back of your neck, being if I wasn't working right now, he'd probably freak me out a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, is that 2 seconds of sensing done for Vex?
Yeah, they've been glaring at each other, glaring daggers, and when your focus comes back to the meat entirely, you instantly realize it's palpable the amount of tension right next to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to cut this bitch.
And without even judging intentions, you know that this guy and Vulcan are in a miniature battle of the wills of bodyguards, and that the tall guy feels as though he has the upper hand.
Okay. Which one's the tall? The not my guy.
Vulcan.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
he
feels without even judging intentions, just looking at it, it feels like he's openly intimidating. It looks like he feels confident in his intimidation. So.
Okay. Alrighty. So this man is still used to the hierarchical structure that this place employs, correct?
Yeah. Girls, do you do anything? You probably don't know. You probably heard. Actually, no, BD and I. You know they went over there, but you haven't. You can roll audio perception. Maybe you heard that yell. You need 4 successes on audio perception.
Well, there's 6.
Heels. You heard a large, heavy elven voice. So it could have been a human voice. Say what was said earlier down that corridor.
Okay. At that, I would nod to what Jaguara said earlier. Check myself over and then stand up and start heading in that vague direction.
Okay. What do you girls do?
I would say we head to about here.
As far as you can get in about 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. So 2 seconds.
Most of your walking speed, you can measure out most of your walking speed.
I'm fine with here then, because cyber legs.
Yeah.
I mean, I could get to here if I wanted to, but it would be a little obvious.
Okay. Cool. So you guys very agilely move through the crowd, that kind of thing. And movement doesn't matter how fast your initiative is, because that's how Shadowrun works. So I don't have to worry about that. Cool. So Vex, you're coming out of this. There is a dagger fight of minds going on between 2 tough asses.
Okay. In that case, Vex is going to actually stand, move past his own bodyguard and command for the other gentleman to stand down, son.
Okay, when you move to stand beside, the doors swing. The only thing you see is that the guy inside kind of look over and glance at you. Mm-hmm. But the doors just swing shut, and the guard takes his hand off, and he takes a step back while looking at you, and he says, "That's all, sir. My apologies for speaking to you directly, but My patron is inside.
Apology accepted, son. Now move on. Move on.
He gets a little confused, and he's like, yes, sir, but this is my post.
Know when you're not wanted. Now get.
Get on out of here.
Yeah. He's like, sir, I must guard this post. My patron is inside. And he looks at Vulcan, and he's like, you understand.
Oh dear God, I don't know what to do. I just nod, but I have to listen to my charge.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't know when I became the second-class citizen here. Now, will you tell me what I'm supposed to do and relay that to my bodyguard, who apparently is now in charge of me and my actions, and not the twither way around?
He looks directly to you. He's like, my apologies, I did not understand who to address. You can go anywhere you want, do anything you do. I just can't let you in here.
That sounds like a limitation.
And he goes, my apologies, sir, but in this location, my patron does set limitations.
While that is going on,
The girls are able to approach as much as they want to.
we are actually going to go over here and make eyes after our target, who is actually looking in this direction.
Yeah.
Okay, so you girls are gonna go like walk over there and like lean against the like edge and
Talk to each other and make fake laughs, you know.
you
just
can
kind of
roll
like-
etiquette, but you can use a seduction bonus if you have it on your etiquette.
Do not.
Do not. And
I just didn't want to rob you.
pheromones
I
do
just
not
didn't want to
apply.
rob you of your seduction bonus if you had one.
I will edge that because I have plenty.
Okay, so
Can I use my role as an assistance for him?
yeah,
So good.
sure. You can roll an extra 2 dice. If you're gonna kind of do the whole thing, like you're standing like half, like you're standing kind of like half shouldered off to him, and looking back and being like, oh, like look at him, like trying to make it like obvious that like the two of you are interested in that high baller up there.
Blow
Yeah.
a kiss.
Okay, cool.
Very slowly and seductively put on my lipstick.
So you guys like walk over and you like lean against the railing and you kind of like you look up there and you kind of play the part that you're impressed by this guy, and that you like you're staring at him kind of thing. 1 second.
We don't really have a whole lot of subtlety as we do this.
Yeah, which is you have only as much subtlety as the etiquette demands of it.
Yeah.
Because it's not like a seduction roll. I basically wanted to make sure you guys didn't act in such a way that would out you. And you didn't. You got like 5 successes total. So like he notices you, but roll judge intentions.
Okay.
Awesome.
Sorry, new character. I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't had all this stuff memorized
Oh,
yet.
sorry. I have 2 more dice. Yeah. Nothing.
1 second. I have to do some math here. 6.
Yep.
Okay. Jag, you got 3. Okay.
Yep.
Heels. He looks at you. He seems kind of indifferent to you. Jag. He looks over at Heels, and he looks like he's trying to pretend to be indifferent, but he's not having that hard of a time because he is mildly indifferent, but he is doing some pretending.
Okay.
Cool. So back to the boys.
Meanwhile,
What was Vex's response to this guy saying that his patron does set the limits in this location?
Then at this point, Vex will demand to speak with this patron of his, who has apparently told him where he can and cannot be.
He says, my apologies, but my patron is in the seclusion that he requests at this time. And he looks back at Vulcan and then looks back at Vex. Like he was about to say something to Vulcan, but decides to say it to Vex because Vex made a point of it earlier. And says, If you have an issue with my patron, you must take it up with the matron and her security.
I DNI Vex. Let's not try and push it.
I see how this is. Fine, hide behind your precious bulldogs of security.
Before you go down that road, you can start dicing this, but I'm guessing from the RP you can see that as Vulcan accurately determined that it would be a tense roll if you wanted to like push this. That's all I'm trying to get across, which I think Vulcan picked up on.
Okay. All right.
So you're gonna do you want to go with that line or that you said?
What exactly would that be? What line would that be?
That you just said that like you basically just backed off.
Yeah. Well, I meant the. I probably will back off, but what would that have been? What
okay,
social?
I'll re-say. All I'm trying to say is I was trying to give the intention of that he wants you to back off, but I was trying to not neuter you and take away your dice chance, and take away your ability to roll.
Yeah, no, that was just me finishing that off.
Okay, cool.
Because Vex wouldn't give up, but like it's a clear dead end, but he wouldn't have given up at that exact point. Okay. So I had to kill his thunder in some way. That made more sense. Sorry.
Sounds good. So yeah, he looks at you and he goes, my appreciativeness of your supreme rationale and clarity of thought is rendered, and he like bows deeply. Does anybody speak Spirithial?
Vex does vaguely.
Okay. He mutters like an honor and greetings saying on you in Spirithial.
Ugh.
You have 4 dice.
Yep, 4 whole dice.
You probably need to roll it to understand because he muttered it in a loud place.
I really hope this is a glitch.
Oh god, no, I don't want to get into a fist fight.
Oh wow.
Vex is frightening.
Yes, he is.
Awesome. Yeah. So, yeah, you hear clearly that he makes a statement in Spirithial that is like an honor to your house, honor to your family kind of thing. It's like a really respectful saying.
Okay. All right. Well, Vex will give up the hunt, and we'll go back to. Actually, at this point, he'll DNI the ladies who are clearly working the other angle and have been cluing us in this whole time, and we'll ask them. Do you want us here, or do you want us like in a plausible deniability situation? What do you want from us? To best aid you.
That's a good question. Honestly, stay in the club, be ready for whatever might happen, and we'll see how this works out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I would say, Jag would probably say somewhere where you can get through the kitchen to the VIP lounge if we can get him in there. But if we can't, we just need you on hand,
Absolutely.
Well, at least they have access to the VIP lounge because they somehow worked that out. Those ebony cred sticks do a lot. They turn a lot of they make a lot of stories plausible, and a lot of people forget to use them.
Well, they're 20 availability, so
yeah. Oh, I should
hard
probably.
to get hold of.
Yeah, but they're not R or F.
No, they're not.
So you can buy them. They just attach to a fake sin.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Which basically means the sin he was using for all his gear anyways. The only problem would have been if he was trying to go in here without using a fake sin.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, what do the girls do and where do the boys go? You can move your tokens around. I do so love this map.
It's really good.
I would have suggested that they head back towards the VIP room for now, but don't actually head in. Because if this guy doesn't end up taking us to the VIP room, we don't want you to be like, go in, go out. Oh God, now someone's getting murdered. That would be a little suspicious.
So that works.
I spent the majority of my prep time for this run actually making this map work.
Nice.
I could have been doing other
very
stuff.
nice map.
I could have been doing other stuff, but I was like, must edit map. Okay.
Vex is gonna mostly listen to what you said.
Mostly.
Mostly. Heels would have done the come hither towards our target, particularly with what Jag said.
Yeah. Jag would nod as Heels does the come hither very emphatically, very, almost like pantomiming. Yeah, please, let's go. We want you, high roller.
Oh, okay. So like you're gonna wait for him to like glance at you. Like he's not gonna look at you directly. So you're gonna try to time it for when he's like paying somewhat attention.
Yeah.
Yep.
If he's not interested.
Roll visual perception because you're gonna have to time it. Otherwise, you're gonna be doing it over and over, and that might make you look a little more ridiculous.
Is this in detail?
Yes, this will be in detail because you can basically be staring at him, and you can start like watching his motions.
I'll edge that.
Okay.
I keep a good chunk of those.
After like 2 or 3 glances, you notice that he's kind of like barely looking at you, just kind of like glancing over with like his left eye.
Hopefully both eyes only. Maybe he can only see me with left.
Yeah, you can only see him. You can only see him in profile.
Okay.
He's not doing the chameleon thing where he's like.
Like, I'm not sure I want to go through with this plan if this guy is fucking chameleon man.
Surged. Awesome.
He's got the crazy eyes.
I don't see what's wrong with Surge, guys. Surge is totally cool.
And then, yeah, I will rather emphatically and bluntly tell him that I and my friend here want him.
Okay, so you're gonna basically do a seduction roll. You can do con seduction.
I will. I guess I'm the one doing this, so I have to be the one rolling it. But I'll take an assist from my friend. God damn! It is a shame I cannot keep all of those.
On seduction, is there social limit?
Yeah, but he can't
Rating.
keep all of
Oh,
mine.
that's LeJag. Okay, I see. Yeah. So, Jag, you basically, like, run your hands over her and being, like, you, like, whisper in your ear while staring at him. Basically, like, you're pretending to, like, whisper really dirty things.
Yeah, like nibble at her earlobe a little bit.
So, he needs to counter this with intuition, but he's also on the other side of a big glass wall. So,
Which
yeah,
means he doesn't get pheromones, and neither do I.
Yeah, exactly.
He wouldn't anyway, so the glass actually hurts us.
Yeah. So, then 1 second, I need to redo the math because it's a different stat.
Knew I should have fireballed it.
I feel like that would be well past the point of seduction.
I mean, he might be pretty attracted to my fireballs.
Damn. Yeah.
Manage it barely.
Yeah. So that guy, he kind of like stops for like a moment. And like he turns his head like fully over, and just at this timing, as you basically make like a really seductive moment, the exact same moment when Jag makes like that like whisper, and he kind of like half leans out of his chair. His feet slide down the glass slightly because his feet are up against it, and he looks for like longer than he clearly looks for longer than is appropriate, and it turns into pretty lustful. Roll judge intentions.
Roll judge intentions to see if he's going to try to bunraku you.
Okay, Jag, you heard it, your judge intentions. The only thing it tells more than what I just described is that, like, there's more to his look. Like, it's clearly more practiced, but it felt a little tiny smidge artificial, but you couldn't figure out what more. Heels, you're pretty sure a large part of the obviousness of that was, like, obviously and purposefully chosen.
Yep. He's interested, but he's making it obvious more than it would be.
Yeah, but at the same time, his making it obvious is probably more subtle than someone else. You are getting the definite understanding of a skilled operator of the facing arts.
Yep.
Okay. So, he finishes that kind of thing. He lets his feet slip down and thunk into the ground, and he gets up dismissively and walks over. Let's see. I just have to measure how far down the stairs you guys are. You can barely see the tabletop. He reaches over and he starts running his hands over the face, very unceremoniously, of one of the girls with sushi covered. You can basically just make out her nose and her breasts and her knees, just the parts that are sticking up the highest. She has one leg crossed over the other, and he really aggressively mauls her breast, and picks up some food and feeds a little bit to her, and then takes a piece of it and walks back over to the glass, and looks at you guys really wolf-like predator prey.
Well then,
to give you an idea, your PCs, so you can't be socialed against, but I can give you an idea of how he pulls it off.
Okay.
1 second, I need to grab. It was these. So he is basically seducing with a skill of 5. So what you're looking at is a wolf stare from what you've determined is probably some sort of skilled face, that is pretty damn attractive. This guy's not the most attractive. He looks like a little worse for wear, but he looks like he was attractive at some point, and his confidence, his joie de vivre, is tenable even through the glass.
Okay. Are you sure you didn't include pheromones in there?
Yeah, he went from using int to charisma.
He has 11 charisma? Or 9 with spec?
I can't go into any more with giving it away, but the dice are
that's
right.
fine.
Yeah, there's the difference between it's 5 dice difference, and there's a reason for that.
Okay.
Cool.
Not that my character would know, but yes.
Coolio.
At that point, I guess the thing for us to do is both of us head up into that room. And we will have to figure out a way to get him out of the giant glass room if we want to do this in any manner of quietly after this.
He's just staring at you guys for 5 or 10 seconds, and then he motions for you guys to come upstairs.
Yep.
Perfect.
And I will just head straight in.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
Unless someone tries to stop me.
The fellas that, I think we made contact.
Is that little pink square lady from the bar? Because you're talking to the lady. You're talking to the Vex.
No, that was from a thing that I just threw into the chat. When he went back to the VIP lounge before he did, he found the most attractive woman that would put up with him and would invite her back to the VIP lounge.
Oh, okay. Roll con. I just want to see how attractive.
Okay, alrighty.
Okay.
God damn it, Vex.
You get a pretty big stunner. She's not actually quite what you ran in. She's not quite on the level of what you ran into at the coffee shop. She's older. She's in her early 30s, mid 30s, and she's one of those ladies that is really well put together. But most of the hotness comes from how she's carrying herself.
Okay. Could I do the 6-world equivalent of butt dialing the card trick girl?
If you want to, you can butt dial Card Trick Girl if you want.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So you butt dial, which is basically you thought about her at the wrong time, and you picked up a voice call through your trodes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So after 10 10 seconds or so, picks up and he's like, "Hi."
And I'll just continue my conversation with this woman.
Oh God! So
pretending
she's getting
Yeah.
your half of the conversation in voice.
I would like if I could get like the full video comm, that would be best.
I don't think you have sim recorder or anything like that, right?
I don't. I have a image link and stuff on my contacts. I don't know if that carries over for the for the comm link or not.
No, she'll just hear your half.
Okay. All right. That's
and
fine.
Roll a con seduce for me.
Okay. I kind of want to pre-edge this. I mean, I feel like I won't. You know what? Let's waste edge.
Okay.
Oh, nope.
You can. Yeah.
All right.
I was just going into the rest of the conversation.
Okay. Oh God.
Okay.
Ugh.
You notice that the call stays open for an obscenely long time.
All right. That's about right.
She if you're talking to this girl for like 10 minutes, she'll just keep listening to your half of the conversation.
Okay, yeah, and then Vex will kind of give a feigned shock surprise for just a moment. He does have Trodes, so is Trodes? No, that's not enough for him to send a sim sense. That's right.
He's a sim module.
Yeah. Goddamn sim modules.
What we'll do is we'll jump forward and we'll come, and when enough time's gone past, I'm going to tell you time codes. You can just be like, now I hang up on her.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and if she hangs up first, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So, girls, you come on in. There are two very attractive naked women covered in seafood. There's one section of 2075 version of California rolls because they don't have pollock. That's all smashed up against her cleavage, and there's a little ramekin of soy sauce that is tipped over and is dripping down her rib cage, and she has a little bit of wasabi on her lip, and the eye that's closest to you guys has one tear kind of barely running down it, as she's and her cheek is quivering.
So.
What he shoved in her mouth was wasabi.
I am in full face mode, and I am also pretty close to a psychopath. So I'm going to, on my way over to the man, I'm going to reach out my left hand and just slide it across her lip, grab the wasabi on the tip of my finger.
Yep.
And lick it off.
Cool.
As I am on the way over to him.
Awesome, and that's not going to be an issue food wise. It's only really a problem because he shoved a roll worth of wasabi into her mouth. He's got his back to you guys. What does Jag do?
That's a good question. Jag would come up to the table, kind of lean up against it seductively. He's obviously letting Heels take the lead because she is obviously letting Heels take the lead. Man, playing a woman is different. And she's just trying to look good, smile for him, and kind of be there for Heels for whatever she needs to assist her.
Girls travel in packs kind of thing.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
She's ring girling.
So this guy turns around and he goes, "Welcome to the establishment."
Question. I will have an awareness. Who else has any kind of offensive ability at this point in time? I have my spurs and my shotgun.
Presumed competence. I'd assume you guys discussed this before you came.
Discussed this beforehand.
So out of character, you can now discuss it quickly.
Mage, always armed.
Okay, you have combat spells in. Okay. Jaguar?
Jag is a razor girl, so she's got claws. She also has a holdout on her.
Okay. And Vulcan. Unarmed combat, right?
Pat?
I think he's muted.
I believe so.
Or AFK.
Or he's AFK at the moment. He has a machine pistol, and he is 1 second, I'm just double checking this. Yeah, he's pretty scary in unarmed combat, and he has a machine pistol. And he has a knife, and he's scariest with the knife.
Got it. Right, so at this point, I am basically going to... He said, welcome to the establishment. I will smile politely at him. I will check briefly if he has tailored pheromones, because it's nice to know if people care, but I will filter them out.
Okay.
Does he?
Yeah, just, you have to roll scent, right? I need to make sure you don't fail horribly. It's pretty hard not to... Yeah, he has tailored pheromones.
Okay. Yay for not having those affect me. Jesus Christ, every face ever should have a special nose.
Cool.
He'll say, welcome to the establishment. I'll smile politely at him and say, what a fine establishment and proprietor.
He looks at you, he's like, oh, I'm not really a proprietor.
You certainly seem like a high roller to me.
Oh, I am most definitely that. And he goes over and starts eating some food, and he's like, I haven't seen you here before. What brought you here today?
Oh, I'm just checking out some of the hipper clubs. I am new in town, recently moved into a place out in Snohomish.
He looks to Jag, and he goes, and yourself? It isn't often I see, and he looks around, women with such fierce bites, with such great bodies. And I'm going to roll his con so you can see how well he pulls that statement off. It seems like he faltered a little bit on it. He pulled it off better. A random person on the street probably might have pissed you off to the point where you wanted to crush him. He didn't, make an ass of himself, but he pulled it off okay.
Okay.
It's up to you how you want to deal with that.
Kind of fake a little swoon and be like, well, I get it from my mom,
He looks back to Heels as well, like he's approaching the same question to you.
I already answered.
Oh no,
didn't I?
He was asking like I don't see like. He was just waiting for a response.
You're pretty hot for an orc, is what
he said you're pretty hot for an orc, and he's kind of waiting to gauge your response.
I would have a mushroom. Let me think.
He's trying to be suave as fuck.
Yeah.
And
do you want me to roll con to see like if I take it hook, line, and sinker?
You can roll con for how believable you because like. Do you find it genuinely offensive or not? And if you find it offensive, you should roll con to lie to him that you don't.
Probably not. I mean, Jag really enjoys the attention anyway, whether it's genuine or not.
She likes being hot for an orc.
Oh, she enjoys it quite a bit.
Cool.
Heels is the same way, though probably not quite to the same degree because Heels is not as hot for an orc. But
okay.
I would respond with, well, the girl has to keep herself in shape.
He picks up some sashimi from the girl. By the way, he's sitting at the end of the table now, down here. He picks up some sashimi from the girl in front of him whose legs are towards him and starts running it, like holding it like limply from the tip, running it up and down her legs. And he keeps looking up at your legs and he's like, I wonder how far those legs go up. And he says that last statement. He does something incredibly vulgar with the sashimi as he runs it across by her hips. And he stares like you right dead in the face.
Okay.
Jag would actually chime in, put his hand on Heels shoulder and say, "Trust me, honey, they go all the way."
Roll con seduce.
Goddamn.
Cool. He gets a little like slack jawed and like licks his lips and goes, "Yeah," and like it's really out of context with his normal voice. And looks at Heels and waits for a response.
Of course, if you want to see that for yourself, I'd look around a little bit. Perhaps somewhere a little less public. I get shy.
He immediately gets up. The girl on the table has begun almost squirming. You can tell like it's taking every single inch of her like professional training to not freak out because he's still being vulgar. This whole time he's increasingly vigorous with his vulgarness. He gets up and taps on his neck and sub-vocalizes something, and walks out and walks past you guys and swings the door open and starts walking out of the room.
Follow.
We are in hot pursuit.
The elf guard has passed in front of him and is walking around here.
Okay.
Okay. D&I to the other guys. I think we're in.
The elf guard posts up in front of the door, and you see there's an LED strip on the top of the elevator that is undulating white color down it. And he's standing there, and he just leans up against the edge of the door frame, and just keeps staring lewdly at your legs.
I will. Go ahead.
Do either of you guys have a knife?
No.
Yes, ish.
We have blades, but we have not an actual physical knife.
Yeah, that.
You have what you need to cut a guy open at the torso.
Yeah.
You have what you need to cut off his torso and cut off his legs. You just don't have what you need to do it extremely quickly and elegantly.
I might actually argue otherwise.
Well, yeah, you have spurs on your heels, right?
Yes, and my entire combat style is vivisecting people with my heels.
The way I'd put it is, you could take him apart quickly, but Vulcan with a knife and huge blade skills could easily make him into a package that fits in your purse.
That is probably correct.
Because your purse means that you basically have to take off his shoulders and his ribs and his collarbone without damaging the vertebrae that go about an inch down into his torso. So yeah, he's lewdly looking at you guys. What does everybody else do? Vulcan, you're back now. I think I just heard you, right?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Welcome back, friend.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to
Benny,
hang something up.
about this time, the girl that's on the line with you is breathing extremely heavily as your conversation gets more, as you're trying to egg her on, which I presume from your intention earlier, you're trying to egg her on and be jealous, right?
What? That's crazy. Yes.
Okay, she's starting to breathe very heavily.
Okay.
And I will leave that entirely up to you to guess what, for everything from pissed to turned on to any emotion that you couldn't think of.
Alrighty. Just as she starts to get really once she starts to get panting very heavily, he's just gonna hang up very immediately. Just cut her off perfectly.
Okay.
And yeah, basically leave her at the edge of climax, and then and pretend
if
and then on the other
that was the reason she was breathing heavily, but yes.
I mean,
alternatively, you'll push her into a murderous rage.
You either make the situation much better, or much worse, or indifferent, or horrible.
Depending on what you want to accomplish.
There's a lot of things that it could have been. He doesn't care what they are, because it just makes it the most of whatever it was going to be.
He's legitimately just fucking with her to fuck with her, isn't he?
Who said? No one said that. No one ever said that.
Okay,
Yes.
you guys have as a group, you have about 15 seconds of D&I time before the elevator shows up, as you're watching the LED pattern get faster.
Okay. Alrighty.
And choose your words carefully, because I will cut you off before the time comes up.
Okay. Alrighty.
D&I, Vex, find a way to get elevator upstairs.
Okay. Yep. Live feed
With
me
Vulcan.
your info. Yeah. Live feed me your info, and then when the with Vulcan comes in the middle of that text, you'll just get a ellipses. Like fine.
Thanks.
It was good. That wasn't and he'll explain it later, but we don't have the time for the moment. Anything you need?
Don't know if we can take the bodyguard.
We'll find
Should
a way.
be fine.
Yeah. We'll find a way.
Might be loud.
Can you make us invisible, Zach?
I can do a lot of things. We'll see.
You were really quiet there when you said that. What did you say?
Sorry, can you make us invisible, Zach? I'm sorry, my mic has just gone completely kaput.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, once we get to that point, we'll have a lot of things. But for the most part, for right now, we need to figure out. Again, try and memorize everything that you see in the elevator in case we get cut off.
Got it.
Okay, this is about the time the elevator opens up.
Okay.
You could have one or two sentences before you guys walk in. He walks in, and the very lanky, agile elf motions you guys inside.
Okay.
I'll step inside, tinging slightly.
Cool. So you guys go inside. The elevator has a key and 5 buttons. One of them is lobby. Sorry, 7 buttons. One of them is lobby, which is you're currently on. It's highlighted, and it's like on an AR screen, but it's like publicly available. One of them is lobby, where you're currently on. There's basement and subfloor, and then there is and then beneath the basement and subfloor there is utility, and then above that there's 1, 2, and roof.
Okay.
And there's like a key, and the guard, like a physical key. The guard takes a physical key off his neck and puts it in and clicks it, and the elevator doors close like overly quickly, and they push to button 1, and they start going up to button 1, and going up to the floor, like the first floor up, and the elevator opens up very quickly, pops in, and you guys walk in. There's like a long hallway. In this like very long, skinny hallway, there's doors on either side, and at the end there's double doors and another hallway that goes to the side, and there's another set of double doors. He walks to the double doors and swings them open, and there's like a huge red 4-poster bed and all these big giant throw pillows. It's like a room the size of this room, and it's basically like a big VIP room that you take chicks and hookers and parties and all that kind of stuff too. And he just walks in and like motions for the doors to shut, and they slam behind you even though he's like 10 feet away from them, and just throws himself backwards onto the bed.
Okay, is there a bodyguard in the room?
Bodyguard is outside.
Bodyguard is outside.
Can I make a perception check to see if he has like a dock wagon armband on or something like that, or wristband?
You've been able to see him enough now that unless it is not clearly on his wrists, he doesn't have one.
Okay.
But
Okay.
he could have one not clearly listed, but then
Okay.
you wouldn't be able to make the notice with a perception check anyways.
Yeah, there's not much we could do about that anyway. D&I to the team. Doing this now? Question mark.
DNI, yeah. Go back. Do you need any help?
I will allow Jag's D&I to speak for itself. I will walk up, and I will cage the bed briefly to see if it'll actually take my weight, and then on the assumption that it will.
It looks
step
like
onto.
it looks like it could fit, a good dozen people. It's like King X plus.
Yeah. I will step up onto the bed and loom over him and actually distract him with an excellent view of whatever is underneath my skirt, and then I will, in a quick movement, pick up my right foot as if I'm going to step to shift or to kneel down, and then drive and extend the spur, drive my heel down
Oh, never mind.
onto his abdomen.
Like gut or chest?
Like solar plexus would be low enough, right?
Okay.
To not damage anything, correct?
Neither would his chest wouldn't be able to either.
Then if
Like,
chest would be fine, I would go right for the heart.
Nipple and down, you have no risk.
Okay, then I will go straight for the heart.
Okay, that's why I was asking. Okay, roll your net hits. Roll your hits for net hits for damage, because he's not going to be able to dodge this. He is extremely seduced.
Yep, I have a limit of 10, so I'm actually going to post edge. And I throw 5. And I'll make it a called shot to the vitals. Because,
okay, for plus 2 DV.
yeah. Nope, edging.
So you do 5 successes. What is that on top of your base damage?
21p AP minus 3.
21p, is that what's the plus 2v for vitals?
That is including that.
Okay, so he is going to soak that. 1 second. He has just regular armored clothing on, not even the fancy type, just, regular armored clothing.
The poor scrub.
And he has body 3, so he has 76. So he takes 17p damage.
I sincerely hope he is dead at this point.
Yeah.
Or in overflow.
He has 3 body. So his mouth opens in a soundless gasp, and like blood sprays out in all directions, and the only sound anyone in the room hears is the creaking of the bed and the explosion of rib bones and the squelching of organs. He is so dead, and it's like so fast, so over dead that you just blew his heart apart. There's about 2 to 3 seconds of life in his eyes as he just kind of like rolls from looking at your crotch like up to your face, and then his eyes go dead.
Okay. At that point, I will point my shotgun leg at the door just in case the guard gets any funny ideas.
So you are you standing on 1 foot, or do you lie down? Do you sit down on your left butt cheek next to him and have your leg pointed at the door?
I will stand on 1 foot, and since this is not a combat situation, so I am sustaining this, I will actually be using my hands for balance on one of the posters of the bed.
Sounds good. Jag,
I'll get down on the ground.
After, basically, she steps up seductively, and half a second later, this guy's just... You're probably really impressed by the amount of gore that just sprayed everywhere. Roll luck for me. I just want to determine how much blood is on you. No, not Jag. Actually, Jag too, but I didn't mean you.
I'm sure she got some on her.
Okay, heals, the blood, there's no blood on your skirt, but there is blood on your, you don't wear shoes, so there's blood all over your legs, and there is some blood on whatever you wear that you would call panties. Then, Jag, you have some blood on you, but it's mainly speckled down the front of your dress. It's not, there's no looping pieces or any of that kind of stuff.
I gotcha.
Basically, it's noticeable if someone were to suspect and stare at you.
Okay.
if the guard does not bust in after 9 to 12 seconds, I will take the opportunity to wipe the blood off.
Okay. There's no guard coming in after 10 seconds. There is a bathroom off to the side.
That would work. I'd actually tell Jagara to go in there first, because blood in a dress will get out easier if that is dealt with quicker. My cyber legs are not going to have the blood set in.
Okay.
What do the boys do in the next 30 seconds after they've been told that there's a kill?
Well, Vex seems to not really be needed for this portion of the mission, so he'll ask, do you need any assistance? It seems you have this all well in hand.
It would be ideal to have Vulcan and his ability with a blade to get this guy into my purse. If you can't contrive a way to get him up here, then we can try to do this ourselves.
Do it live.
Okay, so you need him just to cut the body and that's it, or?
That would be ideal, but if it can't be contrived, it's fine.
Alright, because that connection between us would then possibly make all of us, and then I don't know how that would kind of come back.
That's true.
So, you know what? No one really notices the bodyguard anyway. Is anyone paying much attention to Vulcan at the moment?
To Vulcan? No one's paying any attention to him.
All right. Are there cameras in the VIP lounge? I would imagine no, but just in
Not
case.
that you can see.
Okay. All right. And I didn't see anyone else really awakened in here. Is that correct?
Nobody.
Okay. Vex is just gonna casually cast a Force 6 invisibility spell.
Are you going to try to get rid of the girl you're in the middle of talking to first?
No, he's gonna cast it on his body. Like, he's gonna DNI to his bodyguard. Like, get to a spot where no one will really notice you. Like, bend down over a couch or something. So that way, if there is a camera, the camera still doesn't even see him. Like, pretend to tie your shoe for a moment is basically what he's gonna send.
Okay. Where are you going, Vex, to do so?
And then, do I need line of sight to sustain the spell, or is it just?
Nope.
Nope.
No, you
Okay,
don't.
Yeah.
I don't know where I can go to look like I duck away. Like over here to this chair.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, yeah. So, like, Vex would be back over at this chair, basically just go to some corner in the room or some spot where your security tactics would tell you there isn't a camera. If there are secret cameras, there wouldn't be a secret camera to see where you are, most likely.
These are I'll tell you where the people are in here. There is a guy here who looks like a waiter. There's a guy here who looks like a waiter.
Okay.
And there are 4 cigar girls over here, and the guys that were here earlier aren't here.
Okay. All right.
Can we pull it off?
Yeah, I mean, just if no one's paying attention to the bodyguard, then
yeah, these girls over here are all talking. Okay. And the waiter, this waiter here is staring at you, staring at, like, Vex, and the other waiter is, he's, like, looking at the girls, like he's facing them, but he's not partaking in their conversation. Because that would be inappropriate.
For a card trick.
Okay. Yeah. Vex will do that, actually. He's going to simultaneously do a card trick, and in the middle of the card trick, turn... Actually, no.
The hard part isn't casting the spell. The hard part is getting everyone's attention with a card trick.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's never been a problem for him, ever. I mean, if no one's paying attention to the bodyguard, why would I not turn... I'm just going to turn only the bodyguard invisible. And if I cast attention on myself, then they have a chance of just mundanely seeing magic in the air, which sucks.
While you're doing a magic trick.
Yeah, but that would taint my magic trick. And
yeah, that's a good point, and they might know.
Yeah.
You are true that they might sense there is a good chance they can sense a Force 6 spell being cast.
Yeah, there's a damn good chance of that. So in that case, like I'm confused as to why I need a distraction if no one is looking at that at the bodyguard at the moment. If someone that no one is paying attention to goes invisible, nothing really changes. Am I missing something?
Thanks, I guess.
That's up to you. They were just I think it was just the idea of being extra safe.
Oh, yeah, no, Vex doesn't care
Because
about that.
nobody's paying extra attention. No one's paying attention to him, but he's also the only other person in the room.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Vex will see no reason. Like if no one's paying any special attention to him, he'll just wait for a moment where he sees people not, doing the same thing that they've been doing, which is not paying too close attention to the bodyguard, and turn his bodyguard invisible.
Okay.
So
Cast spell.
yep. Oops, wrong one. And let me just make sure that it's 16 and not 14. Yep.
Awesome. And before I roll checks, can either of you roll one of you roll edge?
Okay.
Can I roll it?
Yeah, well,
That was
If it's
that
alright.
was drain. So either of you can roll edge.
Okay. Do you want Vex to take point on this?
yeah, because I don't have. I have two.
Okay,
I have
alright.
edge.
Okay. No worries. Oh.
Okay. 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Benny, how not like you on an edge roll?
Let's not talk about that.
Okay.
Let's not talk about
The waiter here.
that.
The waiter here, who is looking at them, he turns and looks this direction. And starts like walking over here. And he's like his head's on a swivel, like he's kind of like confused, looking around. And the girl that's talking to you, is like, what does your guy do when he's doing a spell?
He doesn't do a damn thing.
Okay, so then he's just kind of like, she's just staring at like your extremities, like she stopped mid conversation, and she looks like really like suspicious and confused.
Okay. He is going to do the wonderful distraction of calling the waiter over for an order.
Cool.
Garçon!
Yep.
Um,
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. If you want to like distract them with that, roll con.
Okay. And it's with a -2 at the moment. Okay.
I thought you were going to go full on pretentious Benny and call him boy.
I was thinking about it.
Did you get 7 successes?
Yeah, that happened.
They can't actually beat you. Yeah. So the girl like snaps to, like being like she kind of chastises herself, like you kind of see like she grabs her legs and squeezes her nails into her thighs, and the boy turns around, he's like, yes sir, yes, and he runs on over, and then he's like ready to take an order or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Vulcan, you are invisible with a Force
Well,
6.
Yep. Oh, well, I noticed that everything's peachy with his great con roll, and I moved to the elevator.
Okay, you're gonna open these doors. These doors are closed. These doors are closed right now.
Oh,
This here kitchen isn't a doorway.
Don't worry,
It's
your
fine.
boys got you. Your boys got you.
Yeah. D and I, don't even worry. And when the waiter comes over, he's expecting an order. He'll say, "My bodyguard seems to have taken a while using his biological functions. Would you mind checking to make sure he is all right?"
The guy goes, yes, certainly, and leaves and goes out through the kitchen.
As soon as he starts walking towards that kitchen, he's going to whistle. He says, "He went that way, boy. Well, that way." And he'll point towards these doors.
He looks at you, but yes, sir, but the bathroom is through the.
He went that way. That way.
not question me again, boy.
Roll con, just because. Actually, roll leadership. You're demanding him do something.
Okay. Alrighty, I believe that's 16, so only 14 right now.
Your leadership is better than your con, so I didn't realize that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You're demanding him to do something. Yeah, he just.
I love. Go ahead.
Yeah, he just looks at it and he's like, okay, sir, and like bows and goes and like opens the doors and slips out.
Okay.
I slip out between them.
Cool. You slip out. You're now out here.
Okay.
I walk up the elevator. I hit the button. I can't.
There's no button.
Yeah, I think you were AFK for this part?
Yeah, the button was called down
key.
sub-vocally, and there was a key on the inside.
How much?
Okay.
I'll get you, boo. Don't worry. Got you.
Yeah. I love you, Akuli.
You thinking you head out, make an excuse for you to head down, and then get him up here while I
If
stay
he's
in
a
the
good
room?
bodyguard, he is going to peek inside the room when the door opens. I am pretty certain we are going to have to murk this dude.
And this has been going on for around 30 seconds. So this is around the time that I need who's ever still in the bedroom upstairs to roll an audio perception with a threshold of 5. And they need 5.
There's no way I'm hitting that.
There's an audio. It's 4, but the.
Fuck you!
Oh my god, that's awesome. That's so awesome. So where are you when this happened? Where are you when you hear this?
If 30 seconds have passed, I've probably had time to quickly rinse off my legs, and I would basically be sitting on the edge of the bed with my left leg raised and pointing towards the door because it's a cyber leg, so I don't give a fuck about effort.
You hear, there's like some jostling in his meat.
What?
Like basically because you've discombobulated his chest, and so there's something very, 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 very small moving that wouldn't, shake a completely together human being, but like some of like his organs are kind of like sloshing faintly.
Chiguara?
It's almost
Cover
like
the door.
For a moment you probably thought like, oh, it's a dead body settling gas, and then you realized that it was rhythmic.
I tell Jaguar to cover the door, and I would turn around and look at the corpse.
If you stare at it for about 2 seconds, without some sort of other check that I need you to like come up with, there's nothing else other than there's something up in the upper part of his torso, neck, head, something. There's something that is causing a slight reverberation. That if his meat cavity wasn't open to the air, and the organs are more gelatinous than skin and muscle.
Yeah.
The organs shaking slightly is what you're aware of, and only because they're largely disconnected from the tissues that keep them still.
All right. Do you have image link?
Yes. So I would share this with the rest of the team and ask, what the fuck is going on?
All right, so we have an outside chance, maybe. Magical lore, 6 dice. Is that allowed?
You can try, yeah.
All right, here I go. Here I come to fail the day. Yep. Vex has been steadily...
Roll memory.
Okay. Memory... Always got in the moonlight. Oh god, 8 dice, you poor
I know.
bitch.
I remember.
3 successes?
There was a cyberware and a bioware hole. The cyberware you knew was cyber. The bioware was just an essence hole. There is some stuff in his neck and upper torso.
Okay, well then that was not what I was thinking. I was thinking necromancy on the notepad, but
That's...
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
Sorry,
like...
that has literally no connection whatsoever, and I forgot about it. That would be hilarious if like the most sideways thing ever derailed the assumption. But yeah,
Right.
okay. Sorry, that necromancy thing is just me bullshitting. Sorry, yeah. But the last thing I said is still relevant.
All right. So here's the deal. Do you have the head? the thing that we need?
No, he is not. He is
It
not
has not been fully disconnected yet because
Yes,
we're
not.
hoping Vulcan can do that.
rendered unto his parts. I think we need to go out the door and get geek the bodyguard at this point. It's got to happen eventually. I don't think we can get out.
You want to handle that, or you want me to?
I think we should both handle it.
The
It's two is better than-
vibrating stops, and there's a knock at the door.
Yeah,
like
that's
half
what
a
I think
second
it was. That's okay.
I quickly, and I do mean quickly, move over to the door, and I will DNI to Jaguara to, when he opens the door, grab him, pull him in, and I will spur him.
I think Jag
Okay.
has. Oh, you
I was going to say
I understand.
I've flicked my razors out at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to kill him in the hallway because there might be a camera.
Yeah, no sweat.
That was actually very clever. Something the GM didn't think about, even though he knows other stuff. Okay. This is a surprise test, so he needs to roll his surprise. What the? I can't remember for the life of me right now. What the
Reaction
surprise-
plus intuition.
Okay. Cool. Oh Jesus, that's actually disgusting. Holy fuck, that's disgusting.
He's not going to be surprised, guys.
Those are his second two best stats.
Oh, lovely. He can still fail. It's still possible. He is not surprised. But he still has to... that just means he gets a defense test against it.
Yeah. 1 second. I have to.
And I'm going to try to spur him anyway, even if she doesn't get him in. But I would rather him be in.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go to full initiative, in which case we can hash things out that way. But
1 second. I have to write something down because I had mentally understood one of his stats earlier, but now I had to do the math on his stat. 1
Okay.
second. Okay, cool. Yeah, you swing the door open. He, like, the moment the door opens, he kind of, like, has a preternatural awareness of you. Like, he's staring at you, and, like, as the door opens, his, like, dukes come up. You can attack him first, though. Because yeah. You have the tactical advantage on him.
yay.
Jag,
Jaguara?
Okay.
I'm going to let this one action go off, and then initiative's going to get rolled.
Okay. Then I'm going to attempt to clinch him.
Cool. So, roll your unarmed versus his unarmed.
Gymnastics.
His unarmed versus his gymnastics.
No. Her gymnastics versus his unarmed. Clinches
My
gymnastics.
Really?
I think so.
No, it's subdual combat. It's a subdual.
Oh,
is
if
special
you're
if you're
trying
unarmed.
subdual combat, yeah.
Yeah. Are you trying
That's
to clinch?
different than clinch.
Because clinch is
Okay,
you're going to stay
I'm
in
going.
because clinch you're going to be staying in his space. Subdual you need to pull him through
Okay, that is what I would use.
because you need to control him rather than just hold him in place. Unless you wanted to like clinch and just fall over backwards. Okay.
No, I'd pull him in.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah. You have control of him. You land your hit. Now it's strength. It's body and strength versus body and strength.
Okay.
Which is probably where you have the advantage on him. So roll your body and strength versus the body and strength of this guy.
Can I edge that, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
There we go.
Much better.
God. He's actually going to edge his.
To no avail.
Yeah, he's edging. He actually can't.
He
beat
couldn't-
You.
I was gonna
He
say
actually
couldn't.
can't beat you, but it makes sense for him to edge that.
Yeah.
So yeah, me not edging would have been more metagamey than me edging. So yeah, you tug him in. How far in do you want to tug him?
Just enough that
All
he
the way
closes
inside.
door. Yeah.
Okay. If you want to close the door in this action, I'm going to make you have to do the same check again because like you're spending your action controlling him.
I can close the door.
Yeah, I was assuming Heels was going to close the door behind
Okay,
me.
if you're like right behind him, you can close the door. That's fine. Okay, so you close the door. You're inside. What happens? We'll have another one half set of pass before initiative matters.
then I will
Like, as in heals can act.
spur the shit out of him. Again, called Shout Vitals, and there may or may not be edge. I will not edge because
And
he's inside now.
No, what's the negative? There's a negative to dodge when currently in the middle of subdual.
-3. Plus net hits.
What do you mean -3 plus net hits?
-3 because he's... Or no, that doesn't apply because this isn't ranged. The net hits of the
Subdual.
subdual,
so
I believe.
Okay, and the net hits of the duel is 5, so he's actually minus...
No, I actually got 7, so... Because I edged again, so my net hits is 6.
Oh, because he had 3, and you had 7.
Oh, you're right. I am retarded.
Yeah,
You're right.
so it's 3 plus 4, so he's losing 7?
He isn't losing 3, he's just losing the 4.
Okay, he's losing the 4, I understand. Plus net...
Yep.
Okay, cool. And then he's rolling his dodge, which is going to just be reaction and intuition, which is the same frickin' thing he rolled before, so...
At -4.
Yeah, so it's 7 now instead of 11.
Beautiful.
3 success... 3.
19p AP -3.
19p AP -3. Okay, cool. He's got Berwick armor. That's 9 plus 3 is 11. Mystic armor of 2. Okay. Oh, and I forgot about body. Which makes it 16.
Sorry, AP -2. I apologize.
Oh, I need to truncate 2 dice. Because I didn't add that in at all. He gets 4 successes. So, what's your damage to him?
15p. He's dead.
Oh god, yeah. So you basically you cut off most of his throat, and his head is hanging by most of his by part of his spine. God, Jesus Christ, that could have gone very, 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 very badly.
How so?
That guy is fucking scary.
Okay. Well, he's not nearly as scary when he doesn't have a throat.
Yeah,
I'll...
he's that kind of scary where he's the kind of scary that he's not that hard to kill. He's just very hard to not die from. Okay. Okay, what do you guys do? There's a dead guy.
I'm going to roll composure.
Okay, and Jag, you are very, very, very bloody.
Is there a shower?
Sorry
Yes,
about the blood.
there is a shower, but her clothing is far beyond ruined.
Sorry about the blood, sis, but I don't think we wanted him fighting us.
Roll, heals, roll edge,
Okay.
just for how bloody you are. Every success lowers a factor of 1, and 3 or more is no. Oh, holy shit, you're the only person who could actually get lucky enough in this group to not get bloody from that. You have a little bit on your shoe, which you have a little bit on your foot that you shoved through his neck.
I will wipe that off and then search him for a key. And I apologize to Jaguara, and I will tell her that if you would like, I'll go shopping with you and make up that outfit and another to spare.
Okay, what are you guys...
We can worry about it later. We got to get out of here right now.
Yep.
You are... Most of the front of you and your hair and everything, you are covered in, like, about 2 liters of arterial spray. Because, like, he pumped out enough to bleed to death instantly, and there was, like, 1 more pump. So he's put a third of his blood on mostly you.
Maybe check the room, see if there's any kind of clothing.
There's a shower.
Shower would probably work for at least that, and then...
What does the rest of the crew do when you guys DNI them this? Vulcan is at the elevator, and Vex is out on the couch.
Vex is going to stay on the couch and let them know that, hey, Vulcan is ready to be picked up at the elevator. You won't see him, but he'll see you, and he'll DNI you when he's in the elevator if you need someone to help you. Otherwise, I'll have him come back in here.
Okay, Jag, and I'm pretty sure the electronics in 2075 are waterproof since
They're
nowadays most
pretty
of them
much
are.
all...
But yes,
Yep.
You jump in the shower. What are you doing about your clothes? Probably the only thing that's not slicked in blood is your bottoms. Everything like bra, outfit, purse, hair, makeup, everything is fucked up.
I am just trying to get it as clean as possible, as quickly as possible. It's obviously a cold shower, so it doesn't like set. If possible.
You can get your like your hair and your face, and it takes off your makeup. But getting your purse and your jacket and your bra clean is probably far beyond. You might be able to get your bra clean. You could roll luck to get your bra clean. Just one success.
Okay. Well, I will try.
Just one success means your bra is clean, but your dress is beyond repair.
It's clean.
Okay, you get your bra clean, so you at least don't have to be naked. You just have to be scantily clad.
Which
you know
would
what?
fit in around here.
Yeah, sure. Screw it.
Okay, so your hair is soaking wet and your makeup is off. Or actually, more accurately, your makeup is smeared like you've been in some sort of, soaking wet situation.
Yeah.
Vulcan, your car responds that it's on its way.
I call my car as well.
Mine as well. I will be searching the bodyguard for the key.
That's easy to find. It's a little harder to get off, though, because his head is so lopsided. And you have to pull it up and over his, discombobulated neck.
I manage it, I'm sure. Perhaps injuring his head a little bit, but that's not the one we're after.
Okay, you're able to rip it off. There's a key on a chain.
I will step out into the hallway, look both ways, and if I see or smell...
Was your makeup in any way a disguise?
No, it was just makeup.
Okay, so then you can just apply it again from your purse. You probably want to grab all the stuff out of your purse. What are you doing with your dress and purse?
Probably gonna have to throw it in Eels' bag with the head.
Okay,
just so we're not leaving behind.
It's a very, very skimpy dress, so that's not a problem. The purse is like a little clasp, so if Vulcan is very good at minimizing the matter, then it'll fit.
Okay.
Okay, so who's letting him up?
I am.
You are?
Stepping out into the hallway, looking both ways, and smelling, seeing if I pick anything up off.
Nothing particular. There is the faint odor of suspicion, but it was right by the door. The big double doors to your left open, and an older Asian guy and a younger Asian guy walk out drunkenly, and you see back there's a gambling establishment. And they walk down the hall, and they're gonna walk past you.
Okay.
Guys, quick detour.
Close the door behind me.
Luckily, you don't know, right?
Yeah.
I might be building the rest of this club's floor plan soon. Cool.
Close the door behind me. Start walking towards the elevator.
Okay, the two guys come up basically behind you, and they go into a door one away from you. One of them kind of lewdly "Hey, metal legs, wonder if you can crush my hips, yeah." And the other one shoves him through the door, being like, "Shut up, we already got hookers in here."
Get to the elevator. Head down to the main floor. I saw how it was operated before and can mimic it, and then head back up once I have been DNI'd that a certain invisible person is inside. Technically, I should get a check to see if I can see through the invisibility, but there were 6 hits, so I doubt it.
Yeah, so you open the door. There's a guard standing right here. Are you just standing in the middle of the elevator?
If Vulcan had informed me that was the case...
There was a guard there when you went up, too, so...
Yeah, I would have actually been... no, they're going to think it's way too suspicious if I have the key. So I will just stand inside it, buy the clothes, and tell Vulcan to get in as soon as possible.
I just realized that you guys can't actually see the elevator.
Nope.
was wondering about that.
So you're basically
and
standing.
as soon as he is inside, I close the elevator doors, which close remarkably quickly, as you might remember.
Yes. As they slam shut, you do see like the guard kind of like looks over to like look in, but he's not able to look far enough down to see where you are. He just kind of looks back in this way.
Okay. And then immediately send it back up. And actually, I will stay with the elevator. I will hand him my bag, which will hopefully turn invisible as his gear does when he grabs it. And then Miss Jaguara can carry it out.
The bag wouldn't, because it wasn't like part of the original casting.
Okay, then I will...
As the elevator gets to the top, Vex, 2 guards, like shuffle through here, and they kind of like hastily go out and open these doors, and then they walk out. They're walking towards you. What do you do as they're going to those doors to obviously open them?
I will say, gentlemen, what is requiring such a hurried pace?
One of them like stops to like look in you. Can you roll me leadership?
Sure.
Because you're kind of demanding people to do stuff. Once again.
It's kind of his thing.
He's a bossy dude.
And I'm still sustaining, so...
God damn.
They can't even beat that. One of them keeps going, and then the guy behind him like puts his hand on his shoulder and being like, and they bow to you, and they're like, we're just going about our business. Apologies for coming through here. This is our normal method of travel to not.
Gentlemen, come over here. Come over. I need you to come over here.
Roll leadership again. Because stopping them is one thing. Getting them to do. Yeah. Roll at a -2 though.
Okay. All right. Oof. Oh.
Okay. One of the guys kind of like stops and keeps like thinking a little bit, and the other guy kind of like lean over the couch like, "Sir, we're very busy. What do you need?"
In fact,
yeah.
Sir, go ahead.
No, you.
All right, gentlemen. Do you see what's going on around here? And he'll kind of just motion to this area.
No, sir. And they look at the lady like, and one of them gives the lady a very much like, huh, look, and the other one's just staring at you.
Okay, gentlemen. All right, let me ask you a simple question. How many people are in this room?
They look around and they count, and one of them's like 11, and the other one at the same time says like 10, and then he's like, what? No, 11.
Okay, maybe you're not getting this point. You have cameras around this room, right?
And one of them is like, yeah, and the other one's like elbows him. He's like, sir, we can't discuss security procedures.
Anyway, the cameras that you obviously have here, you would notice that there was someone in the room before, now there's someone not. That someone who is not in the room is my bodyguard. He has gone away. I'm worried about him. I sent someone else to look for him, and they have yet to come back. I am starting to think there's some sort of conspiracy going on here, and I need to know about this. I need to know about this right now. Now, if you gentlemen would be ever so kind to march your way back there, and he points actually back towards the kitchen.
Yeah.
And check on my bodyguard. Specifically, I think something happened to him in the men's restroom. I saw some nefarious gentlemen hanging out there earlier, and I think something might have happened when he stepped to use the biometrics.
One of them kind of looks at the other one, and they both kind of get like a panic look on their face. And one of them like touches his neck and sub-vocalizes, and then they rush off into the kitchen.
Okay.
You guys have now gotten to the top of the elevator, and you can be going down the hallway if you please.
Is the hallway clear?
The hallway is clear.
Then I will hand the bag to Mr. Invisible and damn the invisibility.
The hallway you're in is clear. I just want to be specific because, the hallway has forks and edges and, like, it turns 90 degrees down the corner.
Does it?
Yeah,
okay.
because, it's like an L hallway, and then from that L down there, it goes in other directions because you're on the casino floor.
Okay. In that case, fuck, I guess we can't have anyone stay with the elevator, but there's not much we can do about that, and absolute worst, I jump out a window. So, I will head along with the invisible man and head to the door.
Okay. Cool.
And when we get to it, I will let Jaguara know that we are coming through the door, and then open it quietly, step in, leave a pause for Vulcan to step in and close.
Vulcan, you go in. You see Jaguar standing in front of you in nothing but her underwear. Roll composure.
She's a real eyeful, buddy.
You should have at least 6 dice. It's like one hit. I mean, you're a professional. So.
Yeah.
I am so glad that Vex did not go in that elevator.
Cool. You are you are a badass. If you are in any way even slightly inclined towards the female gender, or biosimilarity of a female gender, you are aroused to the extreme of arousal. But you can badass up as much as you want. Cool. What do you do? I think he can't use his voice comms at the moment.
Yeah, his mic died.
Oh, okay. So, okay, yeah,
Surgery.
okay, I was going to ask some clarifications, but with 7 successes, it doesn't matter. So you spend the next, 3 minutes, cutting it out, and you have to, reference the diagram once or twice, but you're able to clean it out, so it's just, the last couple vertebrae are just dangling there, and you can kind of, wrap them around the chin, yeah, you can put it in the bag and fit everything in there. You now have a really hot naked girl, well, nearly naked. You have Sir Legs-a-Lot and Invisible Vulcan.
Roll.
It's Lady Legs-a-Lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, about this time, about this 2-minute mark, that maitre d' comes back in and comes over and nods down to you. And he's like, it's actually about 30 seconds before he finishes. He's like, sir,
I noticed something, boy. You do not seem to have my bodyguard in tow. Are you coming to tell me that you have failed me?
Sir, there was no one in the bathroom. It was completely empty.
This sounds like a very long way to say yes.
Yes?
Vex will then just lower his head, that slight nod of disapproval as he glares his eyes upwards at the kid. Are you familiar with that little ditty?
Yes.
Okay, that's exactly what he's doing. Yes, exactly. Disappointed father with a undertone of anger.
And he just, sir, I'm sorry, but he wasn't in the bathroom, and that's what he told me to do, and there was some distraction in the kitchen. It took me a while to get back here. It took me 3 or 4 minutes.
Distraction in the kitchen? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was wearing a chef's hat.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I can look in the rest, but I'm not supposed to leave my post here.
No. Listen, I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. I just want my bodyguard.
Okay, sir. And he tries to make his way to the kitchen.
Wait.
Yeah. Yes.
Come back in here. Come back in here. Listen. What's your name? What's your name?
Jacob.
Jacob. I'm sure you're a very nice boy when you're not. What's a better word for failing miserably at his job?
And the girl the girl next to you kind of chuckles.
Anyway, just take and he motions to this chair. You've had a rough day. Just sit down.
Sir, I'm not allowed to use the furniture. Only the girls can use the furniture.
Well, boy, either grow some tits or grow a pair of balls. Either tell me more firmly no.
He sits gingerly on the edge of the armrest of the love seat. He's like, is this adequate, sir?
I said sit down. I didn't say make a mockery of furniture as we know it.
He sits down and plunks down it and stares at his feet, and he's like, sir, I'm sorry. Whatever can I do to please you? I just want to keep my job, man. Just Sir.
Yes.
He was covering for the fact that he said man instead of sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought he was doing the elevated sir. I was there's something else wrong.
Yeah.
Now sit there, and and then he'll motion he'll just change 180 and just kind of motion very warmly over to the woman and entertain my lady friend while I do your job for you.
Okay.
Because apparently that's what tonight is. It's some sort of strange bacchanalia of backwards moments.
That's just fucking awesome. Okay, upstairs, bag's done. You guys can be at the door or wherever you want.
Jaguar, are you ready to roll out of this place?
I heard a comment about windows earlier. This is like an internal room.
That's fine. We'll take the elevator, barring significant issues. We have the head in the... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Jaguar would look at the two, or look at Heels, because she can't see, what's his name, Vulcan, and say, sure, I'm in my best outfit, let's go.
And I would open the door, step out, look both ways. Is there anyone there?
There is a cigar girl walking past.
How close?
She's like just barely past the door, like she just turned her back to it.
Okay. If she is not in a position to possibly see inside, then Jaguara and Vulcan can step out. Vulcan in the middle and Jaguara can close the door behind her. And then...
Okay, never mind. I'll do that then. Disregard.
And then we can head for the elevator as if we have no fucks whatsoever. And I will have the key in hand.
Okay,
Jaguar has no fucks to give.
You guys get to the elevator. What floor are you going to of the 7 different floors?
Lobby.
The lobby.
Okay.
We're doing it live.
Cool. So you guys.
No. We might be better off going to the roof and exiting via the roof.
Did my incredulity slip out there?
Yes, it totally did, but it is a valid thought. We don't have eyes on the outside of the elevator, which they were obviously keyed onto.
I don't want it to seem like I'm giving you a direction to go up there, because there's also bad shit that could happen up there.
There totally is.
I will request that my bodyguard stays in the elevator and takes it down, and then just pops out when it opens up all on its own.
That is a entirely valid thing to do if we do it that way. Does that sound good to you, Jaguar? The roof?
That's fine.
Okay. Then we will head up to the roof, and I will actually have my shotgun pointing at the door when it is about to open.
Did you go to the roof first?
Roof first?
Okay, so you guys go up to the roof. The roof opens, and there's like a tar and gravel roof. You're on the 3rd story of the building. And as you remember, there's a street on both sides, other building on the other side, and a park on one side.
Okay.
You guys can step out.
I will step out and look around. I'll smell before I step out, see if there's anyone up here.
Okay.
Maybe.
There doesn't appear to be, because that was your 3, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so you guys step out. Vulcan, you come back down. What's going on with the kid? What are you saying to the kid, Vex?
At this point, he's just Vex is actually starting to make a show of things, and he'll start lifting up pillow cushions and like sofa cushions. Is he under here? Is my bodyguard under here? And every single time he lifts something up, he'll look underneath whatever it is, and then he'll look back at the boy, like as if he's asking, like waiting for.
One of the security guards that you sent away comes back.
Mm-hmm.
And that security guard, walks in,
mm-hmm.
and is like, sir, your bodyguard is nowhere to be found. He wasn't in the bathroom. This is all happened over about 3 minutes.
Members,
so.
and he'll point over here. Great, more audience members. Just join your friend over there. You're having a real show tonight.
Roll leadership.
Okay.
At a -4 this time.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh. That's all. kind of want to just do exploding dice here.
Don't know what's statistically better.
God. So the guy just kind of looks at you and he's like, "Sir, I need to get, sir, I'm gonna,
Sit down, boy."
Okay. And he sits down next to the guy.
And then he's like, now, where was I? And then he goes over here where it looks like there's like a vase or something on the fireplace.
Yeah.
And he'll continue the routine of like he'll find smaller and smaller things to quote unquote look for his bodyguard.
Okay.
Yeah,
you come down to the elevator, Vulcan. And the elevator opens, and there are 3 security guards standing in front of the elevator. And they like walk right in. What do you do as 3 guys walk in 3 abreast?
The answer is gymnastics over them in a jumping roll. Only if you throw 16 gymnastics dice.
While he describes in text what he's doing, what's the girls doing up top?
There is the rough layout of the building that we are vaguely familiar with. Is there a back alley that would be out of sight?
No.
They're also like
downwards, the other direction. There's another building.
Okay.
That's it.
This building is it's a mirror image. Like, if you looked at this building from the sky, it would look like this. There'd be another building about the same width, and then a mirror image of this building on the other side.
Okay. How far away are they? Because I don't know how far I can jump.
Oh no, they're physically
adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think.
And on the right side of the map is a street. On the left side of the map is a parking lot. At the top of the map is a park.
Okay. Head to the building to the south. Is there anything past that? Like, basically, I'm looking for a secluded place we can drop down where no one will see 2 people jumping down off the top of a building.
The other side where this street ends out is like a parking lot, and then there's a main street. Like it's on an intersection. Vulcan, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by like. Are you trying to take the elevator back upstairs with them, with like the guards if they go upstairs? And yeah, girls, if you wanted to like jump off, and you have 3 options: jump into a small parking lot, jump into a big parking lot, jump into a park with windows from the club, which is the only bad decision, or jump into the street.
Small parking lot does it have any people?
The small parking lot is the entrance. You're probably best off going to the big parking lot because that's like near like an office building, because the street has a patio.
I think
Then
what Vulcan was saying is,
you want to go off from the roof?
oh, so he'll take the elevator back up with us?
Yeah, Vulcan. Roll stealth to hide in the corner. It's not going to be very hard to do. I just need to make sure you don't crit. I mean glitch, not critical. Okay, so girls, where are you going? Okay, so the Vulcan, the elevator goes up to the first floor, and the 3 guards get off. They each go 2 go to the left and 1 go to the right. Girls, what do you do?
Yeah, you could do that.
You've had time to like pass partway across the the roof in any direction you want.
We will head towards the large parking lot, and then before, like right as I get to the edge, I'll look out over and see if I can see anyone, and also listen and see if I can hear anyone.
Okay, cool. Okay, Vulcan, you go back down. The door opens for Vulcan. Vulcan, you can step out if you wish. I'm going to come back to you to give you what you want to do. Heels, there's nobody like in the parking lot, but there's a road and there are cars driving by, but like it's just, it's just midnight traffic on a Friday. Across the street, there's a homeless guy in an alley who's like looking at you guys, but like he's just kind of like looking in that direction. Other than that, it's just regular population. He's not looking.
Okay.
He's not like staring at like, oh, look at them on the roof, because you're just
He's just
you're 20
looking in
meters
this
away
direction.
and you're 20 meters up. So yeah.
We're 20 meters up. Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, Vex, what is that? What Vulcan is saying? The DNI you're not going to get for another minute. What are you doing for the next like minute or two? This
Okay.
guard, after your like vase thing, he takes his sub vocal. He goes to his sub vocal, and 1 second, I need to give him a command from someone else's leadership who has more dice pool bonuses for situational mods than you do.
Honestly, like the moment that he leaves the elevator, Vex is just going to turn to the other gentleman and just say, "Get out of my sight!" And
Oh, okay,
like,
because
he'll sit down.
that
like
happens.
huff.
That happens right as this guy he's on his sub vocal, so he gets up and like almost runs away. He like speed walks, and the kid just goes back to standing in his position. By the way, the girl who's doing the like cigar thing, she's kind of like excreted herself, and she's over with the other girls, and they're all kind of like purposely looking with their back to you. They're kind of like they're staying away from the eccentric, crazy person who likes to yell at people.
I see.
Cool. So yeah.
Where I'm from, we call that guy a refined gentleman. Thank you very much.
Roll a stealth.
Only a coolie understands.
Vulcan, I need a stealth for you to make it across like a crowded club while invisible.
You want to edge that, son?
Okay, he does edge that. Yeah, okay. Reroll. Yeah, you get into the bathroom. Which bathroom did you go in? Male, female, multi-sex? Male. Okay, you go into the male bathroom. A bunch of urinals, couple cubicles. Girls, what do you do?
I think we're jumping.
You sure you can take the jump? I would ask.
Be like, not sure, but I don't feel like I got a choice, you know?
Might be able to see if Vex can do anything over DNI Vex. You do anything about getting down from a roof?
There are a few cars.
Hold on. What's it look like up there?
I'd show image link.
All right. So like it's pretty devoid of things.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking empty up there.
All right, and it's I've read their aura, and you're the only two. Actually, you're the only two women on the roof, right?
Yes.
Correct.
There's nobody else on the. There's nobody on the roof.
All right. Well, I haven't done anything really for the group, so here comes a 4/6 spirit for everyone.
You've done tons for the group, mate.
Okay. Yeah. No, you've kept a lot of stuff at bay. Things could be going much worse.
Professional distraction.
So
okay, and I've got the math for how high you guys are up. You're on the 3rd floor, but the first floor is 1.5 floors tall. Like these roofs are high, so you are 8. You are 11 meters. Sorry, you're 11 meters up.
Okay. That's a much more reasonable fall, but if Vex is doing something spirity and feels comfortable doing that, we'll do that instead, because safety.
Yep.
So no one's really paying attention to you, Vex. Everyone is actually going out of their way to not pay attention to you, which is, I guess, a sideways benefit of what you did before.
Here's an important question. The woman there, has she found a way to excuse herself yet, or is she...
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, she basically, while you were ranting, the moment you turned away, she got the hell over to the other girls. She was trying to play along and find it cute, quote unquote, for as long as she could, until she started realizing she might be putting herself in danger professionally by you starting to maybe change your tirade onto her.
Okay. Oh no, this was a woman just out in the middle of the club that I had brought in.
Woman?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, no, she would have left. Sorry, I mixed it up then. She would have left much earlier. As soon as you started being tirade-y, and as soon as you stopped giving her doting attention, because she was a hell of a catch, she would basically huffed and kind of left.
Perfect. That's what I wanted. All right. So now he's just this brooding man all on his own. So him muttering to himself is perfectly fine, or him just kind of
is Vex as lovely you're summoning?
Yes.
What force?
Force 6. You're a
you
fucking
bullshit me.
10's done. Ugh.
Fucking hell! And you don't even get the spirit for that.
No. Oh God. Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah.
I thought he had 6.
All right. So I'm gonna eat this as is because you guys have another way out, and you're gonna have to take it that way. So Vex is just gonna, oh my, the vapors.
And how much stun do you take? You took 8.
Yeah,
8.
yeah, it took 8.
You have what? 10 stun boxes?
Might have 11.
Probably 11.
Yeah. Most
Will 5 is
most-
11.
Oh God! So you're you are fucked up. You are.
Yeah.
You're negative
Yeah.
3. You're barely conscious. You basically,
Negative 2.
I need you to roll. Isn't 9 all the way up to negative 3? Wait, he took 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I need you to roll some sort of performance.
Ah.
And you're
yeah.
at your this is Vulcan hasn't DNI'd you yet from the bathroom, but the girls are at the top. He's like walking into the bathroom, and so you're at negative 4 then from the fucked up pain and the
Oh, wait. He's still invisible?
yeah.
Fuck. Oh man, I might have gotten fucked up even more because I thought I had already dismissed the spell. Sorry.
No,
Do I need to?
no negative. Your drain's
yeah.
never negative. Your drain is never
Yeah, that's
lowered.
right. Yeah, that's right. It's just the hits anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, you're at a negative 4 unless you want to dismiss the spell because he's about to get into the bathroom. You don't know. He hasn't told you he's in the bathroom yet, but he has told you he's going.
I can. Why am I not waiting for him to finish the spell? Get into there.
Because you know he's moving through the club.
Okay. Right. No, I mean, why do I the thing that I'm about to do? Why am I?
What is the onus for him to do it before he's ready?
Yeah.
Oh, you need to do a performance check with.
He would have
-4.
waited to summon the spirit until the spell was down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're only at a negative 2 to do a performance check to hide the fact that you just got punched in the whole body.
Okay.
Because that was a lot of damage.
I kind of feel like not hiding it and just. But all right, I will. Yeah, I will just play up the concept of the drinks are getting to me.
Okay.
The drinks that I have not had, and do not have performance. So I will be defaulting with 8 dice at a -2, so 6 dice. Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna limp down on the chair and just go, my word.
Okay, so you limp down, but it comes out more like a collapsing, and a couple of the girls are like, huh, and look at you, and they very, very intently stop looking away from you, but they clearly noticed you collapsing.
Okay.
So Vulcan, you're in the bathroom. What do you do?
He heads back to Vex.
And okay, cool. He heads back to Vex. Girls, what do you do?
Jump.
Yeah, we're jumping.
Okay, I gotta grab the fall damage here.
It's 7p AP -6.
Okay, you already looked it up.
8p. 8p.
8. What's
AP
the
-6.
AP -6, and it's 7 damage.
8 damage.
Oh, okay, cool. So roll that. So
Unless we have anything that modifies it.
you can try to aim for the car with free fall, and the car is going to change the fall damage by 1 meter.
Nope. Not worth it. Not worth the evidence it's gonna leave to.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Here's a question.
Yep.
The AP does that end up because I'm pretty much
It
soaking
can't
just
take away
with
body. It can't take
okay,
away
so
body.
I'm just soaking straight up with body. Okay.
Yeah. AP can't take away body.
Okay.
I'm not
Because you're
wearing
jumping
that.
out naked. At least the maximum damage still doesn't kill you.
I'm going to reroll failures.
I will pre-edge. Because I too lack armored clothing. You are crapping me. Okay, I take 8 physical.
Okay, your legs take the hit.
Yep.
But you feel like you've strained you've maybe broken a rib. You feel like you've got some strained muscles in your gut. Lejag, your like body and torso feels fine, but like you really feel like you might have like strained some muscles in your leg. You're pretty messed up. You're pretty hurt. Because what do you guys take? Like Jag takes 4 and Hells takes 8.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
I still have 4 boxes left, but yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna jump off the roof, you do it as a Street Sam. And if you're gonna jump off the roof naked, you do it as a sexy Street Sam.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, you guys hit the ground. The first thing you notice is that like that bum across the street is staring at you guys, and like, But where do you guys go? What do you do? What? And
I
Pat,
walk.
I would
Vulcan,
call my car to me right now. It's
Okay.
got to be like on this block somewhere.
Vulcan. Around the time they hit the ground, you are back in the you're back into the general room. Vulcan, when you come around through the front, roll security procedures or like your security knowledge. Girls, you already told me earlier you had summoned your car, right? So it should be
Yep.
here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, your car pulls up right in front of you.
I'm going to actually head over to the hobo real quick, hand him a 200 million cred stick, tell him to get himself something nice, because nothing has happened here today, pat him on the shoulder, and get in my car.
Okay, when you get up to him, he's masturbating. Furiously under a blanket.
Adult themes, bro.
Whatevs. Same thing.
The same thing happens. Okay, cool. He more than graciously takes it. Because he just saw naked street samurais jump off a freaking roof and then just, like, march out. And, you know, one's not naked, but, you know, close. And, yeah, he's having a good time. And he's like, yeah! And he runs away down the hall. He runs down the alleyway excitedly. You guys leave. Vulcan, your security procedure was 2. You know that there is a high alert going on. There is the front doors have been closed. There's 2 security guards standing there. One of the guys who's from the outside and the big troll on the inside. And you know that there is 2 guards posted at the elevator. And where you'd normally see people like the 2 guards at the elevator are the guards from the beginning that you had explained to you. So what do you do? I'm assuming you just walk into Vex. Okay, Vex, what do you do when Vulcan shows up?
I will just say, finally, where have you been? Don't even answer that question.
Awesome.
And felt bad. I watched him stop typing. What else? I saw some guys wrestling women.
Awesome.
All right. Okay. Or, yeah. Listen, just call the service. Have them pick us up. I am ready to leave this horrendous establishment.
You guys want to leave right now, right?
Well, as soon as the car service pulls up.
Okay, the car is going to be like, actually, roll your edge.
Okay. Ugh.
Okay, cool. You get this. You get the second smallest dice. The car is going to be here in 10 minutes.
Okay. All right.
He's working close in the area.
All right. Well, Vex is willing to wait, and while he does, he's gonna like slowly, actually rather rapidly, kind of regain his composure, and try and sweetly serenade one of the women back over to him to just kind of relax them and smooth things over.
Cool. Just roll give me a con.
Okay.
Or a negotiation, depending on how you want to go about it. Because you can either do it seductively or, diplomatically.
Okay. Oh, God. I will...
He's no Jake Berry. He is no Jake Berry.
That's what I get for trying the smooth Jake Berry approach. Yeah, I think I'll...
They like come over and like offer you like a cigar and a drink and very dismissively manage to get themselves back across the room.
Okay.
Also,
right.
the car, nothing really happens. You do hear some commotion outside by this door. It's the only reason you hear the commotion is because the doors like swing open a little bit, like some people are standing near them and like jostled them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear the club very at all in here.
Okay.
But then when 10 minutes are up, what do you guys do? The car pings Vulcan and says that he's there.
Okay.
It's a different voice this time. It's not the same orc.
Oh, I suppose that will have to do. Vex will, in one last Hail Mary attempt to at least make something smooth over, go to the one woman who had to endure the most of this hellstorm that is Vex, and we'll use the last point of edge to pre-spend a con roll with her of just like more of a seduction roll of, to get her
More
on
interested
his
in him,
side.
like she was again, like she might have been earlier on. Cool.
Exactly. So, and give it the edge. Puts me there.
Oh fuck. So she kind of like she's very like standoffish with you. I don't know. 1 second. I probably have to just. She's very standoffish with you, but like partway through, she's like, you eccentrics, you're always so endearing, and she's like a little bit less fake than she was earlier, but she's more into you now.
Okay. And
Such
he
a
will,
seduce.
yeah, he will gently hand her the comm code, his personal comm code, which is the comm code for the card trick girl.
Oh, you beautiful asshole!
Awesome. You do so, and then what do you do?
Confidently, like, turn to the ladies, nod, and walk out of the establishment.
Awesome. When you get to the front door, it's closed, and there's 2 guards in front of it.
So, gentlemen, if you would kindly open those doors, I would very much like to leave. It has been an experience I'd rather not remember fully.
One of the guards, just like the big troll, looks at you and he goes, "Sir, it'll be a few moments." And the other kind of guard like leans forward, who's much closer to Vulcan, and being like, "We're on a state of heightened alert. We can't let you leave this moment."
He'll
Hogwash.
he'll pinch his index finger and his thumb together. Vulcan, I do not pay you ungodly amounts of money to have to deal with these moments as such.
Vulcan can roll his negotiation. You can assist him, but I'll let him have his legendary rep plus the teamwork in bonuses.
All right. Can I leadership Vulcan here?
No, it has to be a teamwork
Okay.
test because you're
Okay.
you're helping directly in what you're saying rather than talking to him.
I got you. All right. So it is a negotiation for it's a teamwork for negotiation. So default.
Vulcan's rep is legendary, right?
That is what he
Yes,
said
it's-
earlier.
Which
Yes.
and I said I'd give you the value in, so I'll let you keep 4 of his teamworks, even though I think you're defaulting on negotiation. This is so specific. I'm going to let you get the bonuses from that.
I appreciate that. Now let's watch me give you 0 or 3. Okay. 3 on 8's not bad, Ben. Shut up, Ben.
So like you are okay, 1 second. I'm looking at these social. You actually are going to get a pretty good dice pool here because your story is plausible partially, +1. They are friendly, but the result could be disastrous. So you are getting +4 from your legendary rep. You're defaulting. You're getting +3 from him, and then you're getting +1 after nets. So you're getting 9 total on top of your default.
Oh, he has 1 rank in
Oh,
negotiation.
you're not even defaulting. Awesome. So yeah, you're getting 9 on top of your regular rather than on top of your default. So that's a lot of bonus dice there. Bam. He can only barely. This has to do like a spirit roll. The guy looks at you. He's like, I understand, Vulcan. He's like, and he passes you he passes you a comm code, and says, I might need you to come in. I might need you to submit a report for questioning later. I'm just gonna have to, and he's like, if it comes up, I might need you to, and then he just opens the door for you guys, and you guys can leave. So the doors swing open, and you guys are outside, and the car pulls up. You can leave.
We do so.
Does somebody contact the Johnson?
Yes.
The Johnson just gives you like an address, but he doesn't give you an address. He gives you coordinates down to the 100th of a degree, and it's by the coffee shop.
Okay. I will head with Jaguara to that location.
Okay. The coordinates are in the alley, 2 alleys back from the coffee shop, and they are exactly on a small garbage can. It looks like the kind of garbage. It looks like a paper waste bin that's like is made to look like an old chrome metallic garbage can.
Okay. I currently... This purse is going to be basically ruined, so I'm going to wipe it down to make sure that I don't have anything identifying on it, and then I will just drop the whole purse in the trash can.
Okay. And you close the trash can. What do you do after you close the trash can?
I close the trash can, I walk away, I get back in my car.
Okay. About 20 minutes later, you guys have the remaining money transferred to your accounts.
Cool beans.
So everyone gets 20,000 nuyen.
Uh-huh.
1 second, and I need to add something up. 20,000 nuyen. You get a 1/1 contact. Oh shit! Actually, he's not a 1 anymore. Shit! 1 second. Give me a second here.
Yeah, little Johnny coming up in the world. Well, I knew Johnny when he was just a 1/1.
Oh shit.
We can retcon money or make him an option, so that way we get we get the full.
I know what I'm gonna do here.
Okay.
Because I'm already going a little bit over. I'm already going a little bit over the limit. But here's the thing: is the risk is higher than you guys experienced because of some interactions with some social roles, which is sometimes hard to justify without going through the freaking details. But yeah, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. You get $20,000. You get him as a 2/1. Sorry, not 2, 3, because otherwise he'd be the same as what he was before. You get him as a 3/1. He's an Aurora Initiate.
Auroric? Can you type that out and his name?
It's the Auric Aurora AU. I got this.
Yeah, you can type it.
Yeah.
He's an Aurora Initiate, and you guys get 1 karma. It really should be 3, but I just can't give out that much.
I understand.
Oh, come on.
It's already a 14 point, but you know what what the extra is coming from is his glitch.
Yeah.
That's what's happening is his glitch, and then what you played it got an extra contact in there, and so I dropped some of the karma for that, but I'm dropping it an extra 2 to balance. Because, when this is done, it's a 14 karma run for what should be a 13 karma run. And it was going to be 15 karma if I kept the original karma.
Yep.
You guys cool with that?
Yep.
That's fine.
I just forgot his last name.
Jonathan Franks.
Franks, that's right. How did I forget Johnny Franks?
And he lives in Ravenna. Well, he doesn't live in Ravenna, but he works out of Ravenna. And just so you guys know, if you need to know anything about the Aurora, they are in Street Grimoire.
Okay.
And he's not a member; he's an initiate.
Okay.
So he has access to some of their stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
I would like to make some availability rolls.
Cool. If that is, does anybody have anything else RP wise?
In a few days, Vex will call the card trick girl, and just to see how she's doing. But we can take care of that post ending of the stream, if you want.
Cool.
So that way we're not just dragging those people on.
Yeah, no worries. Anyone have anything else they need to do before I close up the stream?
Other than thank you, no.
Just availability stuff.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I'll settle all that stuff up. Thanks for tuning in, guys, for a pocket full of posies. That pocket may have been his head, and the posy may have been something horrible. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. You guys can all say bye.
Take it easy, everybody.
Take care.
The
Later.
VOD will be up on my past broadcasts immediately if you missed the first half, and it'll be on YouTube in the next few days. Bye!